This is gonna be good. Oh my God, so different. Great seasoning, surprising.
Or what's shaking, fellers? Why I felt like coming? I don't know why I felt like coming on today. Actually, now I remember why. Now I came on. Been watching a bunch of stuff all weekend. I swear, everything I watch, people are just ignorant, and it pisses me off. And like I have to have my say. I was just watching canned fish, canned fish. You know, I like tinned fish personally. I don't know how many other people like it. I do. Uh, I like sardines and olive oil, and also tuna. I mean, canned tuna. Everybody loves canned tuna. Been watching videos on it and seeing all the different brands and like the premium products versus cheap product that you grow up with. Mom makes tuna with, and like there really is a world of difference. Honestly, I'm probably gonna go up to Publix soon and buy like an armful of tinned fish. Like I want to try the King Oscars, and it just it looks so good. I was in this one, like you don't really think about the quality of tuna or quality of the canned food or the canned food that you buy, but there's like a huge difference. And the dollar cans are just not like I wouldn't even waste my money on that shit anymore.
Really delicate. It's bringing a moisture content that I was not expecting from the skin in here. It wasn't smoked for a very long time. It's like you got a kiss of smoke in the back of your palate. This is packing great flavor. And I'm very pleased with its texture. Like it is very soft. But I'm gonna try that little tail piece, which is still very good. Higher on the seasoning because smaller piece, likely brined as well. That's sort of a way to ensure consistency. The letter A.
And mussels, but actually, like I never tried sardines and stuff as a kid, and then my dad, for some reason, one time he bought like a year's supply of sardines and olive oil, and I remember being like quite grossed out. You know, not gonna lie, I was kind of grossed out by it. But I always see him eating sardines and crackers, you know, eating it for lunch. Come home from work and eat sardines and crackers. So I started eating them, and my brothers did too. We ended up going through like this year's supply in like like a month or two. And it was like, my dad was like prepping at the time. He was full prepper thing. And we cleaned that shit out. Just totally cleaned it out. Uh, but we're also kind of picky. Like for smoked sardine, I don't like liquids. That shit is gross. I I think it's totally foul. And they put liquid smoke in a lot of canned stuff. A lot of these canned oysters, mussels have liquid smoke. A lot of sardines have liquid smoke, and I'm just not into it. But like it's actually really good. And sardines, they're like so naturally salty and oily. It's so good. Like I want to try mackerel now, and I used to kind of be grossed out by mackerel. It is an oily fish, but now I like really appreciate that, especially in cans because you get premium canned fish. It's not garbage. It's like pure protein. You know, those things are a lot of them are done by hand, like the Portuguese. The ones that I get, are Season. They're made by this company, and they're like one of the top sardine companies in the world, actually, and top in anyway. Made in Morocco. They have the lowest arsenic content any other brand, and they're skinned. They're just fillets. Although I kind of like whole. I like them with the bone stuff. I don't know. It's kind of a weird eclectic kick that I've been on when it comes to this, but uh, I don't know. I remember a girlfriend looking at me funny when I told her I had sardines for lunch. She like cocked her head like gross. And I was like, "What? Like you've never had that?" Oh, you put liquid smoke on. I've never heard of that. I mean, it could be good. It's not that I hate liquid smoke, just because when I was a kid, there's Sonny's Barbecue. There was one right down the street from my house, and my parents loved it. And we would go there a lot, or we would go there every once in a while. And every time that I ever ate there that I can remember, middle of the night, I would wake up and like vomit for like an hour. Like liquid smoke doesn't sit right on my gut. I made a brisket one time years ago, and it called for liquid smoke, and it did the same damn thing. And ever since then, I don't fool with liquid smoke if I can help it. I'm pretty sure I've had it at times where it didn't, but it's just not something I mess with. And because of that, obviously it's something about it doesn't agree with me. I don't mess with it. I was watching, I have some typical videos that I would be watching, political stuff and whatnot. This is just a diversion. I was just enjoying it. Sometimes it's nice to watch stuff that isn't so serious all the damn time. You know what I mean? Like, oh wow, a sail cat. Yeah, they call those sail cats. I've caught them before. Anyway. And I kind of wanted to watch the Sunday shows. I haven't seen
Public
this one
Square.
yet.
Welcome to all of you in the United States and around the world.
I haven't watched this one yet, but I figured I've been watching a lot of these kind of shows. What's up, Alex? How you doing? I've been watching, political videos here and there, and I've just had a lot to say, enough to do a stream. So anyway, I've really kind of taken a shine to Fareed Zakaria. I don't know why. I used to hate him, but the way he talks, I actually like the way he talks. It's pretty cool, and it's definitely effeminate, but no, he's not a stupid guy, and he talks pretty intelligently. A lot of it is a lot of it is this he's like posing as this high-minded, Western elite. That's how it comes off. But I've kind of looked past that, and I like I said, I used to hate this guy, but I'm not as judgmental or close-minded as I was 10 years ago.
I'm Fareed Zakaria coming to you live from New York. Today on the program, Donald Trump goes to China. He was greeted and feted and taken to a place rarely visited by outsiders. But what was accomplished? I'll give you my take and then get two very different perspectives. Plus, we'll take a detailed look at what war and inflation have done to the American economy. Jason Furman, former chair of the Council on Economic Advisors, will describe the challenge for the new Fed chairman. Also, Israel has achieved resounding military success in recent years, but it is losing the war of public opinion, according to recent polls in America. I'll explore with the Israeli-American scholar Omar Bartov. But first, here's my take. Regular viewers know that I have not been...
Also, something I wanted to on his behalf. He knows a lot. Like, I mean, he's privy to information that we couldn't possibly be privy to. You know, being a journalist, this guy has sources and stuff. You know, he's been to all over the Asia and all over the world, America, China. I think he was just in China a couple weeks ago. So this guy actually has a lot of knowledge that we couldn't possibly have unless we ourselves traveled the world. And that's like, I do value those kind of perspectives. The guy's not an idiot, and he's well traveled, recently well traveled as well.
A fan of Donald Trump's foreign policy in his second term. From threatening to seize Greenland and annex Canada, unilaterally raising tariffs sky high, to the fiasco of the Iran war, Trump has been reckless, chaotic, and deeply destabilizing. But he might well turn out to have the right instincts and perhaps even the right policy in one crucial arena, the U.S.-China relationship. In Trump's recent interactions with Xi Jinping, we saw a version of him.
I think Trump showed his ass. You want my opinion on this? I think Trump showed his ass. He did not make us. I don't think he made us look good in China. I think he made a fool of us, at least a fool of himself. He's this worn down old man who can barely even talk anymore. The guy slurs, and you can tell it's like he's spitting all over. It's over the hill.
Rarely on display. He was respectful, almost deferential, eager to emphasize their personal rapport. Xi, by contrast, remained formal, disciplined, and never especially warm. The asymmetry was revealing.
Humpty.
Donald Trump is obsessed with power. More than ideology or values, of course, he thinks in terms of leverage and dominance. He insults European allies because he understands how dependent they remain on American military protection and access to U.S. markets. Trump senses weakness and exploits it. But with China, he has come to understand something that much of Washington still struggles to accept emotionally.
They're ahead of us.
Beijing has enormous strength of its own, economic, technological, industrial, even military, and can wield it effectively. So Trump has evolved from belligerence toward a more complicated mix of rivalry and cooperation. That may be what this relationship requires. Contrast Trump's visit with the first meeting of Biden officials with their Chinese counterparts in Anchorage in 2021. The Americans launched into a televised...
Yeah, China has bought a lot. They certainly have, and it's like we can't do anything about it because they got the money. Nothing we can do about it, and you think that, oh, we make laws this and that, but it's like anybody can buy land, you know, unless we change the model of our society. They can do what pretty much. I mean, they grew 5% last year. We grew 2%. That's not good. You know, like, they're kicking our asses. They're growing as a country. We're shrinking. And we can put up less and less of a fight every time or every year. And like, we've depleted our stocks in Iran. How are we going to fight China if we wanted to? Or if they wanted to fight us, what would we do? They could take Taiwan right now. All we could do is set up sanctions and kick them out of our markets. But, you know, like, they hold the whip hand now. And it's kind of like I'm not happy to see that. No, Nick isn't going live. I'm live.
Public scolding of China over human rights, cyber attacks, and the international order. China's diplomats responded angrily in kind. It was less a serious diplomatic exchange than a cable news shouting match. Many centrist Democrats live in fear of being portrayed as soft on China. So they often overcompensate rhetorically, adopting maximalist language and escalating symbolic confrontations. After showing skepticism toward Trump's China tariffs during the campaign, Joe Biden kept nearly all of them in place. Biden never visited China as president, nor did he invite Xi Jinping to Washington. The Biden team endorsed the claim leveled by the first Trump administration that China's actions in Xinjiang constituted genocide, a term that evokes industrial-scale extermination campaigns like the Holocaust or Rwanda. China's prison and re-education camps in Xinjiang are brutal and horrific, and dozens of scholars have called its actions against the Uyghurs a genocide. But as The Economist noted, it is not what most people think of when conjuring up the word genocide. Trump's superpower is that he cannot be attacked from the right. He came to power after the 2016 election.
He couldn't be attacked from the right. He can absolutely be attacked from the right now. This dude is a scumbag. Yeah, well, they're like I said, they did 5% last year, which is our historical average is like 5%. We've always grown by 5%, but we're declining. They aren't. You know, we've let them eat our lunch. All these different elites, they have seen dollar signs over the years, and they just keep selling off all of our shit. It's like they're pawning our household furniture. If America was a house, they will have pawned everything in the fucking house. But the computer, basically. We can still do financial transactions. We don't have a workshop anymore. We don't have none of that shit. They bought it. They bought it off us cheap. And now they bought all the shit that made us great. They bought it from us. You know, and we took the quick cash. Like, just so we could say we were growing.
Railing against Beijing, blaming it for lost manufacturing jobs, trade imbalances, and America's industrial decline. In a sense, the analogy is not Nixon going to China, but rather Ronald Reagan, the Uber hawk to the right of Nixon, going to the Soviet Union. Trump may be capable of a similar pivot precisely because his base will follow wherever he leads. One need only...
I don't think that's true anymore. You know, that was true a year ago. You know, it really was, until things got so naked. They just became totally naked when he did this stuff with Iran. Nobody believes that he has our welfare in mind. Fuck, they asked him that question the other day. What was it about? You have Americans' financial situation in mind? Oh, not at all. I don't even consider that. Like, bro, who the fuck are you, man? You're just he really is a shark in a business suit. The shark in a $2,000 business suit. And the guy, he doesn't have our interests at mind at all. It's like whoever pays him, he's purely mercenary. If you donate money to him, then he's your mercenary. He takes care of you. He looks after, you know, your cause is his cause. But like, and I saw a video of him saying on Steven Crowder's show, they did an edit of all the promising that Trump made. We're going to do mass deportations. They're going to be the Trump mass deportations. It was total bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into this, you know, China bailing us out. You know, maybe you're right. I haven't looked at that, but I'll have to. We're playing games with monopoly, and it's funny. Our politicians constantly say how China manipulates and this and that, and how everybody else does evil shit, and we're the shining light in the world. And actually, no, we're the ones doing all the evil manipulative shit. Everybody else is playing fair. It's like we're the only ones that don't want to play fair, that don't want to abide by the rules.
Look at how quickly many MAGA figures reversed themselves on intervention in Iran once Trump signaled support for military action. Why would a more cooperative approach toward China make sense? Because the truth is that China is not the Soviet Union. The Soviet economy was smaller than Italy's by the end of the Cold War by one UN measure. China, by contrast, is the world's second largest economy, the leading trading partner for more than 120 countries, and a technological powerhouse in fields ranging from electric vehicles and batteries to drones.
Did you guys see the Brett Baer stuff about the China visit? and he goes into that store and it has a fucking robot cashier. Like, bro, that's normal for them. They have robotics. Like, they don't have 7-Elevens with some fucking Habib behind the counter. No, their fucking stores literally have a robot behind the counter.
Advanced manufacturing, and even artificial intelligence. It produces more manufacturing output than the United States, Japan, and Germany put together. Trying to launch a full-scale Cold War against such a country would not resemble the struggle against Moscow when the world was already divided. It would mean tearing apart the global economy itself. American consumers would face higher prices and supply shocks. U.S. companies would lose access to one of the world's largest markets. Universities would lose many top students. The danger would not simply be economic pain. It would be the creation of two hostile technological and geopolitical blocs spiraling toward increasing confrontation. Of course, the U.S. and China are rivals. That is unavoidable in a bipolar world. They will compete economically, militarily, and strategically for decades.
And that is only right. It only makes us stronger to have competition. You know, all these years that we didn't have competition, we just got sloppy and lazy. And, you know, this competition, we'll see, you know, what we're made of going forward. Are we an empire? Are we just a defeat? Are we already defeated? Are we even? I mean, this will test our mettle. We'll know in the next few. By the time I die, I will know whether or not we were anything special. It's just our turn
To come. But rivalry need not mean total rupture. In the weeks before he died, Henry Kissinger noted to me that leaders of both countries should keep in mind how, in 1914, nationalist competition, pursued with no concerns about its consequences, led to a world war that upended the entire global order. In an age of AI, cyber warfare, and nuclear weapons, maintaining channels of dialogue and cooperation is more important than ever. The two countries should compete fiercely while still trading, talking, and collaborating where possible on nuclear stability, AI safety, pandemics, and financial crises. During the Cold War, Washington and Moscow maintained arms control talks even at moments of intense hostility because both sides understood that unmanaged rivalry could end in catastrophe. That remains true today. And if Donald Trump, for reasons rooted less in philosophy than instinct, has come to recognize this basic reality, then on this issue at least, his pragmatism makes sense. Go to Donald Trump left China.
Honestly, like I said at the beginning, I don't really agree with Donald. I think he doesn't make us look all that great over there. But, you know, if there's, you know, this guy, he says different. If there's one thing that you'd want Donald Trump to be right on, I suppose it would on the world stage with our biggest rival. There's that.
This week full of apparent good feelings towards Chinese leader Xi Jinping, but without many concrete details on a number of issues like trade, tech, and Taiwan. Joining me now to discuss the summit are Matthew Pottinger, the former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor and the point man on China in Donald Trump's first term, and Jessica Chen Weiss, Professor of China Studies at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Jessica, let me begin with you and ask you, what was notable to you about this summit? What did you see that was, for you, striking?
Well, I think contra expectations that, Xi Jinping was going to eat Trump's lunch, I actually think that the summit showed that what China really wants is stability, not to bury the United States or race for hegemony, and that, in fact, the priority that the Xi Jinping and his CCP leadership place on a stable external environment to continue to buy time for their own development amidst domestic economic challenges is, for me, the biggest takeaway that we should all be keeping in mind.
Matt, you wrote an article in the Financial Times, I think it was saying, beware of the gifts that Xi Jinping might bestow on Trump as kind of Trojan horses. a deal on chips, a peace gesture on Taiwan, investment in U.S. manufacturing. He didn't do any of those. Why do you think, and what's your read on the summit?
They don't want to fight with it.
Yeah, look, Fareed, you said at the top that the Nixon moment in China is the wrong analogy, and I think you're right about that. But what I think the correct analogy is Nixon's policy towards the Soviet Union. That was the détente policy. That was, understandable at the time why we pursued détente vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. We were stuck in a war that we were losing in Vietnam. President Nixon wanted to go into talks on strategic arms limitation with the Soviets. So he went towards a more accommodating sort of posture towards the Soviets. It
absolutely makes sense too. We don't want to have a replay of the Cold War. Like we don't want to have a replay of the Cold War. That's stupid. That doesn't benefit anybody. Nobody wants to live in the shadow of nuclear annihilation. So this is smart, and I think the Chinese, they just want to make their money and live well, like we do. Like they're not an imperialist power like us, or the USSR were.
I think this was really a détente policy in both directions, from Beijing and from President Trump towards Beijing. The challenge is to not let that policy become a parody of itself over time, which is what happened to the détente policy of the 1970s. The Soviet Union used that time to basically run buck wild around the world. They were launching insurgencies in the Horn of Africa and Angola and across Latin America, and even trying to start a revolution in Portugal.
I don't know if you guys know this, but like I've watched a lot of videos on the Rhodesian Bush War, and on a lot of the smaller wars that took place in the 20th century, all over the world, in Africa. And I had no idea that Cuba was like an army that was like in Africa for years and years. Like Cuba was an imperialist power. They used to invade people all the time. Like they were a huge revolutionary force in Africa for like 30 or like decades. They were there. I had no idea. You don't hear any of that stuff in America. Not typically. Okay?
And so by the time the end of the 70s came around, the Carter administration, Brzezinski, saw the Soviets invade Afghanistan. He said that was the final nail in the coffin of détente. So détente became a parody of itself, and that's what we have to guard against this.
As a Zoomer myself, it's really sad to see that Gen Z is too busy wallowing in their own misery to realize that alcohol could solve all of their problems. I'm kidding.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying, is this AI. All the investment that's been taking place behind AI, they're investing and they're betting that AI will be big, and what they mean by big is it will replace human beings. It will replace human beings. Companies won't need to pay people, not nearly as many people. They won't need to pay as big of a workforce. That's what they're betting on. That's why all the people are investing so much in it. They're literally investing and betting on people being thrown out of their fucking job. Like this is really perverse, all these incentives and stuff, and we need to be aware of that. Like that's what they're betting, that this is going to make bums and hobos and homeless people of humans. That's what these fucking investors are doing. And people are like, oh, we have so much investment. If we don't prop these people up, then our entire economy is based on AI. And it's like, oh, our entire economy is based on the fact that human beings aren't going to have work anymore. Like, it's so stupid. And people think like it's a good thing that our entire economy is based on something that has no clear benefits yet. We haven't been shown anything like truly valuable. There's no great medicine that's, that's been discovered because of AI yet. Nothing. It's all promises. It's all promises. And our economy is built on that right now. The only building going on is data centers and AI and shit. Like, that's not a good thing. That's failure. And when I see people toting how, we're betting on AI in the future, and it's like, bro, that's what happens when you have nothing else to bet on. We have no building, no like revolutionary creations. Nobody's inventing shit anymore. It's all AI. We're just increasingly more and more, we're betting on AI being the future. And nobody else is betting the farm on AI. We're the only ones doing it. We're the only ones doing it. And we're not doing it because it's the best option. We're doing it because it's the only option. We don't have manufacturing. We don't have any of that stuff. Like, we're praying to God that this takes off and this is the future, because if it's not, we're up shit's creek, because China, and Russia and all these other economies, they're investing in manufacturing. The only people that aren't is the West, Europe, America, and we're like, how good is that working out, kind of a thing, How's that working out? I would argue not that great.
Obviously.
I thought this is pretty interesting. I was watching this earlier. It was about the Gen Z and alcohol. And the way that people have been, at first, when people weren't drinking as much, people kind of looked on that optimistically. But all of a sudden, now that half of Gen Z don't drink at all of a sudden, and you know how these people, how you can tell they're all shills? Because they're literally advocating for alcohol companies. Oh, why don't the Gen Z drink alcohol? And then they're like trying to shame people into being drunks. Last I checked, that was a scourge of the West, scourge of the white man. White man's burden. Like, that's like the one thing that we've struggled with forever is alcohol. And now they're like, it just blows my mind how this evil, like, isn't it almost all deaths, all homicides in America, at least either the victim or the perpetrator was drunk? Like, this is not a good substance. But listen to how they carry on.
Obviously,
we do not condone that here.
It's a joke, but I mean, in spirit, it's true that they do need to kind of let their hair down a little bit. And one of the reasons why they have strayed away from drinking alcohol is because they're constantly self-conscious. They feel watched. And it's partly imaginary and partly just the reality that we live in now in the age of social media. The reality in the UK, though.
Now, what this strikes me, like, I really have a problem with what's the mainstream, the zeitgeist right now. Because now I get why there is consternation over the fact that our birth rate has gone down. No, I totally get that, and I agree. I think that's a problem. These people, the drinking rate goes down, or let's say, stuff that people and Americans have taken part in, that the British, drinking pints at the pub. It's like, if the next generation doesn't adopt all of the bad habits of the last generation, they see it as like apocalyptic, even the bad habits like drinking. And obviously it's because there are businesses that are going out of business, because beer companies going out of business, alcohol companies going out of business. That's why I say these people are shills. They are up here parroting whatever the donors tell them to parrot, whatever the rich tell them to parrot. That's what they're parroting. Health be damned, lives be damned. They don't give a damn. All they care about is that the money keeps flowing to the people that it's always flowed to. Like, why is it a problem that the modern generations are shedding bad habits that their parents have? Why would that be a problem? But all of the people that are, just talking down to us from on high, they're in their ivory tower. Why aren't you drinking alcohol, damn you? You're the stupid masses. You're supposed to eat the slop we produce. That's how it comes off to me. the dirty, unwashed masses, they don't want to eat their slop. This is a problem. So then they turn up the propaganda. Like, bro, this is so perverse that our society, it's so ruled by the dollar, and it's like, and you can't really see it normally, but when things change, all of a sudden you see how intransient things are. These things would not be changing if they could control it. They're changing because people don't want to eat their slop anymore. They don't want it. And they have no fucking choice, but what you see them flailing, like throwing tantrums. We're not making money. We're not making money off of ruining lives and producing, poison. And I hate it. I'm glad to see these bastards writhe.
Is the pubs are closing at a rapid rate. I think it's 8.
And I don't necessarily think pubs closing is a great thing, because those are community centers. But something, when those things die, new things are born. Bring on the change. What we have now isn't working, and it's slop. So any of these changes, as far as I'm concerned, they're for the better. These are good.
No,
these
3 breweries are
changes.
closing in the UK per week, and 8 different pubs in the same time frame per week are closing. And it's mainly because the younger adults are not supporting these establishments because they're not interested in drinking as much as prior generations. And there was this whole article about why this may be. The only valid reason I think is cited here is the cost. It's hard enough out here with, inflation and rent and student loan debt and car payments and healthcare. I understand that you can't really justify going out on a weekly basis or more often than that on a Friday or Saturday night and buying drinks that are like $10 to $20 each. Mm-hmm. They're usually in that range. That's a valid excuse to not go out, but the rest of it is sort of self-imposed misery. So
who are these people to say what reasons are valid and what aren't valid? Who the fuck are these people? You don't get to decide what's valid and not valid. People get to make their own damn decisions, and you get to like it. You get to accept it and like it. It's not up to you what is valid and what isn't valid, what's acceptable and not acceptable. No one person chooses that shit. People choose it through their decisions. And if things are changing, they're changing. It's not up to one person. It's an aggregate thing. It's something that happens after everything is said and done and everybody's made their choices. This shit is moot, but I hate it because it does sway people. And it does have an effect.
They first interview the owner of a family-run traditional pub in the UK, who says that it used to be packed every Friday and Saturday with people standing shoulder to shoulder. You don't get that now. People will walk in, see that it's too busy, and walk out again. They don't want to be in close proximity to people. This is the Criterion Bar in St. Andrews. He says that 2026 is going to be the worst year that the pub industry has ever faced. With rising prices, increased staff costs, and changes to business rates contributing to his troubles, he says there is something else going on. The COVID pandemic was a watershed moment, and young people who came of age during and after that period behave differently in social settings. They don't like busy environments, and they don't like large groups of people. Increased screen time for Gen Z gave them difficulty keeping eye contact, making small talk, and engaging with people. Gen Z are often viewed by older generations as more anxious and less spontaneous, preferring pre-arranged activities with people they know to large crowds of strangers in a packed pub. The cost of living crisis and concern over the prospect of their night out being plastered all over social media are other factors which make under 30s less likely to take the risk.
Do you think it's the cost, or do you think it's literally?
Honestly, like all what they're talking about, people not showing up, I totally get it. Nobody likes crowds. Nobody, and you're right there, Damon. I agree. We're the main economy. Everybody's fate is tied with ours. But like what these people are saying here, at one point you had to go to the bar to meet people. You had to. There was no choice. Well, we have technology. We have dating apps. There are many choices that people have to meet each other. They don't have to go to crowded bars, loud, obnoxious, crowded bars, bar fights, people getting stabbed, people getting hospitalized. My brother got hospitalized one time. He got jumped and ended up getting kicked in the face by a fucking steel-toe boot and ended up in the hospital the next day. Didn't know how the hell he got there. This isn't good stuff, and Like, and they even say in this that people are proud of that they're living like a grandma. And it's, you know what my first thought was, you know why grandmas live that way and why grandpas live that way? Because they've tried that shit and it doesn't work. You know, grandparents and people, as people get older, they figure out what is good and what isn't, what is comfortable and what isn't, what makes them feel good and what doesn't. When grandparents do something, that means it's pretty much typically an unmitigated good. They don't do it like, they only do comforting things. They don't, you know, they don't put themselves out there or to experience discomfort. So there's a reason why grandparents go to bed early, because it's good for you. You feel better as a human being throughout your day. And they make it seem like grandparents are stupid and they don't know what they're doing. It's fucking,
The
these people are
socialization.
fucking dumb.
I mean,
No, they're worse than dumb. They have an agenda. They're being paid.
Gen Z spends their money irresponsibly. So I'm not buying that that's the reason why this is happening. It
No,
is,
because of the
I
money.
think, the social implications. Yeah.
I think also it's just the amount of it is just they've gone to smoking weed, and smoking weed can be
Yeah.
a solitary existence. You do not need to do it with other people. So therefore, like, smoking weed on your own is one thing. Drinking on your own implies something vastly differently. So
Shout out to Jeremy Clarkson for this incredible op-ed in the Times about the shift from alcohol to weed in Gen Z. He said, of course Gen
Thank
Z
you.
loves weed.
Thank
It's
you,
kale in a
Robin.
Rizla. Cannabis makes you violent and boring. It should never be cheaper than a nice cold pint. He said, some time ago, the worldwide band of increasingly odd Gen Z people decided to stop working and mating, and now, alarmingly, they've decided to stop drinking alcohol as well. They have switched from wine to water like a bunch of
How is that alarming? How is that alarming? It's alarming when people start doing drugs more, not less. That's ridiculous. And you're right, crowds. I mean, in a community where you know everybody, like pubs and stuff, yeah, those are great. But like, I don't really like crowds. I like more intimate settings. And you know, they're bitching. Oh, people, they don't go to the club and or they don't go to the bar for conversations anymore. And it's like, well, usually people, they go do something and they have the conversations on the side, you know. And I think that's as it should be. I don't like going out just to have conversations. I don't know. It's weird. And it's the same thing when I stream. I don't like streaming when I don't have something ready to talk about already. If there's not already something to, like, I don't like just sitting here and just bullshitting off the top of my head, because it's not conducive. I like to watch stuff with you guys, and then just my natural thoughts. That's what I offer. I watch interesting things or stuff that I find interesting, and then when I feel like talking, I talk. Hey, you're right. Beer is food, and it's an ancient way of preserving food. But we have many ways of preserving food. We don't have to do it with alcohol anymore. We don't have to get drunk to live anymore. At one point, even they called it, what do they call it? After beer, something like that, where they would give the kids the wort, or they would give them the watered down version.
To try to address the issue, French wine growers have decided to make some of their full-bodied reds more watery by chucking the vine's stalks and stems into the fermentation process. This apparently decreases sugar content and reduces the alcohol in each bottle, but they hope it will make it more appealing to sexless Gen Z weirdos. There is a downside, though, because if you use stalks and stems, you do make the wine revolting. So they're replacing lovely wine that gets you a bit pissed with a wine.
See, the problem with that, Auto Hoax, is people aren't going to give up their phone. They're not going to go through that withdrawal. They're just going to say, well, that bar's not for me. And they're going to keep right on walking. So, and that's what I'm saying is things have changed. The incentives have changed. And you either change with them and adapt, or you die, you fail. If you want to remain being a regular pub and fail, that's your prerogative. But they have to figure, if they want to keep people, if they want to keep in business, they're going to have to figure out how to get those young people in their doors. And they talk about a lot of stuff they do.
Tastes like battery acid and doesn't. It's why this ancient practice was stopped in the first place. On this side of the channel, the Gen Zers.
I really don't get, why is it so important that Gen Z drink their beverages, drink their alcoholic beverages? Why is it so important? Why must they drink them? Like, I don't get that. Nobody has explained that yet. Why? Just to keep farmers that are in business just to keep them in business, just to make sure that the grape vineyards are still in fuck them grape vineyards. Fuck those grape vineyards straight up. Let them sell their grapes raw. We don't need alcoholic beverages. Like, the shit is bad. You know how many people die a year from drunk driving? This stuff is not good. We have a very unsafe society because of alcohol.
Yes, well, you had to say
Are
that.
also causing problems. Only here it's with beer. And they're citing this stat about 3 breweries per week and 8 pubs
See,
per week
no
facing closure.
headphones. You see that? That was a no AirPods sign.
And the 28-year-olds who believe they survive on water alone aren't exactly helping. Now, I should explain at this point that I have a vested interest because, in addition to my farm, I have both a brewery and a pub. No one spots business opportunities and trends better than me. And I decided to have a think about why Gen Z people are behaving so strangely. Why, as a species, we have been drinking beer for 9,000 years, have they just suddenly decided to stop? Obviously, health is now an issue because someone with pink armpit hair and a keffiyeh recently decided that if you go to the pub with your mates and have a couple of pints and a laugh and maybe a kebab on the way home, you may be a red-nosed Tory. Far better to do a downward dog and drink something effervescent from amongst limestone well in Nepal. But actually, if you talk to Gen Z kids, they'll tell you that beer at 6 pounds a pint is the main problem. Because it might as well be 6 million if you have a student loan to pay off and you're not prepared to earn a bit extra by going online and putting things in your front bottom.
We've talked before about the idea. We did a whole topic probably a couple years ago about how the idea, like, they're going to the grocery store and they're spending more money on like high quality food because they're like, look, I'm never going to pay off my student loan. I'm never going to own a home. I might as well take the good things in life while I can get them. And if that like little sweet treat means like making a good dinner for yourself, they'll spend the money on that. So I don't necessarily buy that it's that. I think that this has more to do with the social implications. It has a lot to do with phones.
I've never
Definitely.
been a drinker.
I mean, on that point though,
I drank till I was like 20 or my early 20s, and I could probably count how many times I've drank on on 2 hands. It's my mid 20s, in my mid 30s. I drink on New Year's, maybe. I've done that several years, but not every year.
so that is getting catered to because there's this huge surge in boutique health food grocery stores that aren't the health food of the 2010s, meaning, you know, plant-based and all that stuff. It's like you're buying like grass-fed butter and like beef tallow and
Alex Clark is like knocking on the door
it's
right
like
now.
it's like Maha coated, but extremely expensive boutique grocers are popping up more often than pubs and bars.
There was an
whereas
article the other day about people falling in love at Erewhon.
Oh my god,
They're like,
that's horrible.
they're like, we're not going online. They're not dating online. They're going to meet people at Erewhon.
Well,
What is
one of these bar
Erewhon?
owners in the piece said that she met her husband in a pub, but young people these days are more likely to meet in the gym because they're so focused on wellness
Or
and
running
incorporating that
groups.
into their lifestyle.
Running groups.
Run clubs, yeah, that sort of thing. And then they get into the social implications here. So Louise McLean, who runs pubs such as Cold Town House in Edinburgh and Church on the Hill in Glasgow, says the demands of younger customers have completely changed. This is the worst shit ever, okay? Young people want to be entertained because their lives are governed by the device in their hand, by social media. People constantly screaming, entertain me. Whether that is a sport, whether it's music, quizzes, wreath making, whatever it is, it's all about experiences. So Gen Z want to go to the pub for trivia night or a crochet circle
This is
or
millennials.
an arts and crafts workshop, but not to just have a normal conversation with another adult.
This is millennials' fault for themed game nights. We
Exactly.
created this. This is my
I
fault.
mean,
My
Zoomers have
generation's
no
fault.
room to talk, making fun of millennials for their axe throwing bars and their obsession with like going to barcades.
No, you know what else it is? It's escape rooms. And
Yeah.
And if the people are still going out to escape rooms and to, like, they have all kinds of coffee shops, game rooms, escape room. They're going out. What difference does it make if they're damaging their health or getting drunk or, you know, wrecking their car drunk or not? Like, what difference does it make? Honestly, I think it's better that we find new ways. The bar in the club is an outdated platform. It is an outdated idea. It's done. It's over. It had its day for hundreds of years, the pub. It's done. People don't want to do it anymore. Times have changed. Technology has, you know, and we need to adapt. We need to change with it because those things are dead. And yeah, they are nostalgic and they were a part of our youths. They were a part of our lives, those of us who are older, but it's not like they're sacred. They're not fucking temples, you know, those aren't godlike temples or something. They're bars. And if we find new ways to mingle, new ways to enjoy ourselves, so much the better, honestly.
escape rooms.
We gave people
Zoomers
too many
have no room to
options.
talk.
There's just we've given people too many options on things they can do for fun now. Nobody can just sit down and get drunk and destroy their liver without, further entertainment. It's like, also, like, I agree with Jesse in the chat, said people are afraid of going and looking stupid because somebody's going to film them. And
Yes.
there is a certain section of the population where that's going to be very,
That's
very
not
powerful,
cool.
right? It's not necessarily that they're worried that they're going to get in trouble or they're going to, like, their college is going to revoke their scholarship. It's just that out of context, they don't want to be seen that way and they don't want to go viral for that reason.
Well,
No matter how
yeah.
minuscule of a possibility that is, they're just like, you know what? I can stay home, smoke weed, and play games, and that'll be fine. And then I don't have to spend however many dollars on an Uber or gas to go do something.
And it is quite vulnerable to reach out to a friend or a group of friends and first of all take the risk that they might not accept the invitation, but also
Now, that's
accept the
stupid.
premise
I
of
think
your
that's
request.
bullshit. They're trying to figure out, like, come up with reasons that this is taking place, and I think it has nothing to do with being vulnerable with your friends. When you say, hey man, let's meet up such and such and hang out, that's not vulnerability. That's just wanting to have a conversation with your friends. Having conversations is fun. That's how you make friends. Spend a day with somebody and you have good conversations, and when you get home or when you're falling asleep, you're thinking, geez, I really enjoyed that person's company. I want to do that tomorrow. I want to do that again. It's the same as, that's why they call it recreation. You're trying to recreate something that you enjoyed. And that's what that is. Like, I remember friends in elementary school when I still thought that simple. I remember thinking, hanging out with them one day and just being like, man, I want to hang out with them every day. They're so much fun to be around.
I want to
did hang out with them every day.
meet up with you just to have a conversation and connect with you as another human being, rather than, oh, there's a trivia night, we should do a quiz. Like, that's such an easy out for wanting human connection that gives you like a perfect excuse when you don't need an excuse to like have a conversation with somebody.
I mean,
What's
this is
the problem with having an excuse? People do that all the time, having an excuse to dress up, an excuse to go out. What's the problem there? I don't get it. What is the problem? There is no problem, but it's like they're trying to pathologize natural behavior, natural proclivities of people, modern people today, and it's stupid. Let it go. You had your traditions and the stuff that you liked. Well, this generation has different stuff. Let them enjoy let them enjoy it. There's like a minimum, friendships and human conversations, human interactions. That's almost like food or oxygen or water. You have to have a certain amount of that. Like, it really is a basic necessity. So whether people go to bars or not, they are going to seek human interaction. And people getting all upset and their feathers ruffled because those people aren't choosing to do it while they get drunk and get drunk and cause trouble. It really, the mask slips there. Then you get to see really what they care about. It's their fucking money. It's hurting businesses, and they'll do anything to keep that from happening. If they have to shame Gen Z, they will.
happened to us, like 28 years of skating. Like, to me, like, we would literally go skate spots, go skate rails and ledges, and we just sit there and loiter for hours talking and hanging out. But to me, the idea of doing that anywhere else other than while out with a shared activity just sounds like torture to me.
Well, maybe that's just you, but most people, they do need conversation to stay sane. And I think it doesn't need to have some sort of label or excuse attached to it to justify it. And this one 22-year-old that they interviewed in the piece said that they're looking
Absolutely,
for something
Flip.
extra out of going out. They want to feel like it's a reason, an extra element of feeling like an event to get dressed up for. She said if the pub offers more than just a pint, she's more
Oh, you
inclined
went
to go.
to
A quiz
Bro.
or a game is one of the main things that would get me to the pub. I love having a conversation with my friends, but it's even more fun when there's a quiz.
It's like
Shut the F up.
It's like the movie
that
theaters.
is so horrible.
it's movie theaters that now have to offer like escape rooms and human tic-tac-toe and all of these other things just to stay in business. Even the movie's not enough anymore.
I am the opposite of whatever this is, like an activity person. No. I don't want to hear the rules explained to me. I don't want to be asked trivia questions.
Yep.
I don't even want to play darts. I don't even want to do that. I don't want to watch a game on the TVs that are playing. It's more just for the ambiance. I just want to talk to people. It's not that complicated. But as for the social media element of it all, they interviewed a 23-year-old who also happens to be a bartender himself. He says this behavior is standard for most people and takes away from the feeling of community when, you're alone and in the absence of something to do, you just look at your phone. And he admits that he does this himself.
Yep.
The potential for being approached by someone who is filming has created an unstable feeling of anxiety among peers. Nowadays, when on Instagram or TikTok, you have all of these videos of people walking up to random people on the street and recording them. And it adds this anxiety to the person being approached. They think, I don't want to get ostracized for saying the wrong thing. Or what if I do this and embarrass myself and become a meme all over the internet? That's constantly in the back of people's heads nowadays. Another girl said, I don't want to end up in the background of people's Instagram stories. This is like, okay, I get it. Like, we're living in the age of like the social media and surveillance, panopticon. Like, you are more likely to end up in that scenario than you ever were before. However, you're also overestimating your own importance, and you have main character syndrome if you think that anyone is paying that much attention to you, and you're making yourself miserable.
But a lot of people feel that way. Like, they have that anxiety that they're being looked at, even if they're not, or like the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to get over it.
It's like when you're walking down the street and you trip over your own feet. Like, very few people ever actually saw you do that. It just, stuff happens, and then they forgot about it 3 seconds later. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's like what they have to. I don't know how to even
Right.
teach someone this.
You
It's like,
can't.
Darts.
You almost it almost has to be
hate
intrinsic to who
darts.
you are. It has to be how you, maybe not how you were raised, but there are just certain people where that's not going to bother them. But I would be willing to bet that there is a strong correlation between the amount of time you spend on your
Crisis
phone,
maker.
kind of self-involved
fuck?
in your own life, and how much you believe that the people around you are going to look at you that way, as if you're the main character of anything, when we're not. You're
Yeah,
not the
this
main
is
character in somebody else's
This is a
life.
narcissistic tendency that needs to be excised from any person who's like actually a grown-up. I mean, I understand that teenagers are self-conscious and you grow out of it, but these people aren't growing out of it. This one is 27 years old.
And I think these people are idiots. Oh, they're not growing out of it. No, they have grown out of it. They're 27. And if they all haven't grown out of it, well, then that means that whatever you think people grow out of is not something that is grown out of anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, back in the day, people used to grow out of stuff and then they would start going to bars at 18, 19, or in their 20s. Well, they don't do that anymore. People have grown out of growing out of things, if that's a way to put it. They've grown out of going to bars. What's the big, that's a good thing. Like, bars are awful, dingy, dirty, and people they spend their lives in bars. People ruin themselves, nobody respects barflies or thinks, geez, I want to be a barfly someday. I want to be one of those losers that spends their entire weekend at the fucking bar or recovering from the night before at the bar. Nah, man, fuck that. Nobody thinks that's glorious or a great thing. Those are the losers that didn't grow out of the bar. The people that never grew up and had kids, or the people that grew up and had kids but still frequent the bar. That's not something to be lauded or looked up to or role modeled at all.
Like, you've basically at that age cemented the core of who you are. And it looks like you're just cooked at that point, unless you have like some serious like ego death. Like, I think that's what these people need, is like maybe a mini ego death to get over their anxieties. Because like, I had social anxiety as a kid, and you just keep putting yourself in uncomfortable situations until that feeling goes away, because nobody's watching you. Nobody cares. I even say this to somebody who was that person. Like, somebody actually walked up to me and was recording me, and I just called him out for it and moved on with my day. Like, it's actually not that serious. But yeah, they just, first of all, are like looking for a weird way to like avoid vulnerability by admitting to their own friends that they want to have a conversation with them, and
That's
avoid
stupid.
vulnerability by being in public in
stupid.
general, instead of doom scrolling in their bed
Bullshit.
and like ladaring. That's what Clavicular calls it. He calls it ladaring, laying down and rotting.
Kloonberg says, Brett, that logic goes out the window once you look at the millions of videos of random people being made fun of on YouTube or TikTok. Well, if we're talking about people that made the videos themselves, that's different than somebody being in the background of somebody else's video. And even then, that's your own
got
prison
kids.
that you kind of create for yourself. You have to
Come
you
on.
have to put like actual real world experience and living a life ahead of that fear. And
something about brown eyes with blonde hair, I honestly can't stand it. Practically, I dated a chick that was a natural blonde with brown eyes. She was the exception. I don't know why, but I just don't really find it attractive at all. And she's obviously a natural blonde. Look at her eyebrows. The bush matches, or the rug definitely matches.
I'm not saying I don't get it. I get it, like 110%.
The curtains.
But you're sacrificing a whole lot there, and that's coming from somebody like me who isn't the most social person. like very much so, Olivia will be the one to be like, we should go do this today. And I'm like, okay. Like, very rarely am I the one who wants to make those plans to go do things. But that doesn't mean I don't get out and do things. I go out and walk for an hour every night, and I skate on the weekends, and I get exercise, and I go out and live in the real world. You can't sacrifice those things for that type of anxiety. It's kind of like a form of surrender.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this happened just the other night. I was walking down the street and ended up literally in the background of someone's photo. Their friend was taking photos of them, and I was walking in the background, and I just, I might have been in some of them, but I walked out of the way, and, if that happened and anyone saw it, I guess, like, go with God. Like, that's...
Photobomb next time.
Sure, whatever. Yeah. It really, in the cosmic sense, like, doesn't matter. You need to just look at, like, the big
Definitely
picture.
does look like
Nobody
a kid,
actually
like a ghost,
is paying that
Casper.
much attention to you. You should just put it out of your mind, if at all possible. But another aspect to this, I think the cost stuff is basically a fake excuse. But the other aspect to this is like this wellness trend, this obsession with health and optimization, early bedtimes, acting like you're a grandma when you're only 26, kind of humble bragging about being a loser.
That was a millennial. That was a millennial thing. Long before Gen Z was like,
it's a Zoomer thing too.
It's like, I don't go out on Friday. Look, I was that person. I get it, but it's like, it does feel like, again, like a form of surrender to like, just be like, I don't go out and do things. I stay home and watch Netflix. Like,
it's like
bragging about it feels like a weird form of surrender. Like, you've given up on anything, so you decide to make fun of it instead.
It's like the same like phenomenon when someone cares a lot about maintaining their appearance and like anti-aging and all of that. But
they're right, though. I know exactly what they're talking about when they say people humble bragging about being losers. I know what they're talking about. There is something there is something bad about that, something negative, because I've had those feelings where it's like you give up sort of, and you get indignant about giving up, where the people around you are bothered by the fact that you've given up. So you kind of rub in the fact that you're giving up just to piss them off. Like, I've done that. I can be a very stubborn person. And I've had that before where, somebody's like trying to help me for my own good. And I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. I don't want to do it. I'm just going to stay at home. I don't even want to go do it anyway. And they get kind of like, my mom would get kind of upset, like pissed off that I was just kind of blowing something off. That, and I know what they're saying. That can happen where you get so dejected and so demoralized that you being a dickhead just to piss, because you want to see somebody bothered by it. But they're like bashing people that go to bed early because, they live like a grandma. Well, like I said, living like a grandma, that's a really healthy way to live. Like, old people do what they do because it's good, because it's something that you can do always. It's something you can do for the rest of your life. Like, old people don't do the stupid stuff. They don't do the old stuff or the hard stuff or the dumb stuff, but certainly the dumb stuff. They've learned from their lives. They know what luxury really is, what relaxing really is. So when somebody trying to say, they're bragging about their grandma's life, it's like bragging about the fact that they're enjoying themselves. They're living what they feel is a luxurious life. I just think it's stupid. It's like saying that old people don't know what's good for them. That's fucking dumb. Old people are the people that know what's good for them the best out of any of us. And it kind of pissed me off hearing them say it. They're like, whoever said Team You, Tim Pool or whatever.
They're not going to use their beauty for anything of substance, like attracting a mate. And similarly,
I don't think it's bad for people to focus on that, though. I don't think it's bad for people to focus on that. Like, I still remember when soda like lost its spot as the top of the #1 drink in America and it became water. Like, we're better off as a society if we're at least focusing a little bit. We talk about we talk about how fat Americans are. Maybe a little bit of focus on the health isn't the worst thing in the world.
Well, yeah, but no one was fat because soda was
Bullshit. No one was fat because of soda? You're fucking stupid, woman. You are dumb if you think nobody's fat because of soda. Bro, the only times I've ever been fat was because of fucking soda, man. It's empty calories that you drink without even thinking about that there's 150 calories in that can. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Soda is awful. It is so awful. It's wonderful, but we drink it in excess. Bro, soda makes so many people fat. That is not exaggeration. And if we didn't have, like, man, I gained weight over the last 8 months because I haven't been working, doing tree work. And I was getting used to drinking, or I was still drinking soda all the time without burning the calories at work, and I realized it and had to, back off and lose the weight. It's just, hearing that is stupid. No, it definitely does cause people that's a fact. And I would say maybe soda might be the main cause, because they don't drink soda like that in Europe. They don't do it. And they're healthier because of it. I seen, Lindsey Graham was on a Sunday show this morning. It blows my mind how, this guy is like the crypt keeper. This is an evil This guy is an evil
Senator Lindsey Graham
person.
of South Carolina. Senator Graham, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
And I think it's weird. How can this woman have him on there and treat him that way? This guy is so bloodthirsty. It's incredible. Like, I don't understand. How do we let this guy represent us? How do we let this guy be the public face of America? This guy is diabolical. He's evil, man. He's evil. We're out, as far as I'm concerned, we're out there, making the right choices, killing all the right people. What? Bro. That's incredible, man. That's some fucking crazy shit.
Historic week.
Yeah.
Let's start right there with the President's Summit in China. One of the biggest issues discussed was Taiwan. Just for our viewers, it's a self-ruling democracy that China has vowed to control. Now, Congress voted to approve billions of dollars in arms sales to defend the island. But in an interview after the summit, President Trump would not commit to supporting Taiwan. I want to play you a little bit of what he had to say.
You're waiting on approving billions of dollars of weapons for Taiwan. Is that moving forward?
Well, I haven't approved it yet. We're going to see what happens.
What are you looking
I may
for?
do it. I may not do it.
Yeah, what's your hinge point?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but I may do it. I may not do it.
Senator, can Taiwan be secure without U.S. support?
Well, I think it's in our interest to make sure they can be secure. The country, for a long time, has a one China policy. Now, what does that mean? We don't recognize two Chinas. We recognize one China with two systems. It's been the policy of the United States to help provide military aid to Taiwan. We have economic integration with Taiwan. So I want to continue that policy. Strategic ambiguity. What would we do if China invaded Taiwan? Well, we have strategic ambiguity. Trump said, President Trump, it would be up to me and me alone. And he's right about that. What can I do as a member of Congress? We'll be introducing with Senator Sullivan from Alaska hard-hitting pre-invasion sanctions that would put tariffs and sanctions on China if they did invade Taiwan. I want China to know, if you invade Taiwan, try to take Taiwan by force, here's what happens to your economy, the full weight.
How stupid. If you take Taiwan, historically your land with your people that look exactly like you, speak the same language, have the same fucking DNA, the exact same people, if you just so happen to try and unify, well, we're going to starve ourselves out. We're going to destroy our own economy. That's the most fucking absurd thing I've ever heard a politician say. Our entire economy is totally interwoven in China. To shut ourselves off from China or to put sanctions on China, that's major economic suffering on our behalf. And we're going to do that to stop Chinese people? Like, that's China's historical land, and we don't own it. There's just a group of Chinese that want to consider themselves separate, from China. Like, imagine if China owned Taiwan already. What would we do if Taiwan declared their independence and tried to break away from China? We would say, you're not allowed to do that. You're just a part of China. You're a part of the majority, and the majority doesn't want you to leave. You don't get to. That'd be like Texas saying, yeah, we're leaving. We're leaving. This little teeny population can just decide to steal all this land from America, steal all the businesses, and it's ridiculous. We've been helping Taiwan put on this charade for our benefit, and we can't really afford it anymore. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, and I get it, that we have a lot of money invested there, but this whole this excuse or this facade, this total their fabricated reason for not allowing it is that they're a democracy. It's total bullshit. We don't care if it's a democracy or not. We have business there. We have companies there. and we need Taiwan to do business, to make our computer chip. And that's the only reason. Taiwan would have joined China a long time ago if we weren't holding them up and telling them to remain by. You know what I'm saying? Like, Taiwan is separate for our interests. It's not for their interests. It's for our interests. And they say, oh, yes, Taiwan has a democracy. Does anybody honestly believe that we don't influence that democracy? And we have all this influence in Taiwan, and the opposition party, a big part of Taiwan, still wants to join China. So it's like, you know, obviously we're pulling strings behind the scenes and keeping Taiwan separate. I mean, if we weren't involved, Taiwan would have joined China by now. It's ridiculous. The only reason why they haven't joined China is because there's another benefactor on the planet that's willing to pay, or that's willing to pay for them and to invest in them. So they don't need China. That's the only reason. And we're kind of becoming a lousy benefactor. We don't own up to our obligations. You know, we do that. All the time there's questions about whether or not America will fulfill its obligations, because we make promises to countries all over the world that we'll take care of them, we'll back them, we'll side them, and they should just keep doing what they're doing, or they can do, like Israel. Yeah, you can keep killing people and committing genocides. We'll side you. We'll back you. You know, you can do whatever you want. And it's we do that with a lot of countries. And in the past, we have made it possible for people to do atrocities on their own people just because they were on our side. You know, I did do his voice, but thank you. I mean, just because there'll be a revolution, or there'll be a conflict in a country, and one side has a communist bent, or the Soviet Union would back the one side, and we would back the other side, whether or not they were murderers or evil. We would back them just because they were on the Soviet Union side. So I'm just tired of this propaganda, this script of everybody else on the planet is evil and bad. We're the only ones that are good, and everything gets spun so that we're the victims, or that they're attacking us, when really it's the opposite. We're the ones imposing ourselves on people that don't want us. And I'm getting tired of it, man. I'm just getting tired of it. Like, people don't want our fucking fast dog food anymore. They don't want our pride flags. Like, all of a sudden, Levi's jeans, people are rejecting them. They're not imbibing the American culture anymore, because we've gotten rid of all the good traditional American culture, Levi's and Coca-Cola. Now it's pride flags and sex changes. People don't want our garbage. It's garbage. We have let the worst element of our society take over, and we're having trouble exporting it. We're having trouble selling our image of ourselves, because the stuff that we think is great and we hold up, it's evil and it's inhumane. It's dystopian. Nobody wants it. And then we wonder, why is it that nobody wants our shit? Well, it's like you let these insane leftists take over, these Marxists, who think husbands and wives, marriages are oppression. And we wonder why that doesn't sell so well to the rest of the world, who didn't go to college in America, who didn't go through indoctrination in America. You know, they all live normal lives. And it bothers our feminists that other women aren't dying to be feminists, aren't dying to live a miserable existence. I mean, it's pathetic. I seen a thing on X. You always see this bullshit too, where it shows a picture of beach volleyball. You know, a picture of beach volleyball, and some feminist says, "Oh, why are these outfits so revealing? You know, this is objectification, this and that." And it's like, here's one. Devotion oppressed. But they say, why do they wear bikinis in beach volleyball matches? It's like, well, why do women wear bikinis on beaches? Does anybody know? Does the class know why women wear bikinis on beaches? Let's see if we can sound it out. Do they wear bikinis because their husbands and fathers force them to wear bikinis? Would anybody say that that could reasonably be the case, that women are forced to wear bikinis? Does anybody even does anybody believe that for a second? Does anybody believe that bikinis were forced on women in the 60s when they came out? Yeah, when my mom was like 8, she got her first bikini. Did her dad force her to? No. My mom wanted to wear a bikini. Women like wearing bikinis. They like showing their ass off. Why can people? They play beach volleyball in bikinis because they like showing themselves off. They like it. And it pisses me off when these feminists try to say that the West, these women in these revealing clothes, the West, see right here, boom, this is the one I was talking about. These women are mostly lesbians, grooming children, especially vulnerable. And then why do female athletes in beach volleyball have to show off their butts? Why is it forbidden for men to do the same? Why do they have to show off their butts? Because they want to. They don't have to, man. They don't have to. Nobody forces women to wear that in a sport. Nobody. You can't show me where that happens. And I seen a picture on X yesterday or this week that showed a beach volleyball match where it was like a Western team versus a Muslim country team, or it was like Iraq or something. And the women were wearing hijabs with, around their head with a black cloak on, or black tunic and black yoga pants. And it said, the caption said, the flip side of the same misogynist coin. And I thought, it just pissed me off, but I was thinking to myself, like, did it ever occur to you that actually it's not the flip side of a misogynist coin? That's just women wearing clothes that they prefer to wear. Isn't that more or less, like, that's more likely the situation here? Because Western women don't wear fucking bikinis because men want them to wear bikinis. No, they wear bikinis because they like bikinis. It has nothing to do with men forcing them into anything. Matter of fact, this whole bullshit about Western society as a patriarchy and it's this and that. Yo, we have the most liberal society on planet when it comes to women. Since like hundreds of years, we have had the most liberal the liberal society ever. And yet we're the most misogynistic though, somehow. It's because we're the only ones that are stupid enough to care what they have to say. Honestly, we're the only ones that actually give a shit what people think of us. And like what guys actually, this is like a funny one, what girls think guys want, what guys actually want. And yet somebody would say that this is misogynistic, that she's wearing that because men want her to wear that, when that's bullshit. That men like women however they want to dress. Men honestly just don't care, because when it was up to men, women were covering their entire bodies. They didn't even show their chest. They didn't hardly even show their hands. They wore gloves. Okay, that's when women, or when men have more of a say. When men have less of a say, women wear less. When men don't have a say, women wear this stuff or bikinis. No man wants his daughter wearing that shit. Like, it's just, no, it's not the case. It pisses me off when I see stuff like this too. Allahu Akbar, a guy in the car. And these are all J's. Of course, this is Laura Loomis. Yes. Her post. Don't mix everything together. Don't fuel hatred. Don't play the game of the far right. He is a troubled young man. Don't forget we colonized this country. Is it an isolated case? A crazy man. He was manipulated by the system. Yeah, that's the same bullshit that they tell the British when some crazy Arab guy stabs a bunch of people. They say, don't look back and hate. They tell a father whose son is dead, don't look back and hate. But, this is supposed to be Jewish people. Well, bro, I seen a video today that showed that Jerusalem Day in Jerusalem, and literally all the Palestinian, Muslim, and Christian shops all have to close down on Jerusalem Day. the Christian quarter, anything that's not Jewish, they have to close down on Jerusalem Day because it is stormed by violent Jews and settlers, and they attack and kill anybody who's not a Jew on Jerusalem Day. So everybody who's not that, they have to hide on that day. And you're going to tell me that guy, most of the time you're in Jerusalem, the guy in the car is the J, not the Muslim. It's the J. We just seen in the last few weeks, a nun get shoved to a French nun get shoved to the ground and then kicked by the same guy. The guy walked past the nun, gets 20 paces away, and then decides, I want to attack that woman. And then he turns around, runs back to the woman, shoves her as hard as he can, throws her like 10 feet, and she damn near dies. He shoves her into like a concrete curb with a corner, and she pretty much looked like she hit her face on the corner. And then he starts kicking her, and it took the crowd around him to stop the guy. And you want to tell me that the Muslims, they're the ones attacking people in Israel and in Jerusalem? No, they're not. No, they're not. They're the ones being attacked. And then you want to act like they're evil or crazy when they rebel or one of them has had enough and snaps. Nah, I'm not believing that bullshit. Like it's too in your face. It's too in your face now. They don't get away with being the victim anymore. They're not the victim. Nobody thinks they're victims anymore. Nobody. All you see is them victimizing other people. I saw it on YouTube where chick just swinging on a male student. Ooh, damn. Holy shit. Equal rights and equal lefts, as they say. Damn. What was she thinking? What an idiot. Wow, he should have let up after that. I mean, what was she thinking? What was she thinking there? That's stupid. Why would you provoke a guy like that? It's not going to turn out well for you. And that guy, honestly, I don't blame that guy. That guy was getting his ass beat. You know, she was beating up on him and shit. Doesn't like, and I hate women. Oh, like a woman hurts. It's like, yeah, they do hurt, and quit pretending like they don't. You know, if they don't, why don't I see you getting into fights and picking fights with them? Here's the one that I saw earlier. This doesn't bother you, but this does bother you. I agree. I think both of these are something. This is a choice. You know, I was watching a movie the other day. I was watching the original Mark of Zorro with Tyrone Power. Great movie, by the way. But there's a scene in that movie where he is in the church hiding everybody. You know, he just hacked or infiltrated a fort and threatened somebody, and he's trying to get away, but they're searching the compound. So he slips into the chapel, and he puts on a monk's or a priest's robe, you know, like the monk robe, the brown with the rope. And he's in there, and this beautiful young girl who's the niece of the person who owns the compound, and he's in there, and she's talking to she's praying, and something about that scene hit me, and just immediately I see things a little differently now. But like, there's a reason why monks wore robes. You know, you guys see in movies like Saturday Night Fever or movies that have a lot of Italian stuff in them where you see priests and fathers. And have you guys ever kind of noticed like what the priest in a Catholic church is there for? Like when you go to confession, what is that like? You know, you're behind a veil. The priest can't see your face. You can't see the priest's face. But there's meant to be a detachment there. And the priest, they live a life of detachment. We are not supposed to see priests as humans. We're not supposed to see them as somebody, basically a human. Like you're not supposed to see them as a potential mate, nuns or priests. They're supposed to be objective fathers that you can go to for advice, that you can go to, man or woman, with whatever vice you or whatever problem you're having, and you can spill your guts to the Father, and he will give you his objective opinion and tell you, people say all the time, am I right or am I wrong? Am I the asshole? And the Father could give you an objective sense of that. And there's a reason why nuns dress like this, and there's a reason why priests and monks wore those robes, because in the robes, you know how they always keep their head down and their arms and the sleeves, and they keep their head down. You never see their faces. The monks. That's by design. When you see somebody's face, you can become attracted to them. You know what I'm saying? When somebody's wearing a monk's robes, they have almost an omnipotent presence to them. They're not human beings. They're not somebody that you can fall in love with. And they wear robes to prevent that. They wear robes to prevent women from finding them attractive, because they don't want people, because obviously those urges are hard enough to resist as it is. Imagine if women were throwing themselves at you, if women were coming on to you and were, if as a priest, would that not make it that much harder? Would it not be that much harder to be a priest and to withhold your vow of celibacy if women were constantly coming on to you? And there's been a lot of movies about that. The Night of the Iguana with Richard Burton, he plays an unfrocked priest because a girl came on to him and he didn't have the strength. And that happens. That happened in the past. It happened very often. So when you see that priest, he's dressing that way so that it's easier for him to maintain his virtue. Same thing with nuns. They cover up their hair so that men don't get aroused. They cover up their arm, they cover up their body so that men aren't aroused by it. So men can maintain the facade, the illusion that this person is not a person. They're separate from society. They're not a potential mate. That isn't possible. They're married to the Lord. Well, they wear clothes to make sure that is easy, or that is as easy as possible to maintain. It's the same thing with the hijab. Women in the West did the same thing in the Victorian era when they wore dresses that had collars and they didn't expose their chests, and they wore hats with veils over their face, and that's all it was. It was women wanting to maintain their own virtue, and society wanting men to maintain their own virtue, to maintain their own vows with their spouses. It's easier to maintain those vows and to maintain your own virtue when you're not being tempted by everybody around you. It's easier. Society works better when people aren't tempting each other all the time. There's enough infidelity as it is. When everybody is dressing appropriately, there's already a ton of temptation, natural temptation. And these different ways of dressing is just humanity's attempt to deal with their own nature, their own natural proclivities, to deal with the natural way of being, the human existence. And when I see feminists talking shit about it, they're just bitter hags. Totally, just bitter hags. Because, a woman that has a husband that she loves doesn't give a shit about, she wants to maintain her virtue. It's only women that don't have a man that want to show themselves off. Women that imbibe our garbage culture and, they want to go to Vegas for vacation and while they're married, it's ridiculous. But this stuff is good stuff. And the fact that nuns and priests, they wear clothes that separate them from the population because they don't want to get married. They can't get married. So what's the point of tempting people? It's the same thing with the hijab. People are just trying to do right by their loved ones and to be strong, positive role models for their own children, their own communities. They want to dress like this. That's how they want to dress. Nuns want to dress like this. They don't want men to see them sexually. Same thing with wives. in Muslim countries, they don't want to be seen in a sexual setting in public. They don't want people to sexualize them. Whereas our fucking shitty society, that's all women want. They've just totally objectified themselves. I mean, I seen a post the other day. It was 90 or this huge percentage of or big percentage of women, they sell their souls on OnlyFans, and then all the women consume their souls. It wasn't put that way actually, but the way that it was put was almost, it was women sell their souls on OnlyFans and men consume the OnlyFans. But the way it looked at first glance was like person said, women sell their souls on OnlyFans and men consume them. And it was so perfect. I thought, wow, that is a perfect way of summing that up. Women sell their souls on the internet and men consume those souls on the internet. I mean, honestly, could you put it any better? Could there be a better analogy for that, my dudes? Like, it just, when I saw that, I thought to myself, whoa, I never thought of it that way before. I don't want to, I think it's, I commented on mass. It's in here. Yeah, and like I said, women's clothes in general are too today, honestly. They really are. Modern women they don't even understand the point of a woman covering their hair and feminine. Is so people can live without being sexualized by everybody they see. It's the same reason why monks wear robes with hoods. It creates detachment. And that Odyssey, oh, here's the one that I was looking at. Look, you see the women in the hijabs? I couldn't believe, I was like, wow, they're participating in beach volleyball now, and it makes sense. You know, they want to participate. You know, maybe they could be really good at beach volleyball, but they're not going to sexualize themselves. Although I submit yoga pants are pretty sexy. I mean, honestly, are they not sexy? I mean, the yoga or the Oakleys are goofy, you know, but like a woman could be sexy even though she's like dressed like that, you know. And honestly, I think it is more sexy to be able to come off as sexy and attractive, but not by showing off your skin, but by how you carry yourself, you know, the way that you know what I'm saying? Like there is something about that is, I think, is very sexy. But you know, people attacking, yeah, look, two sides of the same misogynist coin. Men got to wear comfortable shorts and t-shirts. Women are either covered. Who says that bikinis aren't comfortable? We all know that they're comfortable. Like, men wear Speedos. Well, who the fuck are you fooling trying to say that bikinis aren't comfortable? Women wouldn't wear them if they weren't comfortable. They are way more comfortable than the other outfits, I'm sure. Speedos are more comfortable than fucking board shorts. Women are either covered from head to toe or have their butts completely exposed. That's not men's fault. It's not men's fault. Women wear what they want to wear. Like, isn't it kind of odd that, yeah, both these women, they're wearing the extremes. Either they want to wear nothing or they want to expose nothing. That's not because of men at all. God damn it. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's not because of men that they're wearing bikinis. It's not because of men that those women are wearing yoga pants and hijabs. They come from different cultures, where in our culture, there's social capital to being good looking and showing off your body. Over there, there's social capital to being virtuous and untouched. And like what those women are doing that are from Egypt, what they're doing makes them more valuable in their culture. What the white women are doing makes them more valuable in their culture. They're not doing it because anybody forced them to do it. They're just trying to maximize their own attractiveness. And our societies have different opinions on what is attractive and what's feminine. Apparently women just existing is misogyny. As if women are born, there will always be misogyny because they're in the world with men, don't you know? Don't you see? The only way that there would not be even if men didn't exist, there would still be oppression and misogyny because women existing is misogyny. Doesn't matter what they do or how they dress, as long as they exist, there will be misogyny. If men don't care how females dress, it would also be misogyny because the men are withholding their attention. Yeah, if men didn't exist, it would be misogynistic because the nerve of those men for dying off, the misogynistic nerve. How dare they? Withholding attention from us. Don't they know we need validation? Disgusting pigs. Yeah, here we go. 4 million women are on the OnlyFans selling their souls, but no one is talking about 240 million men consuming it every day, yet consuming their souls. What? What are you talking about? Confirming what? And this here, yet China has no democracy, yet every city has a subway. It's true. No, I'm not on speed. Energetic. Happening a lot lately. There was like a couple weeks ago, I was just like, I don't know what it was, but my brain, my cognitive dead. I wasn't thinking at all. How about this one? I saw this one earlier, this sad reality. Before I got rich and famous, Italian girls didn't like me. Not even some of my classmates. They say they don't like black guys because they don't. It was hard to find a white girlfriend. No shit. So I tried going to the street with a little money I had, but they kept rejecting me for being black. So when I finally signed my professional soccer contract, I leveled up, bought myself a car, and went out to pick up 4 girls to have fun with me. I sat in the middle, 2 on my right and 2 on my left. People thought I was a Casanova, but I did it out of revenge. From then on, I understood that the only thing women want is money. When you're rich, they don't see you for your skin color or where you, hey, hate to burst your bubble, big dog. But yeah, white women, they like white guys. And I pulled women better looking than that. And I'm no fucking soccer player with a contract. I've pulled plenty of women as attractive as that, as young as that, even today. They just don't like coloreds, homeboy. It has nothing to do with money, bro. Like that's this dude's coping with it. He's an ugly colored. Oh, I didn't have money. They only like guys who have money. Money only matters. No, money matters when that's all you got, homeboy. If you're attractive, you don't need the money. Women, they will forego the money. They just want a good-looking guy. They want an attractive guy to have kids. They want an attractive, well-endowed guy hung like a Shetland pony. Duh. But they don't want a pockmarked doofus trying to be something he's not. Like, they barely even want to be near him. But it makes perfect sense. I mean, yo, man, why aren't you fine with your own kind, dude? Like, what's wrong with your kind? Anything? Pisses me off too. Women bitching and moaning. Hot take, men like this are straight up losers. His daughter is 19. Yeah, what is your point? Daughter is 19. And so what? That's a beautiful woman. It's like women think that men's tastes should age with them. Men find the same thing attractive their entire lives. The only reason why old men don't go with young women is because they haven't the money. They haven't the ability to go with young women. You know, like, and it's just, I think it's hilarious how these women, they hate men for always finding young women attractive. And the thing is when you're like, the whole point of women, you know, being with a woman is to produce offspring. And a very small portion of women's lives, of a female's life, can she actually produce offspring? And of that portion, only about half of it is truly fertile. You know, women in their late 30s, well, in their late 30s, I don't know. You know, it's a geriatric pregnancy after 35. The mother runs more of a risk of complications, possibly dying. There's more chance of birth defects. So, you know, there's like maybe a 15-year period where females are truly, like, you know, you bust a nut on their belly button and you get like quintuplets and shit. You know, they're not like that their whole life. They're not like that. They're only like that for like 15 years of their 8 to 9 decades on Earth. And so that's the age men prefer. And there's nothing we can do. We are not God. We didn't decide how long women were for. We had nothing to do with any of this shit. But they get all butthurt, and it's like, and even women my age, they get butthurt because they turned me down in the early 20s when I was talking about marriage. They turned me down. I still have 10 years of riding the cock carousel, and they honestly thought that they were going to ride that carousel and that I was going to wait for them and be there on the other side, still asking for marriage. Newsflash, it doesn't work that way. They came out the other side and nobody wanted them anymore. It's not my fault you wasted your best years on a bunch of random guys. And to them, it wasn't wasting it. They thought being married to one guy would be wasting it. So they went out and slept with every guy they saw, everything on 2 legs for 15 years. And then they're pissed off when they come out of that and nobody wants them anymore. You know, they're all used up. Sorry, you rode hard, put up wet. They're thinking that is a waste of their best years, their fertile years, by settling down and getting married, settling down and having children. But when they come out of that and they're in their 30s, all of a sudden, they feel like it was a waste. What they did while they were doing it the whole time, that was the best use of their fertile years. And then when their fertile years are running out, all of a sudden they trying to squeeze it in. And it's like, yo, if it was a waste of time when I wanted to marry you, it's a waste of time when you want to marry me, bitch. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Because I said I brought marriage up to multiple women and got laughed at every time. And those same women years later called me saying they want a family and they want kids. I bet you do. I bet you do. It's just not going to be with me. You know, keep it moving, kick rocks. But it's galling they think that men are a constant. The men will always be there. Men are dogs. They're dogs. They're disgusting. Everybody loves Raymond. They'll do anything for a piece of ass. That's what they think. So they assume these guys will wait. I'm such hot shit. Men will wait for me as long as I'm willing to push them. They'll wait for me forever because I'm such hot shit. And then they get older. They feel differently. And it's the exact opposite. No, men weren't willing to wait. You're not hot shit. You're not God's gift to man. Sorry, you're not. You're no good anymore. Men, when men are in their 20s, they want to date 20-year-olds. And then when they're getting their 30s, they want to date 20-year-olds. And those women, they honestly think that those men, because they're the same age, those guys, they'll always be looking for girls my age. They'll always, be thinking of me. They'll never get over me. They'll never want what's younger than me because they actually want me and who I am. When no, that's not it at all. They wanted you when you were young because they wanted to build a life with you. But you didn't want to build a life with them. You wanted to build your own life. And then hopefully he builds his own life. And later on, you can just jump into bed with him and jump into his life. Your life doesn't matter. And this is actually how they look at it. It's how it's always been. You know, women, they can do whatever they want before they get married because it doesn't really matter. They take on their husband's life. You know, men build up a career and a life and they buy houses and stuff. Men or women, they abandon most of the time, they abandon the life they once had. Men spend their 20s building a life that a woman is going to want to share with him. Women spend their 20s doing whatever they want because they know or they think there's a guy out there that's building a life for her to just marry into. That's the way things have always worked. You know, there's a reason why the traditional thought is men choose and women wait to be picked. And women's fantasies actually is that a man will pluck them from obscurity. You know, like Cinderella, a prince will show up and pluck them from obscurity. They can be a maid, they can be a housekeeper, but it doesn't matter because the man plucks them from obscurity. That's their fantasy because that's how it works in real life. Women, they stay at they would stay at their parents' house and help run the family business, help keep the house clean, help the mother, waiting for a man to pick them. Then a man picks them and they join the man's life. That's how it's always been. And that's why women's fantasies, they dream of being plucked from obscurity by men. Because men go out and make their mark on the world and they come back and choose a woman. So women, they have it ingrained into them culturally that it doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what life they build for themselves because they're going to abandon it anyway when they get married. The only thing is yeah, it doesn't really matter what a woman does. Like if she works or she lives at home with her parents, that stuff doesn't matter because he's taking her away from that. But if she has just been on the cock carousel, that's not the same thing at all. It's not even close to the same thing. Sad to say the least, you know, but they're being told that it doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want and they can go out and pour it up and nobody will care. Well, that's not the way it works. People do care. They want to build a life with somebody, a blank slate, somebody that hasn't already done that with a guy. And riding the cock carousel, it's the same thing as being, you know, as already having built a life with another guy. Like when I was in my early 20s, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get married, start having kids, and build a life with a woman. You know, I never was this player that just ran through women. I never was that way. I never wanted to be that way. And I could have, I just didn't want to. This blows my right wingers right now because more kids can go to free. Yeah, go to school and not learn how to read. Congrats. Bravo. You've done such a great job, leftists. You've made it so people get free lunches, but they don't learn how to read, though. You totally destroyed everything else. But oh, don't worry, they get free lunches. You don't have to pay for lunch for your kids because, you know, this is virtually, it's daycare now. Our kids aren't learning to read anymore. A fifth, it's like 20% of students that graduate high school cannot read. And they want us to be happy that free lunch we get free lunch. It's like, nah, man, nah, dude. They try, what it is their failures as leaders. They're garbage. They don't know how to lead shit. They couldn't lead a horse to fucking water. They have mucked everything up. They've ruined everything. And the best they can do to make it seem like your life is getting better or make it seem like they're doing something is they can redistribute money for free lunches. The quality of school is continually declining. But, oh, don't worry. We get free lunches. I think I'd rather my kids learn how to fucking read lunch. I'll pay for the damn lunch. You know, and free lunch was something back in the day when there was real poverty in places like Kentucky. Because I've talked about this before when, you know, the only decent meal a day the kid would get back then in the 50s in Kentucky was their meal at school, their lunch at school. Otherwise, when they were at home, all they ate was fried dough. You know, like that's valuable. Seen this bitch, a child-free feminist woman, actually do for society what men pretend to do. Dolly Parton gives $500 to every kid who graduates high school in her home county in Appalachia. She did this while having 2 cats and 0 children. How much you want to bet Dolly Parton is sterile? How much you want to bet she's barren? Guarantee you that woman cannot have kids. And these stupid cunts think she's a feminist. Dolly Parton is no feminist. She can't have kids, man. Dumb morons. And like, how far do you have to reach into left field for that? Like, it's sad. I can't even, like I said, I can't even imagine how meaningless one's life must be when the sort of stuff being lauded as success, alone with cats. Did I mention she's rich? Like, you know, she's alone with cats. I guarantee you Dolly Parton didn't. That was not her first choice. Guarantee you that was not her first choice. She's probably sterile. She's probably a barren woman. Because she was in the era of Loretta Lynn, Patsy Cline. Loretta Lynn had like a dozen kids. Patsy Cline was having kids right up until she died. All those country singers, it was all they all had families. Dolly Parton didn't have a family, not because she didn't want one. You can't make me believe that. She couldn't have them, you know, and she found meaning somewhere else, and that's as it should be. And I have all the sympathy in the world for women that can't have children. You know, that's got to be so difficult to deal with. My heart goes out to it, but these feminists, they would like more women to suffer and, you know, be miserable and like Dolly Parton. They want more women to like give away their fertility. You know, people used to pray for children, pray for fertility. You were an outcast if you didn't have children. Now you the opposite, or they're trying to make it the opposite. Keep it the opposite. Iran 2030. Oh, you know what? Like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Oh, Iran 2030. Okay. That's supposed to be Iran 2030, France 2030. And it's like, why would Iran want this right here? Why would they want this? This is the sign of a dead and decaying, disappearing society right here. This one right here with shorts and stuff. And it has nothing to do with the short shorts, but all the stuff that this has behind it, that this encompasses, does nothing but destroys a society. More than this does, more than the hijabs and shit. This destroys society. This doesn't. Like, all of history, most of history, women dressed like on the right. Maybe they didn't cover up their whole face except for their eyes, although a lot of them did, where they wore the veil over their mouth. And people didn't think it was crazy. It was women, you know, people protecting their daughter so that she was a virgin for when she got married. They were doing it for her husband. You know, and you know, that's a little bit of self-sacrifice on the case of their husband. Well, the husband did the same thing. He had to do self-sacrifice to build up his life and to have a life for her, have a life to offer her. You know, it's like there's sacrifice on both sides, and there should be sacrifice on both sides. When there isn't sacrifice on both sides, there isn't two sides. Nobody gets married. When both sides don't do that stuff, nobody gets married, and then you have nothing. So all this advocacy that the West does for this shit, they're advocating for nothing. Nothing. They're advocating for human beings to disappear. Sick of it. It's so disgusting. Yeah, the white left. Chinese and insult for those who only care about topics such as immigration, minorities, LGBT, and the environment, and have no sense of the real problems of the real world. They are hypocritical humanitarians who advocate for peace and equality only to satisfy their own feelings of, you know what's funny? The white left, they included immigration and minorities just so that we were included too. This has nothing to do with conservatives and us that are against immigration. They included that. Whoever wrote this is a fucking total bitch ass leftist that included that. But really, this is a Chinese insult for faggot leftists that are LGBT and environment oriented. I don't see anything in here. I see all I see is leftist garbage, peace and equality, moral superiority. I don't see anything in here. Political correctness. I don't see anything about white people not wanting multiculturalism. Obsessed with political correctness to the extent that they tolerate backwards Islamic values for the sake of multiculturalism. Does that sound like the people who care about immigration and minorities? Doesn't to me. They believe in the welfare state that, okay, then, I mean, maybe it seemed like a leftist just included immigration and minorities just so that we were included in the insult. Obviously, we're not. Attacks on Israel since 1948. I'd be willing to bet you that most of the attacks on Israel were not attacks on Israel. Israel starts a fight by preemptively striking, and then people defend themselves. And then they say, oh, they attacked Israel. When no, they didn't attack Israel. Israel attacks other people. Look at this shit. They really told us George Washington's teeth were wooden when they were really only teeth from slaves. Why would they be teeth from slaves when they're teeth from dead people? They're teeth from dead people. White people, black people, it doesn't matter. They're teeth from dead people. They don't rip them out of slaves' mouths. They wait till somebody dies, and then they take them out and they make dentures out of them. These fucking bitchy, whiny, resentful Negroes, oh man, they have to turn everything into slave. Oh, they were harvesting slaves' bodies. Dead slave. Such bullshit. Like it's totally awash with all this garbage. Just people saying dumb shit, just diarrhea of the mouth, constantly saying stupid shit, swaying other people with totally spurious and ignorant arguments. And, I just have a lot of fun busting their balls. Yeah, Chelsea Handler, man, she is just a turd that won't flush, dude. Hey, that's what I said, too. This woman is a turd that won't flush. That's a perfect way to put Chelsea Handler. The J that won't flush. And she is a J, so apparently. Bitchy, ugly, feminist J that's just been railed by millions of guys. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Of sanctions and tariffs from the United States will kick in on day one. That's what I want to do to deter an invasion. As to the weapon sales, if the president decides not to approve the package, I'll leave that up to him, but I hope he will be able to tell the country by saying no to the weapons package, I got an agreement with China that makes Taiwan more secure. We'll see what happens.
You want him to send the weapons, though, and does he support the sanctions package you just talked about?
We haven't talked to him about it, but I think there'll be overwhelming support in Congress to let China know. If we've done this with Russia, if you invade Ukraine, here's what happens to you on day one. I don't think they would invade it. So let's make it clear to China. If you try to take Taiwan by force, here's what happens to your economy on day one. I'm hoping the administration would support that. In terms of weapon sales, it's up to the president. I would encourage him to make Taiwan strong so we can deter aggression. If you give an inch on China, they'll take them on Taiwan. I think they'll take a mile, but we're not looking for war. We're not looking for conflict. I want to keep the status quo.
Just to follow up on that point, President Trump warned other countries last year that when it comes to Iranian oil, quote, if you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. As you know, China buys 90% of Iran's oil. Are you disappointed that President Trump wasn't able to get China to stop buying Iranian oil during this summit?
Well, President Trump said we don't need China. I'm not looking for a favor from China to help to end the Iranian conflict, but here's the soft underbelly of Iran. They're a fossil fuel economy. As to Russia, we're very close to sanctions being passed by the Congress that will allow the president to put tariffs and sanctions on the Shadow Fleet, and any country that buys cheap Russian oil to prop up Putin that doesn't help Ukraine can be tariffed. He put a 25% tariff on India, President Trump did, for buying Russian oil. There'll come a moment here where China is going to have to be held accountable for what they're doing. And without China buying Iranian oil, their economy would collapse. So where are we with Iran? I think we've hit a wall when it comes to negotiations. Here's what the president said just a couple of days ago. Basically, I can say this with I'm not going to be much more patient. Any sane person would make a deal, but they might be crazy. The president's had it with moving the goalpost. You get a deal, the next day they wake up and the president's word, it's like we never had the conversation. So what happens next? I think we hit a wall on deal making. I would encourage the president to look at reducing Iran's military capability even further. They've been dramatically weakened, but they're still targets that could weaken them more militarily. And I would also keep the embargo on to weaken their economy. And I'd let the Iranians know if you keep terrorizing the region, Karg Island, which is your source of revenue, will be in play. I think that's...
It will never be in play. They would have done it already. It's in play. That Karg Island, as soon as we strike that, they're gonna strike the Saudi oil valves. It would destroy oil in the entire Middle East, which would destroy us. An idiot. He's just so funny. All the threats these morons are making, and they don't follow through on any of them. And they try to talk tough. These tough guys, yeah, we're winning. We're beating Iran. We're showing them what for. We've taken out their whole navy. How about that? Bro, it was never about their navy and their army, you stupid fucks. It was about the Strait of Hormuz. They don't need an army to do that. Why would they don't even need a nuclear bomb to keep fucking with. All they have to do is close up that strait, and it's like a nuclear bomb practically. Like, we don't mess with them. And it's just funny seeing Trump and Graham posturing, trying to look like they're tough guys. Tough guys, we could beat Iran if we wanted to. Well, then why don't you? The whole world is struggling without the Strait of Hormuz open. Why don't you open it if you're so big and tough and powerful? Or maybe it's just that you aren't anymore. You're just a weak, pathetic old queen trying to convince the world that you're tough.
That would be the smart next play. You can't pursue a deal more than the people on the other side want a deal.
Let me ask you, I just want to be very explicit. You are saying you think these negotiations have hit a wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying, Senator, that you think it's time for President Trump to resume military action against Iran?
I think you can't get a coherent answer from Iran because they can't be coherent. I think they're so disheveled now. They're so weakened. They agree to things, and the next day they back up. President Trump's very frustrated. So what to do next?
Bullshit.
I think...
I would imagine we agree to
things
things
with the current regime.
and then
there any
back
evidence
up.
they've changed? I talked to the CIA director yesterday. Is there any evidence that the crowd in charge now is any less committed to destroying Israel, going after us, the great Satan, purifying Islam? I think the answer is no. So weaken them further, and you may get a deal later. But you're not going to get a deal with this crowd until you hurt them more.
So you're saying it sounds like you do support more military action at this point. Do you think that's something that will happen? Do you think it will happen in days, weeks, months?
I think the status quo is hurting us all. The longer the strait is closed, the more we try to pursue a deal that never happens, the stronger Iran
Well, if you
gets.
can open the strait, why haven't you opened it yet, big bad tough guy? Why isn't it open? You had 2 months, 3 months. Why didn't you open it if you're so tough and it's so easy to open?
My analysis is there's nothing to suggest that the people in charge now are any different in terms of the regime's goal to terrorize the world, destroy Israel, come after us. So what do you do next? You weaken them further.
Yeah.
What President Trump has done has been amazing militarily, but there's still more targets to be had, and there's things we can do to hurt the energy infrastructure is their soft underbelly. If you go back to the fight, I'd put energy on top of the list.
So you're calling for strikes on the energy infrastructure?
I'm calling to hurt this regime. If you do the same old thing, you're going to get the same result. Hurt them more. Maybe they'll make a deal if you hurt them enough. But right now, I think they're trying to wait us out. I think they're playing games. And in the words of the president, I think they're crazy.
They can still hurt us, you fucking idiot. You hurt them. There's a reason why we haven't attacked Karg Island and their oil infrastructure, because they can attack our oil infrastructure. And it would take years to repair it. Years, where millions of barrels a day aren't going to be going anywhere. Millions of barrels a day. So we can't do it. We can't attack because they can escalate with us. It's not like we can beat them on the escalation ladder. They have us whipped to a standstill. And I hate how Trump says they're stone cold crazy. It's like he's exhausted all of his other bullshit rhetoric, and all of it can be proven false. The only thing that you can't prove false is that they're stone cold crazy, because they don't, we don't get to see them. We don't get, but him nor Trump can show any time recently when they behaved stone cold crazy. Maybe they were stone cold crazy 40 years ago, or, last century when they were pissed at America and they said death to America. They haven't chanted death to America in years. These talking points that they use against Iran, they're old talking points. They're from 40, 50 years ago. Iran has changed tremendously. It's had 3 different Ayatollahs since then. It's ridiculous, and it's total propaganda. They're just trying to keep the American people in the dark. Oh, we got to keep them hate. We have to make sure they hate Iran. We have to make sure that they think Iran wants to, like I heard Trump or one of these guys say the other day, that Iran wants to blow up America, South America, Europe. It wants to start with Egypt, then it wants to deal with Europe, then it wants to blow us. It's like, bro, are you trying to say that Iran wants to wipe out the human race so everybody's dead? Because that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's stupid. They would have got a bomb a long time ago. If they actually intended to destroy the planet, which they wouldn't be able to do, but if they actually intended to do that, they would have done it. You can buy a nuclear bomb on the black market. You don't need to make it. You can buy it. But that's not what they're doing.
He's right.
Senator, the goal of this, one of the key goals from President Trump, was to get their Iran's nuclear capabilities, to wipe that out. How does the United States retrieve Iran's nuclear material without sending in ground forces?
Well, hopefully you can do it diplomatically.
But don't you need to send in ground forces if you want to retrieve it, which is what we've heard Prime Minister
He wants
Netanyahu
to
talk
get
about?
the nuclear dust. There's another way to do it, and I talked to him about it yesterday. Draw a circle around where we know it's at. Call it the circle of death. Anybody goes inside the circle is going to die until we can find a way to deal with this. The goal is to make sure they can't retrieve it. They can't make a dirty bomb. They can't further enrich. Their enrichment capability has been obliterated at least for a couple of years.
All right, let me turn to the economy and the economic effects of the war, which are being felt here at home.
Total
Inflation has climbed to
propaganda.
the highest annual
Bunch
rate in
of
4 years.
bullshit.
Gas prices are at a 4-year high. Grocery prices are climbing.
We barely
President Trump was
damaged any of their shit. They still have all their weapons. Them enriching, it was never to attack us with a bomb. It was so we would stop attacking them. That's the whole point of it. It's like, and as long as they don't want to be ruled by America and Israel, we're going to attack them. And they realize, well, then we have to get a nuclear bomb if you're not going to leave us alone, because we don't want to be a part of you.
on how all of these factors impact how he views his negotiations with Iran. Take a look.
I don't think about America's financial situation. I don't think about anybody.
Bro,
I think about one thing.
can you
We
believe
cannot
that
let
shit?
Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Do you
Bro,
agree?
nobody gives a fuck if Iran has a nuclear weapon. Nobody cares. We want to live our fucking lives, man, without paying $5 a gallon for gas. It's incredible.
With the president that he shouldn't be taking Americans' financial situation into account when dealing with Iran?
That's his Churchill moment. When Churchill came into power, he promised blood, sweat, toil, heartache until we deal with the Nazis who are an existential
But that's
threat to the
not what
British way of
Trump
life.
said.
And if Hitler had taken charge of the planet,
That's not what
it would have
Trump
been
said.
the darkest hour in humanity. I believe Iran wants a nuclear weapon. They would use it. So does President Trump. They would use it as part of their religious agenda. They would destroy the Jewish state. They would eventually hold us hostage.
Bro,
so his audience, the Iranian regime.
how can a religious agenda bring about the apocalypse? That sounds like Israel, actually. Doesn't sound like Iran to me. Sounds like they like to live just like everybody else. All this, ooh, they worship death like we worship life. No, they don't. That's propaganda. I'm so sick of Netanyahu. He's such a snake, man.
Do I worry about gas prices? Yes. But President Trump's right. The biggest threat to the stability in the world is a nuclear-armed Iran, and whatever price we have to pay, we will pay. What did Churchill say? Whatever price we have to pay to beat Hitler, we will pay. Same with Iran. The good news, we're inside the 10-yard line. I think if we go back to military activity, weaken them further, then we can end this thing pretty soon.
Senator, you take me to my next question.
No, you don't weaken them any further. You weaken us first. You weaken us, you fucking... Make us weaker. Not them, us.
Because 70% of Americans in a new poll say President Trump is doing a bad job on the economy, the number one issue for voters, as you know. Bottom line, is it worth losing the midterms if the result is a non-nuclear Iran?
It's worth losing my job. If I had to give my job
You're
up
going to lose it either
to make
way,
sure Iran
asshole.
would never have a nuclear weapon, I would do it.
Would you give up the House and the Senate?
I would give up politically. The most important thing I can do with the job I've been given is to protect the American people. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but I've been this way for 20 years. I believe they're religious Nazis in Iran. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. They've been trying to get one. They've been cheating Obama.
He's trying to avoid the question. She said, would you give up? If Iran not having a nuclear weapon is so absolutely necessary and it's urgent, it must happen, or it must not happen, are you willing to give up your job to make sure that it doesn't happen? And what he doesn't say yes, he says and he comes up with some other bullshit because he's not willing to give up his job to stop Iran from having a nuke. None of them are willing to give up their sweet position to make sure they don't have a nuke. That's how unimportant it is. They're not willing to sacrifice. They want us to sacrifice, but they're not willing to sacrifice. Well, they're going to get a bomb whether you like it or not, fat man.
Biden
Queen.
were jokes when it came to containing Iran. Trump is doing something people should have done a long time ago. But here's the good news. Gas prices will come down when you put Iran in a box. Saudi-Israel peace will become possible when you put Iran in a box. The upside of dealing with Iran is enormously good, but you got to deal with them.
Senator, let me ask you about the news overnight. Senator Bill Cassidy losing his primary
we didn't
in
have to
Louisiana.
deal with
He worked
him.
closely with Senator Bill Cassidy on a range of different issues, including a plan to replace Obamacare. He, of course, voted to convict President Trump back in 2021 in the impeachment trial. Now he's lost his seat. Are you glad that Senator Cassidy is no longer?
Oh, I hear that, Cameron.
No, I like
that
Bill.
sucks.
I thought he was a great senator, but he made a political decision. He voted to impeach President Trump, which would have ruined his political life. He could never run for office again. Massey's on the ballot Tuesday. He votes against Trump all the time. What's the headline? Trump strong. Those who try to destroy Trump politically, stand in the way of his agenda, are going to lose. Bill made a decision. What would LBJ do? Is
Massey
it natural
has
for
never tried to destroy Trump. He's just tried to keep his promises. He's just tried to do what's right. If doing what's right destroys Trump, maybe Trump needs to be destroyed. If releasing the Epstein files destroys Trump, then maybe he needs to be destroyed. If staying out of Iran or advocating against the Iran war destroys Trump, maybe he needs to be destroyed. Honestly. You know, maybe it's not Massey that needs to be destroyed. Maybe it's Trump, the AIPAC and the Israel lobby, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Politician to go after people who try to destroy their political life. So Bill Cassidy's lost because he tried to destroy Trump. Massey's going to lose because he's trying to destroy the agenda. You can disagree with President Trump, but if you try to destroy him, you're going to lose because this is the party of Donald Trump.
Very quickly, does his defeat send a message, if this is the party of Donald Trump, that there's no room in the party to break with President Trump?
I just talked to him a few minutes ago. We have a difference.
President Trump,
yeah, just a few minutes ago. There's no room in this party to destroy his agenda or to
And that's
destroy him
why
and his
people
family.
are leaving the party, asshole. That's what's happening. All of those constituents that you gained that peeled off the Democrats, well, they're leaving. They don't want to vote for some fucking warmonger like Trump who says, oh, we need to go into Iran and stop them from getting a bomb. But then if China starts talking about going into Taiwan, oh, why would we go over there 9,400 miles away and start a war? Yeah, good question. Why do we do that with Iran, you fucking jerk off? Why? What's the difference? You go to Iran and fight Iran when they don't affect us at all. Whereas China, who is a big deal and they affect us with their decisions, you wouldn't be willing to defend. It's ridiculous. They're willing to fight Iran, but not willing to fight something that would potentially have a lot more impact on Americans.
The Republican. Democrats do it all the time. If you align with Democrats to stop his agenda like Massey does, you're going to lose. If you align with Democrats to drive him out of office like Cassidy did, you're going to lose. I disagree with Trump on President Trump on occasion. He endorsed me. It's been enormously helpful to me. Thank you, President Trump, for endorsing me. It's helped me in my primary. It's just a reality, and it's a good reality. I think President Trump's doing a hell of a good job, and if you try to destroy him, you're going to get destroyed. That's the takeaway.
All right,
he's the
Senator Elizabeth,
establishment
thank you so much for being here in
now.
person to discuss a very busy week. We really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top
That
stories
dude is
on
a
the NBC News
revolting
app. or-
man. Really is. Revolting. Got some other good ones. Here we go. Look at this. Yeah. Look at that, though, my dudes. Ugh. That is so foul, dude. Ugh. I never seen a black woman with that line. It's so funny. I've started to notice that line on women too. You can see it like when they're not pregnant. It's really tiny. It's so weird. But their prom, all the black kids in the prom. Look, it's crazy.
Wow. What's
All
up,
right,
folks?
let's see you
Welcome back to the
later
show.
there, folks.
We got to discuss this phenomena that's going on with the proms. I don't know what's going on with proms. This lady kind of breaks it down pretty well. She says things that I'm not allowed to say because of who I am, but she's probably allowed to say it because of who she is. So take it away, Queen.
This message is for the black parents because I don't see the whites doing this. These prom send-offs are getting completely out of hand, out of order. Why are we sending these kids off in Lamborghinis and Bentleys and all the things? Last year or so, I seen a dude come in on a camel. I hope the same amount of money that you spend. Yes.
She's got a pretty valid point there. And by the way, that first clip that we showed, kind of case in point of what she's talking about, not only was the girl pregnant, but she's also half naked, wearing the prom dress. It's like some sort of a bikini top and a skirt duo. Don't know what's going on there. Don't know who told her that that was flattering in any way or
so
remotely
gross.
appropriate for the occasion
Pregnancy.
and considering her current, state. So, a little bit strange what's going on. Let's take a quick look at some of these examples, because if you've been on Instagram, my feed is just dominated by these prom entries. And it just, I can only imagine that the parents are like, you know what? We've decided that we're going to set our children up for success. We want our children to be successful doctors, engineers, lawyers, philosophers, writers, artists, painters, and architects. And the best way to do that is to make sure that they have the most gaudy, gauche, insane looking prom send-offs. Because, you know, the most important day for some people is their prom day.
That's a woman.
This one apparently was so bad that it drew criticism from the cousins. I mean, what are we even doing? And another one.
Oh my God! What the fuck, dude?
Gorgeous.
Whoa. Gross.
I told you it was Met Gala girl. She said
God.
no in her ring. So pretty.
That is so gross.
Well, you can poke your leg out.
A few weeks ago, I covered Saga Metals, trading as SAG MF in the US
Oh,
and
wow.
Saga in Canada. And we're back with more updates. A lot has happened in a short amount of time. In less than 6 months.
I think she's a part of Compound
And
Sense.
by the way, this is the tame versions that I found.
Anthony
Unfortunately,
Cumia.
all the good examples are all dominated because they have rap music playing in the background at like full blast. You know, so you can't. So I would get a copyright strike. But yes, so I'm glad to see that they are going out in a blaze of glory, making sure that they are really setting themselves up for future success. And another one, more examples, Just good Lord.
Yeah, there's. Look at this. Look how cool and tough they are. Oh, they got dollars. They got $20 bills. Look at that. Mommy and Daddy's savings. Mommy and Daddy's 401k. Look. Oh, we shaking Mommy and Daddy's money. So
or
sad.
they drove the trucks, they were like lifted really high. Everybody, there's the joke there that they're compensating for something. I can only imagine maybe there's a little bit of that same, maybe there's some of that same truth
Absolutely,
in videos
they're
like this. Maybe there's a little compensation going on here. I mean, why? I don't really understand this. You know, everybody gets excited for prom, you get dressed up, everybody goes to their friend's house and gets their clothes on, whatever, they rent their tuxes, etc. But it seems to be very particularly acute for certain people to really just go all out. And unfortunately, it just kind of misses the mark, too. You know, I guess the vibe that they're going for is bougie, red carpet, Met Gala, black tie event, classy. Kind of missing the mark, in my opinion, by a long shot. Like, they really missed the target. Okay, and one final example of this. This is, I believe, a rented Mercedes that they have. By the way,
Riddler.
It seems like this that have ruined the Mercedes brand and many
Is that not the Riddler?
similar brands as well. Gucci's been ruined. Basically, every designer brand has been ruined by the knockoffs, the counterfeits.
Do you wear the same thing twice?
Rare.
What do you do with your clothes?
I give it away to my neighborhood.
No,
Go back to my
stop.
hood and give it away. No lie. Everybody from my hood, you go to my hood, you're going to see Balenciaga's on everybody. You're going to see Gucci on everybody. Whatever name brand designer, you're going to see it on everyone in my neighborhood.
And by rentals. Renting things out has done more to destroy the reputability of the Mercedes than anything else, okay? Because I always thought it'd be cool to have a Mercedes. I like the historic significance of the Mercedes. Unfortunately, the current significance of a Mercedes is not a great association. So RIP Mercedes and Gucci. So, yeah, you can see scholars and engineers in the making, you know? This is what does it. This is what does it. If you want successful children, you will make sure that you send them off in the most loud, obnoxious, new money. In this case, there's another term for that. It's a term for being rich. This is
Negro
personified
rich?
in this video.
That's what it's called.
But yeah, interesting little trend that I've been seeing on social media. I don't know if this has recently become a thing or if this has always been a thing, but it seems like a little compensation going on. Seems like a little compensation. So we can't be throwing the good old boys in their lifted trucks under the bus. We must be fair and even.
Yeah, I like Lily Gaddis too. Pretty cool. He has the stones to speak up. I just think it's so funny how, imagine if there was no such thing as basketball or music, like black people would be nothing. Like if we didn't have TV with sports and stuff, black people would be like this really, really poor underclass. The only time you see real Gucci and Balenciaga in a hood is when one of the people in the hood became a basketball star or a rap star. And they feel like they owe it to their hood, you know, because they make them feel bad. Like, man, you make all this money, you ain't giving me none. Like, damn. And that's how I've heard that's how it is in Africa too. If in Africa, if there's a family and one of their sons goes off to the West to become a doctor or something, and the kid gets rich, it's expected that he will come back and buy his parents everything they want. Like their society kind of feels like, it makes it seem like you owe your parents, and people have gone broke because their neighborhood or their community in Africa drives them broke because they beg for shit. Oh, buy me this, buy me that, buy me a house, buy me a car. And these people will literally empty out their bank accounts so that they buy their family all this shit. And the family doesn't give a shit if it drives them broke. They want stuff. They want shit. They're not smart enough to get it for themselves, though. And it's just shitty culture, to be honest. I don't think there's another way to look at it. You know, if only one out of every couple hundred people ever makes anything of themselves, and then if they do make something of themselves, you suck everything out of them, all of their money, you suck it away from them. Like, that's just toxic. Super toxic. And I can't even believe that Odyssey still
going to be okay with that.
Blows my mind.
I have a very good relationship with President Xi and with China, and it sounds like something that doesn't mean anything, but it's everything. And
I was watching this the other night, and I just want to make sure you guys see some of what he says. It's what I was saying earlier. It's so crooked, and they're out of cards and they're out of tricks. And now all he has is they're stone cold crazy.
In problems we've solved, the two of us have solved a lot of problems that somebody else would have maybe done very badly with. We've solved a lot of problems over the years. We have a very good relationship. Trade has been very strong. We're getting a lot of soybeans for our farmers. We're doing a lot of there's a lot of things.
And you're letting them buy up. He's letting them buy all our shit, our farmland. He's letting them do their thing because they have the whip hand, and he's their little bitch now. China's.
To 200 Boeings, big ones, 777s and 737s.
You know that before they went on this trip, they knew that China was going to buy Boeing jets. Well, it was supposed to be 500. Supposed to buy 500 planes. They only bought 200.
Sevens and
listen to how
big ones, big, beautiful Boeing planes, 200, that's a lot, with a commitment that if they do a good job, and I told this to Boeing and General Electric, we're going to go to the General Electric engines, which are great. Yeah, if they do a good job, we could go up to 750.
You hear that? They were supposed to buy 500. He goes, they bought 200. That's a lot. And if we do better, if Boeing doesn't make cheap garbage planes like they're known to, maybe they'll buy 700. Yeah, bro. That's not really something to be bragging home about, especially since we know they thought they were going to sell 500. And he brought all of our businesses over there, business owners. China didn't want nothing to do with them. They were like, bro, you guys make garbage now. Why would we want to do business with you? You're a bunch of morons, a bunch of crooks that are more concerned about diversity. You make garbage planes now where the doors come off and shit in midair. Fuck off. Like, it's pathetic, man, what they've done to this country. They've just hollowed it out.
And obviously, a lot of investment going back
and there's still
Democrats, even some Republicans.
They're still trying to hide the fact. A lot of people still think we're this superpower that just stomps around the world and does whatever we want. And like, the only reason why he gets away with any of this is because that was people's preconceived notion. And he just lies and bullshits his way through it. But a lot of people know now that this is bullshit. We're not doing that great. They were supposed to buy 500 planes. They bought 200. That's not good, man. And it's honestly, it fits. We're on the decline. Everybody's seen all the Boeing planes that were falling apart in the air. Okay? I am scared to fly right now because their planes are shit and they're DEI shoehorning women into the cockpit. I'm scared. I don't feel safe when I fly.
Had some concerns about Chinese manufacturing on U.S. soil. Is that happening?
Well, if they don't want to pay tariffs, it could happen, just like it's happening with other countries and companies. We have now more money being invested in the United States than any country at any time in the history of the world, including China, which probably is second from about 10 years ago. We have $18 trillion in 11 months, not the 12th month hasn't come in yet, the numbers. We have $18 trillion. If China wants to come in and wants to avoid tariffs, if they build here, for the most part, they're going to be hiring American people. If they want to avoid tariffs, they're going to build in the United States.
Despite concerns about China operating inside the U.S.
Look, we have Japan is building massive Toyota, Honda, all of them. I mean, they're building massive plants all over the country. So if China wants to build for their cars, now, I will tell you, I put 100% tariff on Chinese cars because I didn't want them coming into the country. If you take a look, only because they swamp you. They'll destroy your auto industry. And that's what's happening in Europe. And now they're saying we have to do a little bit like Donald Trump. Europe is being killed. They're being...
Well, those Chinese electric cars, they're coming whether we like it or not. They're holding out. But they make better electric cars than we do, and they're cheaper. They're cheaper, man. And we're holding them out of the country so that our businesses don't fail, but we're also paying way more for cars. Like, China makes good shit now. They make the best. We don't make anything good anymore, hardly. Our trucks are the best trucks in the world. That's what we have. And honestly, we can afford to lose the EV market because Americans love their trucks. And we don't buy very many foreign trucks. You know, like, and that's where our GMC, that's where they make all their money, is $100,000 trucks.
Absolutely swamped by
I'll
hundreds
get to the
of thousands
Odyssey
and
here.
millions of Chinese cars, and Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen, they're getting killed. So if you notice, we haven't had that problem. You know why? Because I have 100% tariff on cars made in China.
And even though the Supreme Court ruling, you're going to still continue that tariff.
The ruling was just on a specific type of tariff.
And you're going a different route.
Correct. I have the right to do the same tariff in, frankly, a little bit more complex way, but it's actually a better tariff. It's actually a more stringent tariff.
I want to ask you about Iran and AI, but China made clear that Taiwan is very important to them. And after your first meeting here, President Xi's spokesman put out a statement to the media, through the media, saying this: the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. You were still inside the meeting when that came out. That sounded almost like a threat. Was it communicated that way behind closed doors?
No, it wasn't, not at all. But it has always been
bullshit. Trump said, or Xi said, and you know, we have such a good relationship that we won't fall into the Thucydides trap. Does anybody know what the Thucydides trap is? It has to do with, it's when there's a rising global power or a rising regional power, and there's a regional power on the decline, and usually there is conflict. Usually those two powers face off because the declining power is pissed that they're declining. And he said the Thucydides trap, but Trump is so stupid and so ignorant, he doesn't know what the Thucydides trap is. And he's just sitting there nodding along as Xi is saying we're a declining power. He's just nodding along. And then after he gets out of the meeting and stuff, his aides were like, hey, the Thucydides trap, he was implying we're declining. And then Trump comes out and says, no, they didn't mean that. He was talking about Biden. Watch.
Not a takeover. They just don't want to see this place, we'll call it a place because nobody knows how to define it, but they don't want to see it go independent. They don't want to do it. And I think they probably would do something pretty harsh, and then they would be met harshly, and bad things will happen. So, no, it's not that. We talked, by the way, last night, we talked the whole night about that issue. I think I know more about Taiwan right now than I know about almost any country.
You think it dominated the talk?
It's always been his most important thing from the day I knew him years ago. I've known him now 11 years, 12 years.
He did.
It's always been the biggest thing for him, Taiwan. Now, with me, I don't think they'll do anything when I'm here. When I'm not here, I think they might, to be honest with you. So I'm not sure that they do anything if it remained as is. But they have somebody there now that wants to go independent. Well, it's a risky thing. When you go independent, you know, they're going independent because they want to get into a war and they figure they have the United States behind them. I'd like to see it stay the way it is. And I'll tell you something. I'll make a little news. I'd like to see everybody making chips over in Taiwan come into America because, to be honest with you, I think it's the greatest thing you can do because it's a heated situation. There's no question about it. And as you know, we have massive amounts of chip companies now from Taiwan already coming in. We expect to have 40 to 50% of the world chip business by the end of my term. And I think it should be even more than that. I think all of those chip companies, if they're smart, they're going to start heading to Arizona and the places where they're building. That's going to solve your problem.
Should the people of Taiwan feel more or less secure after your meetings with President Xi?
Neutral.
Has the policy changed at all?
No, nothing's
US
changed.
Policy.
No, nothing's changed. I will say this. I'm not looking to have somebody go independent and, you know, we're supposed to travel 9,500 miles to fight a war. I'm not looking for that. I want them to cool down. I want China to cool down.
What a
but you're waiting on
scumbag.
approving billions of dollars of weapons for Taiwan.
That's right.
Is that
I'm
moving
hoping-
forward?
Well, I haven't approved it yet. We're going to see what happens.
What are you looking
I may
for?
do it. I may not do it.
Yeah, what's your hinge point?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but I may do it. I may not do it. But we're not looking to have wars. And if we kept it the way it is, I think China's going to be okay with that. But we're not looking to have somebody say, let's go independent because the United States is backing us. You know,
So President Xi probably
once you do that with Israel, back them to the hilt.
I would say
And
like
they
is maybe
murder
too strong a
people.
word because he thinks I could do it with just the signing of my signature, unlike Biden who couldn't sign his signature. No, I'm holding that in abeyance, and it depends on China. It depends. It's a very good negotiating chip for us, frankly. It's a lot of weapons. It's $12 billion. It's a lot of weapons. But when you look at the odds, China's a very, very powerful, big country. That's a very small island. It's think of it. It's 59 miles away. 59 miles. We're 9,500 miles away.
Are we willing
that's a little
to sacrifice thousands of American blood and treasure to hang on to an island that honestly, rightfully belongs to China? Doesn't belong to us at all. Like, should we commit and sacrifice our own lives to make sure that Chinese don't reunite them and their island right off their coast? I'm not so sure that we should. Is it even our business? We can have, like, maybe we're overextended. Maybe we have no fucking business trying to rule the world like that. I mean, honestly. Yeah, he is middle management at best. At best, he's not that smart.
With all of that being said, if you look at the history of Taiwan, Taiwan was developed because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Because if they would have put tariffs on chips coming in, they would have never left. Everything was about Intel, and everything was about our chip companies. They stole our chip industry. So I've said that for years. I said, for years they stole our chip. If we would have had one of our presidents just say, we're going to put 100% chip. You can leave, you can build in Taiwan, but you sell it back into the United States. We're going to put 100% or 200% tariff. We would have never lost the chip. We lost the chip industry. It's all coming back. And I do say this.
Never lost the chip.
Taiwan would be very smart to cool it.
They can't make without us saying, okay. Can't get the courts without going. So I get why they allowed Taiwan make the chips. It was cheaper, and they still had to go through us for the materials.
A little bit. China would be very smart to cool it a little bit. They ought to both cool it.
On AI, was there any agreement about any kind of guardrails that China and the U.S. might agree to so that AI doesn't go crazy?
Well, we talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it. Look, AI is mostly a great thing, mostly, and we're leading China.
God damn, that most. There's a lot in that most. We all know that it's scary as shit. They're betting on it. They're betting on that it replaces all of us and we all lose our jobs. That's what they're betting on. That's why all the businesses, market is so in love with it, because like they think that it will replace us. They think they'll make money off of homeless.
Talked about that. We're leading China by a lot. I gave the right for AI to build their own electric producing plants. That's a big deal. They can manufacture their own electricity now, which we could never have gotten from the grid.
Basically, he gave these businesses carte blanche. They do whatever they want because we're so obsessed with being ahead of China, even though we can't stop them from getting ahead of us. We're getting beaten so bad that Trump gave business owners carte blanche with everything. They build their own fucking power plants. This is not good. To give billionaires control over our country just because they promise that they'll beat China for us. This is dumb, dude. It's dumb. We're going to fucking give these crooks who've already proved that they're thieves, that they don't give a fuck about any of us. And you turned everything over to them, and we're supposed to be happy about that. We're supposed to be grateful. Nah, I'm good.
Very rich companies headed by lots of geniuses building electric plants. Because of that, we are leading China by a lot in the AI race. Now,
so
it's
you
mostly the two
say
of us. Other nations are in it, but mostly. And whoever wins the AI race, and we're going to win it. I mean, if we're smart, we're going to win it. If we're not smart, we're not. But we're leading by a lot. We talked about that last night. President Xi was very surprised at how well we've done with AI, because they thought, when it started, they took this gigantic lead. And we now we are substantially ahead of them in AI.
But do you think there'll be some buy-in, set up guardrails or something?
I think there could be. We talked about it. But, at the same time, we're competing. So it's a little hard to say, oh, gee, we're competing with each other and we're going to put guardrails. It really doesn't work that way too much. But AI, if you look at medicine, some of the things are coming up with medicine, some of the cures they're coming up with that people would have never gotten there. It's going to be mostly a good thing, but we want to have some guardrails.
You said that President Xi said he would offer assistance on Iran. And specifically,
I also said we don't need assistance.
You didn't ask for it. You said he was offering it specifically to open the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think he will do?
I think he's been very nice about it. He gets 40% of his oil there. He didn't send anybody. He didn't send ships. He didn't send ships with big fat guns on them that we would have had to repel. We would have. The good thing is I built, during my first 4 years, the most powerful military in the world. We have the most powerful military in the world. That was shown in Venezuela, which took 1 day. Actually took 48 hours. I mean, took, let's see, about 48 minutes. I think it was 48 minutes and
shit in his. Always got fucking foam in his mouth. Every time he speaks, he just sounds like he's got a shit ton of foam in his mouth. It's weird, to say the least.
13 seconds, and it was over. And it's a strong country with a strong military, but it went very quickly. And now, by the way, we have made a fortune with their oil. And so they've made more money in the last 8 months than they've made in the last 10 years. And we're really, participating in the profit.
Venezuela, but obviously Iran is
it's a different kind of a thing. But we're doing probably almost as well as I don't know how you can do better. They have no navy. They have no air force. It's all destroyed. Their air force is destroyed.
But yeah, they're talking a big game. They're talking BRICS. Iran's foreign minister said the Strait is open to commercial shipping only if they cooperate with the Iranians.
They're not talking a big game. You know who's talking a big game? The fake news media. If you read the New York Times, you would think that we're losing militarily. Think of it. They have 159 ships. Every one is now in the bottom of the sea. Every one of them is gone. They had mine droppers. They call them mine droppers. Nice thing. Who has 22 mine droppers? The mine droppers are all gone. Now they have what they call fast boats. You know they are? Runabouts, like you'd buy for your fantastic son if you wanted to buy him a nice boat, and they put a machine gun on it, okay?
You have a good one, GQ.
Most of them are knocked out. We knock them out just like we knock out the drug dealers.
You like to talk about cards. It seems like they're playing with a bad deck, to your point.
They have no deck.
But they're still playing.
No, the only thing they have going is a fake press. They know how well we're doing militarily. And then at the request of a very nice group of people from Pakistan, who are very close to Iran, I didn't go that final. They said, could you stop? We're going to make a deal. And we really had the confines of a deal. No nuclear. They were going to give us the dust, nuclear dust, everything we wanted. And every time they make a deal, the next day it's like, we didn't have that conversation. And that's taken place about 5 times. There's something wrong with them. Actually, they're crazy. And you know what? Because of that, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Because
this is total
bullshit. Agrees with you on that.
He agrees with me on that.
All this is total bullshit. Trump says, oh yeah, we would have taken Iran out, but Pakistan, good guys, asked us if we would stop. Please stop. We did it just to help Pakistan. We could have wiped out Iran. And if we wanted to, we could. Bullshit, man. It's bullshit. He talked all that shit at the beginning. Oh, we will accept nothing but total surrender. He backed himself into a corner where he said, we expect total surrender, want the nuclear dust. And then when he tried to get it, realized, oh shit, we don't have the ability to get it. And he says that the only reason why we have to get the dust is because of the fake news. No, dude, you're the one who said that a victory looks like us with winning, with them totally surrendering, giving us the nuclear dust. And now that you can't get that, you're trying to say that it's the fake news that set that up. No, it was you being a fucking braggadocious jackass and overestimating our abilities and our military's ability. Fucking ponce. It's not the fake news. It's you. It's your stupidity.
Agrees with me that he wants to see it end. He'd like to see it end. He would like to help. If he wants help, that's great. But we don't need help. And you know the problem with help? When somebody helps you, they always want something on the other side. That's the way help works.
Hard to believe, but it was 1 year ago today in UAE. Interviewed you, and I asked you about Iran. How do you get to a solution there?
Oh, we'll get.
I agree with you, Jay.
100%.
You think so?
Well, we're going to have a solution one way or the other. It's either going to be violent or not violent. And I far prefer nonviolent. Sure.
Obviously, you've explained.
Perfect answer.
You've explained why you did what you did, because of the nuclear threat for Iran.
Yeah.
But it's obviously not Venezuela. It's different.
Well, it's different.
But you did say it was going to be fairly quick, and you said it numerous times.
Venezuela was sending drugs in at a level that was terrible, and they did something that was a terrible, mortal sin. They emptied their prisons into our country, okay? That was terrible, and that was different. This one is, I guess you could say, worse. That was pretty bad. You don't get much worse. Emptying your prisons, drug dealers, murderers into our country, that's pretty bad. But you could say this is worse. In this one, they are trying to make a nuclear weapon. I stopped it twice. They would have had it 2 years ago. They would have used it
all of a sudden. Now that things didn't go so well, he's having to justify it. Because he didn't have to justify it with Venezuela, because it happened, it was done overnight. He wouldn't have done it for Iran, too, if they had been successful as soon as he thought. But now, he can't get a win out of it. It makes him look bad if he just walks away. So now he's trying to convince America that we should go to war, because he looks like a jackass if we don't go to war and stomp them out. If we just walk away, he looks like an idiot. He looks like a total child. So now he's trying to justify why we need to go back in there and spend 10 years in the sands of Iran. God knows how much blood will be shed. All because he was stupid enough to think that it would be it would be like Venezuela. It would be overnight. They'd win.
Israel and the rest of the Middle East. Look at all the missiles shot at people that didn't think they were even involved. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Look at all. I mean, Bahrain.
They weren't shooting at Bahrain. They were shooting at our bases, dude. Because we attacked them and talking about wiping their civilization off the face of the earth, bro. What did you think they were going to do? It's incredible.
Kuwait, they got all shot at. Nobody thought they were even involved in this thing. They would have used a nuclear weapon on the Middle East. One thing I'm
he thinks
right now,
we're
they
stupid.
said very specifically, because I deal with them. I said, we're taking the nuclear dust. They said, you can have it. I said, we're going to go get it. We're not going to let you take it. They said, we can't take it. We don't have the capability of taking it. I said, why? I said, because it was hit so hard. I mean, the mountain literally collapsed on it, a granite mountain.
So why isn't that good
Just
enough?
so you know. Well,
I mean, if your goal was to set back.
It is good enough, but you know what? It's not good enough public relations-wise. It's important, it's important. It's probably good enough for a different reason, though. Space Force, which I created, has got cameras, 9 different cameras in space on that site. We know everybody that moves there. We can read the name of a person. We can need, if his name is Mohammed something, and most of them are Mohammed, you can guess, about 50% right. We can read his name right on his tag from space. It's the most amazing thing. Anybody that goes near that space, we have it tagged. They haven't done anything there. And if they did, we would hit them very hard. So 2 days ago, in speaking to the Iranians, they told me it was hit so hard. They actually said, I must say, that there's only 2 countries that could get it, us and China.
Right.
They said us and China, that they don't have the capability of getting it because it was so obliterated. The term I used was obliterated. The fake news said, oh, maybe somebody can get it. They actually said if they wanted to get it, they couldn't. So that's not good enough for me. I want to get it.
So why are we where we are? Did you underestimate the pain tolerance that Iran has?
I didn't underestimate anything. We hit them unbelievably hard. Look, we left their bridges. We left their electricity capacity. We can knock that all out in...
He's beat.
2 days. 2 days, everything. We left Cargill, and other than, I said, hit it except for the valves where the oil comes out. Because when you hit that, that means you're going to lose a little oil. But one thing is happening, amazingly. Ships are floating up to Texas and Louisiana, and they're going to Alaska. And
I see. The whole world is struggling and suffering without any oil. Oh, but we are getting ships to Texas and Louisiana and Alaska when it doesn't even come close to the amount of oil.
Never seen before.
Americans want to know when it's over, though, right?
Yeah, look, Vietnam lasted 19 years. Iraq was like 10 years. Korea was 7 years. Another one was 14 years. Another one was 12 years. Another one was 9 years.
See, I've only been in there for 2.5 months. Why can't I have a forever war? Everybody else had a forever war. Why can't I have a forever war? Coming from the guy who made his bones, cut his teeth on calling forever war stupid. This guy is like, why can't, we've only been in there 2.5 months. Yeah, bro, you said we were only going to be there for like a week or 2. My goodness, man, this guy is just, and he's flailing, bro. He has nothing. He has no good options. He has nothing. He's just out here lying his ass off, trying to spin everything so he looks good. No, he just looks like a bumbling buffoon.
We're in there for 2.5 months. The other thing they talk about, so we lost tens of thousands of soldiers in Vietnam. We lost tens of thousands of soldiers in practically every war. I've lost, and I wish we'd lost none because I know those parents. I spoke to them.
Lost 13 for no reason.
13 soldiers in 2 wars.
China got 3 tankers out this week filled with Iranian oil.
Because we allowed that to happen.
You did?
We allowed that to happen.
Before this trip. Gas prices in America are still high, painfully high.
They're going to drop like a rock as soon as
it's over.
Yeah.
Painfully high, though.
They'll drop like a rock. This guy campaigned on how stupid Biden was, his administration. Now inflation are as bad under Trump. Gas is higher. And this guy, he instead of saying, I know it's tough and, I'm going to fix, he doesn't say any of that. You could just tough it out. As soon as it goes away, it'll drop like a rock. Well, dude, that doesn't help us now. It doesn't help people who are just getting by, who can't afford this shit. Man, this guy is disappointing, to say the least.
Now, and could be creeping higher
lower than
before it's
Biden,
done.
excuse me, lower than Biden, and much lower than people thought they'd be.
This inflation number is going up. You're right. It's much lower than President Biden's was, but it's going up under you.
Take solace.
You can imagine Democrats.
Because it's not as bad as it could have been.
The people get it.
Jumped all over this statement that you made the other day. You were asked when you were leaving.
What extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal? Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about.
Bro, he's willing to sell us all down the river, Israel, and he keeps going with this same bullshit talking point. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. We do care, however, when your monkey shines in the Middle East are costing everybody money every week that they don't have. Credit card usage is going up. That's how rough it is right now for people. This guy don't give a fuck.
American financial situation, I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
That's a perfect statement. I'd make it again.
You can imagine how many people stop the soundbite I don't think about America's financial situation. So what's your response to that framework?
Very simple.
On the
people
likes
hear me
today,
say
hell
it,
yeah.
everybody agrees. Short-term pain. It's going to be short-term pain. But the pain is much less than people thought, because people thought that the oil would go up to $250. You know, it was $99 yesterday, $99 a barrel. I thought it might go up to $200. I was okay with that. Not that I wanted it, but you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. They will use it on us. They'll start off with Israel, wipe it out. The Middle East, wipe it out. It'll go to Europe. You know, they have a missile that goes to Europe. You saw that, okay? They have a missile that goes to Europe. I have done Europe a very big favor. When you tell somebody you're going to have to pay a little more, not that much more, a little more for gasoline for a very short period of time, because we want to stop the threat of being blown to pieces by a lunatic, by a crazy person, and they are crazy, using nuclear weapons, everybody says that's fine. And that question was a fake question, and they didn't put my full answer. I totally care. Look, I inherited high prices, and they came in with the word affordability. My first press conference, 2 days in, and Biden didn't do press conferences. He'd go for years without doing, because he was incapable of doing it. He was an incompetent person. But my first question was about eggs. Eggs have quadrupled. What are you going to do? I said, eggs, tell me about eggs. Tell me about the problem. Eggs have gone up 4 times. They said, I'll take care of it. By the way, I did take care of it. But they came up with a word, because they are good. They're rotten with policy. They're horrible politicians. In many cases, we have a new name. They're Democrats. I call them Democrats. Not Democrats, they're Democrats.
Democrats.
A lot of low IQ people. You have Ilhan Omar.
That is some low IQ, childish, petty ass. Democrats, bro. Would you spend the day with some kindergartners on their playground and you heard that one?
Saying World War XI. She said she was referring to World War II. She said World War XI. These people are destroying our country, and we have to stop it. You know, President Xi said something yesterday. He talked about, and he wasn't referring to the last 15 months, he talked about America is a nation in decline. And I said, you're right. But he wasn't talking about, because he said what you've done in 14, 15 months is a miracle.
When you hear Trump voters, Alex says, I voted for
Wasn't me he was talking about. He was talking about with Biden.
Can't handle the costs, and he's not for this foreign conflict.
I hate it.
He's not for the foreign conflict. But Roy in Pennsylvania, he's a retired farmer. He can't handle the fuel going up, and he says he's
going to come down very fast.
And
well,
so,
no, look, I'm disappointed.
I'm just telling you
when
what
you say to him, Roy,
he's
Alex,
pissed off.
We got a problem.
It pisses him off that people don't like their prices going up, and they don't like what he's doing, and it bothers him. He gets annoyed. He gets all upset in the interview when they say, yeah, even your MAGA voters don't like this stuff. They like what I tell them. Like, it's so childish.
We just hit the highest stock market price ever. By the way,
Bro, that doesn't help anybody hardly. So few people have, most average Americans don't have a 401k, and he's trying to make it seem like the stock market helps anybody. It helps the rich out. It helps boomers out. It helps people with money in the stock market, but most people don't have money in the stock market. And all the shit he's doing makes everyday goods, groceries, gas, everything, energy, everything costs more. Oh, but the stock market went up. Bro, whatever, man. It went up on some fugazi bullshit with fucking AI, man. It's a bubble.
Now, again,
it's higher.
With the war, it's higher than it was when I went in. Think of that. The 401ks at their all-time high. There are more people working right now in the United States of America than at any point ever in the history of our country.
Detroit Free Press, a state that you won. While champagne flowed on the trading floor and President Donald Trump celebrated record highs, pessimism spread like wildfire outside Wall Street's doors, straight into the kitchens of average American families. There is this sense that something is changing. Whether they can hold on and believe that you're going to get them to
Brett, I have to do what's right. I said to my people, we just hit 50,000 on the Dow. That wasn't supposed to happen for 5 or 6 years. I did it in my first year. We just hit 7,000 on the S&P. That was even less of a chance than the Dow. We just announced 401ks are at their all-time highest that they've ever been. All these things happened, and I said, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we have to stop this group of very crazy people. Now, those people are gone. They've been eliminated. The second group has been eliminated, and some of the third group. In a way, we've eliminated so many leaders that
you hadn't fixed it, though. Did you fix anything?
What are you doing?
But, we're dealing with people that I think are right, but they're afraid to make a deal. They don't know how to make a deal. They've never been put in this position before.
So you're going to hold out until they do?
Well, I'm going to do what's right. I have to do what's right.
But the strait should be open, right?
It should be open. Look, see, to stop the strait is very easy. All they have to do is say, we dropped a mine in the strait someplace. So you're a little disadvantaged.
Then why did you do it, man?
The strait will be open. They will not have a nuclear weapon, and the world will go on, and you will see gasoline prices drop energy prices generally drop like no. But don't
And
forget.
yet he
they have a lot
has
of votes.
no fucking idea how he's going to bring this stuff about. He has no idea how he's going to beat Iran and get the Strait open, because he could have done it by now if he had an idea. He has no clue what he's talking about. Basically what he's saying is, trust me. Trust me. I'll get us to the promised land. Well, bro, you've done everything but get us to, but move closer. You haven't even moved closer to the promised land. We're getting poorer, not richer, homeboy. I don't know who he's trying to fool here, but it's total spin propaganda. It's bullshit.
That are loaded up with oil that are going to bring the oil out as soon as this is over. And I think it's going to end fast. They've been holding up the world for many, many years with the Strait. You know, they've used this many, many times. They said, we'll close the Strait. They closed it.
They didn't never close it before.
They're not using it as a weapon with me. And what they did, and actually what President Xi said last night, sort of smiling about it, he said, well, they closed the Strait and then you close them.
But you think they're going to capitulate sometime soon?
Yeah, oh, sure.
Okay.
I have no doubt.
Mr. President, stand by if you would. Special report from Beijing with the President of the United States continues after this.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
That helped struggling. I wish that. It's ridiculous. You guys see that stuff, that monologue Ben Shapiro did? It was pure cope, man. Where he's just talking, lecturing, you know, sometimes people need a lecture, this and that. It's like, well, if people wanted to get lectured, maybe they wouldn't, maybe you would still have subscribers. Maybe you wouldn't be disappearing and getting run out of the fucking market. Watching stuff, I think, yesterday.
Viewership says this is not going to be something we want. They try to shame us.
Watching something about the Odyssey. I hope that Ellen Page is going to be isn't going to actually be Achilles. That's ridiculous.
This idea was also explored in a book called Black Athena. I think people should read it, which argues that classical Greek culture is heavily indebted to Afro-Asiatic and Near Eastern roots. I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders. And so
she taught Greek mythology to 8th graders, so therefore she's a scholar. She's a historic scholar. Bro, yeah, I learned about mythology in 8th grade. Yeah, we watched like Hercules, Disney Hercules, and like that was it. It's like she's like making herself out to be some kind of an expert. You're a dumbass fucking face on TV. Who the fuck are you?
Covered this. So people that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a black woman don't know history.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Nerdlogic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million practitioners of common sense, something that seems to be in short supply.
Look at this pathetic dude. That is like middle-age armor. This story took place 2,000 years before armor like that was ever made. 2,000 years. That's the difference between now and when Christ was born. That's like, you know, if we made a movie about Christ being born and somebody had, and there were iPhones in that movie, that is stupid.
These days, and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. Without a doubt, Christopher Nolan is the king of Hollywood. He's not only its most notable director, he's the last movie star, the only guy in Tinseltown who can consistently put butts in seats on his name alone. And there's no better proof of that than Oppenheimer, a 3-hour biopic where a bunch of it's in black and white, people are just sitting around and talking, and it almost made $1 billion and won a lot of Academy Awards, including Best Picture. Nothing you guys don't know already, yet it doesn't make it any less insane, but that is the power of Nolan. That's why it's surprising to be in this unusual territory of having the...
No, I actually did not even like Oppenheimer. It's kind of boring. Like, I just didn't all that great.
Talk about Christopher Nolan's name mired in controversy. And no, it's not because of the questionable sound mixing where you're watching some of his movies at home and you constantly have to have your finger on the volume button. And no, it's not because of some of the questionable science in Interstellar or the questionable quality of The Dark Knight Rises. And listen, there's no question that movie's terrible, because despite all of those things, Nolan movies make a lot of money. And he's got the biggest and most enthusiastic fan base I have ever seen for a director. And yes, I'm including Steven Spielberg from the 80s. Now, occasionally, they can make a Snyder Bro sound reasonable because they're passionate. That's why, to say the least, it's a bit odd with The Odyssey that Christopher Nolan, the big daddy of Hollywood, is playing the Hollywood game when he doesn't need to, People used to joke that Christopher Nolan could probably use a real atom bomb in Oppenheimer, and the truth is, if he really wanted one, they would find a way. So when some of the questionable casting of the Odyssey was announced, Christopher Nolan got something that he earned but Hollywood doesn't deserve, the benefit of the doubt. And let's face it, most of the casting is pretty good. Now, Matt Damon isn't anyone's first choice for Odysseus, but he's not bad. Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson, Anne Hathaway, John Bernthal, Mia Goth, James Remar, and even Charlize Theron, because the more time she spends on a set filming a movie is the less time she spends adopting children and changing them. But after that, it gets pretty bad. Let's face it, when people are overlooking Zendaya playing Athena, you know you're in trouble. I don't have anything against Zendaya, and I don't think
that is not a good looking one. That is not attractive. It just ain't, man. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. She is not attractive. She is not even mid, man. Like, it's such a joke, dude. Yeah, exactly. Fucking Helen of Troy is portrayed as having milk white skin and blonde hair.
She's as bad as
she's not some scruffy, scrubby fucking brown person, not some scrubby third worlder.
Pascal, I am just curious as to why she gets cast in so many productions when she has the acting range of Tessa Thompson. Then there's John Leguizamo, who is consistently
resting bitch face at all time.
Argued that Latinos should play Latino roles. By that logic, he shouldn't be playing Eomeus unless my geography's bad and Colombia is located in the Aegean Sea. Of course, there's rapper Travis Scott, who I'm totally familiar with, who was cast as the Bard, where Christopher Nolan said, I cast him because I wanted to nod towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is analogous to rap.
Is it though?
If that's the case, I almost wish I was going to be around in a couple of thousand years as people pass on the oral history of Baby's Got Back. Anyway, I think Asmongold has a better and more savage alternative casting for Travis Scott.
Maybe he should have cast Travis Scott as Hades. That way he could send people to the underworld like he did with Astroworld.
8 people in the crowd.
Oh, no. But then we get to what may or may not be the worst of the casting. It has been rumored for months that Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy, and just a couple of days ago, it was confirmed. The face that launched 1,000 ships and the face that was behind Will Smith right after he smacked the shit out of Chris Rock at the Oscars.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I'm going to.
A decision that has earned the label the odd
bitch.
DEIC, and it's got everyone scratching their head and asking Christopher Nolan, what
keep my cuck wife out your mouth. Keep my wife who has me cooked like a little bitch out your mouth. Like, bro, this doesn't make you look like a tough guy. It doesn't make you look like a man. It makes you look like a little emotional bitch who bullies people. Like, he's being bullied by his wife, and instead of standing up and being a man about it, he fucking bullies somebody smaller than him. That's some bitch ass shit right there. That's some bitch ass shit. You're nothing better than a playground bully that can't handle his own life. Like, you can't even. It's sad, man. It's so sad. And the fact that, honestly, how anybody thought that makes Will Smith look good, or it made Chris Rock look bad, it didn't. It made Will Smith look like a fucking pussy, and his wife look like an evil bitch.
What are you doing? The man known for grounding things even with the wildest concepts. The guy committed to realism and technical craftsmanship goes full Netflix. From the same global entertainment industry that gave us Black Cleopatra, Black Little Mermaid, Black Anne Boleyn, Latina Snow White, Black female dwarves, Black elves, Black female Viking queen Jarl Haken, and Black Snape. We get Black Helen of Troy, who is originally from Sparta, and I would expect this from the rest of Hollywood, but not from Chris Nolan. And that's why the rumor of Paige playing the ghost of Achilles, something that a lot of people thought was preposterous a few days ago, has now become believable. And the memes have been glorious.
That's what they get. That's what they get.
And on top of that, Elon's been.
You keep making a mockery of beloved material from the Western society, Western culture, Western mythology. You take that shit and you bastardize it, and we're gonna drag the shit out of you every time you fucking pull that. We're gonna drag your asses. That's all we can do. They do this to bother us. They literally do this to get under our skin. And like, if you read, why Hollywood makes all these stupid diversity quotas and does all this stuff, it's literally about European, not European chauvinism, but European pride and European superiority. That's what they do it for. And they do it so that to steal anything they can. Like, we're not even allowed to. They put Zendaya, that's whatever that colored's name is, or the Helen of Troy actress. They put her in there just to fuck with us. We're not supposed to have white people to look up to. We're not supposed to have white actors, you know, being heroes. No, the only reason why Matt Damon is Odysseus is because Odysseus is kind of questionable whether or not he's even a hero. I mean, he is a hero, but the stuff he does, you know, he's very flawed. He's a very flawed man. Yeah, she did fucking take that spear good.
It, and it actually made the news.
Famous Hollywood director Christopher Nolan, this guy right here, is making a movie based on the book, the poem, The Odyssey. And I'm not kidding when I say any of this, but the role of Achilles will reportedly be played by Elliot Page.
Now, it has to be stated this has not been confirmed, but you can't blame anyone for believing it. Now, a lot of people think it's going to be Elpenor, a former crew member who died accidentally, who's begging Odysseus in the underworld to find his body so he can give him a proper burial. Or Elliot Page could be playing Anticlea, Odysseus' mother, who Odysseus can call mommy. And yes, I had to look up how to pronounce these names because most of my bandwidth is used towards remembering Tolkien names, and if I get any of them wrong,
I don't care!
Speaking of Tolkien, things have gotten so bad that the Access Media feels they need to come in and sweep for Nolan. From Variety, The Odyssey, why Elon Musk and his troll army attacks aren't just silly, but wildly inaccurate. For starters, since the casting announcement, people have been roasting this movie long before Elon Musk chimed in. And if you're going to say the Trolls Army's attacks aren't just silly, but wildly inaccurate, I wouldn't have used the examples they're about to bring up. From the team that brought you Why is Snow White Latina? Why are there black people in the Rings of Power? And Star Wars has gone woke, comes the latest online onslaught against an anticipated Hollywood project that committed the unfathomable sin of having a diverse cast. Considering Snow White was 2025's biggest box office bomb, losing well over $200 million for Disney, with the Rings of Power Season 2, they lost
video that I watched on this much better because the person went into the history, and there's a lot more to, you know, there's more to critique about it. I just want the back.
Don't touch me!
This is what I was talking about, Jerusalem Day. Look at this shit, man.
In the heart of the Holy Land.
This is an example of the kind of intimidation that they're talking about.
The chaos started early.
We are still hours out yet from the march.
Where are you from? Where are you from? I know his mind. Blah, blah, blah.
Let them speak.
Let them speak.
It is opened today, June 7, 1967, after the Israeli troops had driven out of the new quarter of Jerusalem into the previously Jordanian-held old city of Jerusalem, which now lies clear on the other side of that gate.
This is Jerusalem Day, when Israelis mark their victory in the 1967 war, their seizure of the Western Wall and of East Jerusalem. International law envisions these streets as the capital of a Palestinian state. But those marching don't see it as an occupation. They've come to celebrate what they believe is Jewish ownership of the whole of this ancient city. What's striking is that these young people, many of whom have come from settlements on the West Bank, do not fear the police here. They come from the powerful settler movement, once a fringe extreme in Israeli public life. The ultra-nationalists are now increasingly influential. We meet Atara, who moved here with her parents from Texas 5 years ago.
Which argues that classical Greek culture is
two
heavily...
flags.
So this is a flag of the third temple, which we want to build, hopefully here on the Temple Mount.
Many people are holding the same flag. The Third Temple movement wants to demolish Al-Aqsa, the third holiest place for Muslims, and build a Jewish temple on the site. We're quickly surrounded by demonstrators.
What are they trying to do?
They want to put stickers.
And what do the stickers say?
Kahana was right.
They idolize Meir Kahana, a far-right American rabbi who moved to Israel and was convicted of multiple acts of terror. He's considered a founding father of the ultra-nationalist movement.
So what would you do to the Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the old city? Leave or place.
What would you do?
I think Islam is cancer, and you don't transfer cancer to another patient. That's not moral. You have to destroy cancer.
And what does destroy look like for you?
To either kill or re-educate all Muslims.
This man, Itamar Ben-Gvir, from the extreme right.
Re-educate. No, they have no intentions of re-educating anybody. This is a bloodthirsty group of people right here. They just want to kill other people. And like, you know, shame on the human species if they let these people get out of control. They let this population grow and continue to kill people and get bigger and bigger. This is the tumor. These people are the tumor. It's not the Arabs.
Makes similarly shocking statements. Once convicted for supporting far-right terrorist organizations, he's now the Israeli government's national security minister. And he started Jerusalem Day by unfurling the Israeli colors at Al-Aqsa. Israeli police describe isolated pockets of violence at the march. The Christian quarter of the old city was set upon by a group of Jewish demonstrators.
These streets should be absolutely packed with people. It's very strange being in the Jerusalem Old City and it being completely deserted. There should be shoppers, shopkeepers, religious pilgrims, and yet they can't be here. And they haven't been able to be here on any of the Jerusalem days because it is quite simply too dangerous for them. Now, we're told the vast majority of those marking this day, Jews across Jerusalem, are peaceful, but the ones who come here, the settler activists, they are bent on chaos. And those we speak to here say it's got worse and worse every year. The settler movement has been empowered. It is now at the heart of the Netanyahu government. More settlements have been greenlit in just the last year than were greenlit over the last 20 years. And Palestinians in this old city do not feel safe.
While many
How many of you guys have seen, or wait, let me,
refused to engage with us, some, mostly American demonstrators, did agree to speak.
The uptick in settler violence on the West Bank is out of control. You must agree with that.
First of all, I'm not too into that, but I kind of do disagree. But, yeah.
And I mean, we were just over there. The level of intimidation by a lot of young, and this is why I was interested to talk to you, because you don't seem to want to fight, which is great.
I don't think that there's any point in violence.
But a lot of your friends here do seem to think there's a point in violence.
I might disagree with them.
Well, you could just walk along right over here.
Because most of the people are
you
not
see a bunch of signs where Jews were killed, right? And those were killed by Arabs.
Yeah, I can show you.
I have one day, that's Yom Yerushalayim, Flag Day for the Jews, so we can't come here to show this is our land, this is our city.
The basis of all this is that you're not from here. You came here from America, trying to displace people who were from here.
First of all, I'm not trying to displace nobody, and second of all, this is my country. I'm a Jew. God gave it to me.
Dude, you hear how chauvinistic that? God gave it to me. This is my shit. Like, bro, God didn't give you anything. Britain gave you that land, faggot. Britain gave you that. God didn't give you shit, bro. Britain gave you that, and then you got there and you just killed everybody to either get the ones that lived the fuck out or kill them. Like, I don't really see how you can look at it any other way. You guys ever seen Braveheart? Remember Braveheart, where King Edward Longshanks is talking to his people, and there's too many Scots in Scotland, and they're trying to figure out, how do we get rid of these motherfuckers? And what does the king say? He says, okay, we'll institute prima nocte, so that on the wedding night of every marriage, that nobleman can have first rights to that wife. He basically gets to, get her pregnant, basically, where one of the kids, or he gets his night with her before the husband does. What was that for? Why did they do that? Remember, he even says it's to get a certain kind of nobleman there. The kinds that are creeps, that are fucking they're sadists, or they're sexual deviates. But all he's doing is getting a self-selection bias of psychos that have sex with women on their marriage nights and think that they're owed all that. But what was he doing? He was inviting the most deviant and evil nobleman that he had to go raise hell in Scotland, to go inflict hell on Scotland. Is that not exactly what Netanyahu is doing with those settlements? We'll make it so that the settlers can do whatever they want. They can be murderers. They can be terrorists. But, if we set it up so that they get away with anything, then those will be just the kind of settlers we want. The kind that are evil, that murder their neighbors, that are willing to rape their neighbors' daughters. There's no doubt in my mind that they are willing to. But it's the exact same thing as in Braveheart with that prima nocte. It was their way of settling the place and getting the cruelest, the meanest, the evilest noblemen, the evilest settlers. That's what they're doing in the West Bank and shit. No, I wasn't saying that dude, I never said that happened in Scotland. I was using that as an analogy. It's the only way I know how to get that point across. It would be too damned hard to try and explain it without using. But no, I wasn't saying that it ever happened. But prima nocte, it's just a way of it's like a carrot and a stick, or it's rewarding or these really devious, disgusting, that's the kind of people that's going to draw. The kind of lords are the kind that get off from prima nocte and evil shit like that, raping women and stuff. It's the same thing. That's what Benjamin Netanyahu is. He's using men or human beings' flawed, the flawed fact of or the flaws in human beings to get people to go and settle by making it like no holds barred. You can do whatever you want, because they can't get anybody to go there otherwise. Nobody would go live there otherwise. But and most people would never go live there. But the fact that they can get away with atrocities that attracts a certain kind of psycho that wants to carry out atrocities on people. And that's how they lure those people out there. That's how they lure settlers out there. You know, that's the reward. That's the benefit that they offer. Well, you know, if you go settle out here, you can do whatever you want. You can rape, pillage, steal. You do whatever you want, and we won't hold you accountable. And there's no police out there, so you'll just be able to do whatever you want. And yeah, it gets people to settle it. But they're psychos. They're the worst people on earth, you know, that like doing that kind of shit. This was a good one.
Heavily
on that,
indebted to Afro-Asiatic and Near Eastern roots. I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders. And so I covered this. So people that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a black woman don't know history.
But everything I want to say about these people is hate speech. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. Well, children of the Hell Gondola, another day, another boatload of drama here on the internet. Did you see what I did there? I am very clever. Please clap. If you have been following along so far, you likely will have seen the huge uproar over the upcoming Christopher Nolan Odyssey film slated to hit theaters in July 2026. I did cover this in a bit of detail in my last video about the topic. I'll link that in the description. But as a quick refresher, people are kicking off due to a series of race swaps and sort of, I don't know, I guess like one gender swap in the film. These include Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in all of Greece, who will now be played by Lupita.
She's not. No, she's no great shakes. This woman wouldn't win any beauty contest.
I'm gonna butcher this.
Not even in Nigeria would she win.
Again, but I am trying. Nyong'o. Okay. Lupita will also play Helen's sister, and no, these two women are not twins, and I have no idea why they made this decision. Rapper Travis Scott will play a bard from Ithaca, Athena will be played by Zendaya, and trans-identified Elliot Page will play Achilles, Elpenor, or Hermes. We're not sure which, but a lot of people think it's Elpenor. Just a little bit of gender bending in there as well. So fun. During the initial firestorm, Elon Musk weighed in, criticizing the race swapping, and suggested that the only reason Christopher Nolan made these casting choices is because he wants awards, which I think might actually be the case. Apparently,
he wants his movie to be eligible for awards, but you know that you don't get those awards for making good movies. You get those awards for having black people in the movie or gay people. It has nothing to do with the quality of the movie.
To get an Oscar, to win an Oscar, one must meet a bunch of representation and inclusion standards, including, but not limited to, hiring non-whites, women, LGBT people, and, you know, including these people somehow, somewhere in your film, including acting in it. No white men allowed, white men. Go to your room! Elon's response, of course, because these people are nothing if not predictable, brought a bunch of progressives out of the woodwork to try to fight him. Alec Baldwin, yes, the same Alec Baldwin who shot and killed someone and had the case dismissed, posted an image of Lupita on Instagram and captioned it, "Dear Elon, she is the most beautiful woman in the world." I mean, this is, of course, subjective, but I am leaning towards the entirety of Sweden myself. Why are you all so pretty? Elon's comments even resulted in this particularly fun article from Variety headlined, "The Odyssey, Why Elon Musk..."
You know, and that's like a slap in those people's face. Dude, they're pretty enough that they don't need you to lie on their behalf. Why does Alec Baldwin think that they need him to lie for them? Like, he thinks he's, you know, their savior. I'm their white savior. I'm going to jump in and say what's not true. Dude, that Lupita Nyong'o, there's no way on earth that woman thinks she's the greatest looking woman on the planet. It's just not, I don't believe it, because, you know, I'm sure she gets that there are better looking women on the planet than her. So it's stupid. I mean, it's just virtue signaling. Nobody why didn't he marry a black woman then, if she's so beautiful? Why did he marry some woman with Spanish blood? I don't get it. Like, it's bullshit.
And his troll army attacks aren't just silly, but wildly inaccurate. I mean, I think the guy just wants Greeks represented in their own mythologies, which is ironically something that all of you nerds would agree with if it was any other civilization or story or culture other than a European one. But who would listen to me? What do I know? This article hilariously goes on to write, from the team that brought you Why is Snow White Latina? Why are there black people in the Rings of Power? And Star Wars Has Gone Woke comes the latest online onslaught against the anticipated Hollywood project that committed the unfathomable, this is hard to say, unfathomable sin of having a diverse cast. Well, we do know how each one of those shows and films turned out. Horrible! I think Disney's Snow White broke Rachel Zegler to the extent that she's doing weird things on red carpets these days.
Breaker. What a weirdo.
The crux of this article is a bunch of nonsense, but they also make the argument that the 2004 Troy film wasn't accurate, no one cared about that, and all of this is mythology anyway, so why do you care at all? Stellar work, as always, Variety. Now, because people like you and me don't appreciate the attempt at revising Greek mythology to meet the cultural and social expectations of 2026 America, apparently that makes us a bunch of naughty, naughty racists. And now, progressives have started to enter the conversation to tell us why we are wrong, why our outrage is silly and selective, that we are apparently not smart, and importantly, they are now bending over backwards to tell us why Greeks could have in fact been black. I am both too old and too young for this. On a recent episode from May 14, 2026, the women of the show The View had a lot to say about the upcoming Odyssey film. Host Sunny Hostin, again, I'm so bad with names, sorry if that's not right, made some comments that went especially viral on Twitter. Yes, this is the same Sunny Hostin who found out her ancestors were in fact slave owners.
Wow. I'm a little bit in shock. I just always thought of myself as Puerto Rican, you know, half Puerto Rican. I didn't think I was.
Maybe if you weren't such a disgusting bitch that literally shit on human beings that have never owned a slave in their life, but she sits there and rants and raves against them like they're evil beyond all recognition. Oh, and then come to find out she has them too. And it's like, if you weren't such an arrogant bitch that thought that she was perfect and was holier than thou, and then had the right to stand over people and judge them for even though they've done nothing wrong, well, that's called karma. That's how shit goes. What goes around comes around, bitch.
My family was originally from Spain and slaveholders.
Whip yourself in shame, Sunny. You are the thing that you so abhor. You know, I wonder if Sunny would be less of a monumental hypocrite if she was getting enough sleep. Because lots of sleep makes you an objectively nicer person. And a lot of people, including you guys, are not getting good sleep. But what if you could? What if there was a way that you could? And there is, thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Beam. You could all probably say at this stage that I am the nighttime sleep fairy, and I guess I am, because I am known among my friends and family and loved ones for forcing them to try and use Dream Sleep Hot Chocolate. Because I love this stuff. I know it works, and I know it is good, and I am willing to share that information. As I have also said before, when I don't feel like making myself a yummy drink, which isn't often, I do opt for Dream Sleep capsules, and I have been using these a lot lately actually because I've been going to sleep really late. But as far as sleep products go, or even hot chocolate, it's really, really uncommon to find a brand that actually delivers on all of its promises on day one. But Dream has been that for me since the start. I also freaking love the way it tastes, so that's a really good added bonus.
My bad about that.
I typically whip up my Dream drink anywhere from of Troy could have in fact been black.
You know, I think, you know, racism rears its ugly head often on,
like
and more often now than ever, I think, in our country. But if you are a student of history, you know that scholars have debated for decades the extent to which Greek mythology and civilization were influenced by ancient Egypt and North Africa. It is very clear that Andromeda is described as an Ethiopian princess. We have Othello, the Moor. The Greeks, this idea was also...
Othello and the Moor? Yeah, no shit. There were Moors on the Mediterranean. Absolutely. Shakespeare wrote a fucking play specifically about a black guy. And, like, what? That doesn't mean they had an influence on our society. Shakespeare wrote about a black guy, not because there was black people in England. It's so funny. He just wanted to tell a story that, you know, I guess involved racism, or, you know, it involved, you know, devious plots and shit that were because of race. He wanted to tell that story, so he wrote a story with a colored guy in it.
Explored in a book called Black Athena. I think people should read it, which argues that classical Greek culture is heavily indebted to Afro-Asiatic and Near Eastern roots. I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders, and so I covered this. So people that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a black woman don't know history.
I am so tired of these people. Also, who is letting this woman teach children? Am I just now learning that teachers are telling 14-year-old students that Greeks were actually black? Is this better or worse than teaching kids that gender is fluid? I don't even know anymore. There is obviously so much to unpack about this statement, but we will start with the most obvious point that I will reiterate again, which is that anybody who actually knows history understands that Helen of Troy isn't black. wasn't black. Because we don't rely on aggressively leftist sources like Black Athena or the Emily Wilson translation of the Odyssey to build out our opinions, Sonny. I did list a bunch of reasons in my last video about this, relating to why Helen of Troy isn't black, but one of the ones that I did leave out is that Homer and other people who were, you know, writing during that period of time distinguished between the Greeks and everybody else. And he referred to Africans in his writing as burnt faces. So there's that.
So he
this
actually
is sort of like the J.K.
referred to black people in the fucking story. So we know that that Helen of Troy was not black, nor was Athena.
Rowling argument that people love to make, where they say that Hermione could have been black and that she can be portrayed as black because her race in the books was never expressly stated. But when someone was actually black, or Indian, or Chinese, J.K. Rowling directly said this, or gave them a name like Cho Chang. I guess she effectively called them burned faces too.
Was it Pavel Pavardi? Pavardi Pavel? Indian girl.
He describes the people in his writing, the gods, the demigods, heroes, as the Greeks around him. Just like if you had a, I don't know, say a Nigerian author writing about a great warrior, you would reasonably assume that he means someone who looks like him, because people typically write what surrounds them, and this has not changed in 2,000 years. We also have statues and pottery and all sorts of other artifacts that tell us how the Greeks imagined their own mythologies. And as for this Black Athena book that Sonny references, it seems to be one of the worst pieces of literature ever published. And that is really saying something, because we have books like White Fragility out in the world. The author stated in no uncertain terms that the political purpose of Black Athena is, of course, to lessen European cultural arrogance.
What?
Oh, we have some anti-white agenda happening here too, and it's being quoted on national television by the dumbest women alive. We love that. I do not want you guys to glaze over and get bored listening to this.
They literally see European pride as European arrogance because they don't have anything to be proud of. They have nothing to be proud of. They never even invented their own alphabet, their own style or system of writing, never invented their own currency, nothing. They have nothing to be proud of, and they're bitter that we have all sorts of shit to be proud of.
I can get too in the weeds, but I do think that it is important to know that the writer of Black Athena argued that Greek culture owed a debt to Africa and the Middle East for its impact on Greek civilization, and that half the linguistic and mythic components of Hellenistic culture came from African and Asiatic introductions. So I did reach out to a couple.
So they're trying to get pride, and they're trying to convince us that, yeah, Europe is responsible for all the good stuff in the modern world, but we influenced Europe, so we are a part of the, you know, we get to take credit and part of the spoils. Like, bro, it doesn't work that way, man. Sorry. It just doesn't.
Other people who are way smarter than me when it comes to history and sort of the region, the general region of the Mediterranean, like Metatron, for example, who is a friend of the channel. Some of you are probably familiar with his videos, but I also reached out to someone I referenced in my last video who is known on Twitter as Homer Pavlos. He is an actual Greek person who actually...
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, J-Boss. There's only a couple of black. There's Obama, and he's not even really black. Then there's Nelson Mandela. That's like the two. The rest of them are dictators and crooks and... Pretty much. Even like Martin Luther King, dude was like a sex, the guy was a total sex addict. You know, he was just a regular black guy that liked to screw.
Speaks Greek, and so I wanted to confirm some of the bits and bobs relating to the culture that he has grown up in, and he had this to say to me. The opinion that there were blacks in Greece is completely false and propaganda. Greek cities were closed societies. There were no barbarians inside, no non-Greeks. Even the slaves in Athens were living outside Athens, and there were no sub-Saharan blacks. He goes on to say, the book that Sonny Hostin is referring to, Black Athena, is a book that is rejected by the whole of academia, even leftists. It's pseudoscience, pseudoscientific, and it's pure racism against Greek civilization.
But, you know, and that kind of brings up the point, like, you know, if they want to have if they want movies with black people, why don't they write stories for black people? What's so crazy about that? What's so hard about that? You know, this isn't their history. You know, you're not actually, it's total the bigotry of low expectations. It's like, oh, well, these poor black people, they don't have their own stories, so we'll include them. They get a participation trophy too. Why don't you just make up stories like Wakanda Forever, or, you know, that shit was fine. You know, it worked fine. Nobody was mad about that. Go for it. I'll make all kinds of new, but you don't have to steal ours. And like these criminal Hollywood people, they're ideologues and they're brainwashed, and they think they're doing somebody a favor. No, they're killing their own industry. They're legitimately shooting Hollywood in the head, and it's dying. Nobody watch. I'm not going to see this Odyssey. I'll probably never watch this garbage movie. There's a lot of movies like this that pull this shit, and I don't watch them at all. Never. I want nothing to do with them. This one, I want nothing to do with it. You have a colored woman as Helen of Troy? No, thank you. I'm good. I'm good. The whole movie is going to be white men getting shit on, and colored people and women being raised up, and how fucking evil white men are. And this, I'm good on that.
I understand about this writer and this book and its reception. I do think that this is an accurate statement. And one of the other things that I think is probably worth noting is that other writers discredited this book completely, but also it was picked up and heralded by people who are very Afrocentric, people who believe that Africa has had its roots in basically every single thing that exists in either Western culture or basically any other culture. It's sort of where the we was Kangs thing comes from, except in this case it's we was Greeks. I don't want to get into the Afrocentrism thing in this video, but I do think that a lot of these people just fundamentally hate Europeans, and I don't think it's any deeper than that. The other part of this view segment that I want to turn your eyeballs to that I found extremely irritating was when the only two white women on this panel attack the artistic rendering of Helen of Troy from around the 1800s,
don't actually believe
saying
it.
that this woman looks like Elvis and she's so ugly in comparison
These
to
are legitimate virtue signaling situations. Nobody, it's a participation trophy for coloreds. They aren't earning this shit. Nobody thinks Zendaya is a good actress. She always has resting bitch face. She sucked in Dune. She sucks. She's not there because she's good at what she's doing or that she's even beautiful. She's like fucking middling she's just middling all the way across. You know, this is just a bunch of participation tropes. White people, this is the same old thing, old trope, the old cliche. White people build up an institution, build it up, make it some valuable institution, and then evil white people come in and then sell it or use that value, all that built up value, they waste it. They sell it off, and totally like a whale carcass, they just consume the built up value. They don't add any value, they destroy value. And they do it to make coloreds look good. They're using a white institution that we built up, cultural institution, over a century, and they're systematically dismantling it to put coloreds on the spot and make. I mean, it's a joke, man, and it's dying. So it is what it is. They can keep killing themselves if they want, but they're not hurting us.
Lupita.
Of Helen of no. That's good.
Beautiful.
Because
she means the other
I mean
one.
the most beautiful woman in the world. That was
the blonde lady.
Fictitious also. That just arguably, and beauty is subjective. I'd like you to prove to me
that's the finest there ever
that
was.
she can even hold a candle to Lupita Nyong'o. It's like the argument I want to hear. She wasn't real.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, she looks like Elvis.
I am sorry, but could they have not pulled a better picture to make his point?
Are we really doing this, ladies? Really? You're attacking two pieces of artwork from the 1800s when beauty standards were different, and also these are the personal renditions of that specific artist. Comparing these to a real-life human being to illustrate that this real-life human being is so much better looking? What are we doing here? If we are being honest, it is observable that Lupita is an attractive woman, and she's probably attractive to most people. Most people can go, yes, she's a pretty girl. But she is not, in any way, who Homer would have been thinking of when he wrote about Helen of Troy. And you know what? That's actually perfectly okay. Lupita is also clearly not who anyone else was thinking of when they depicted Helen over the millennia.
Helen of Troy was a white woman. How dare Christopher Nolan cast Lupita Nyong'o when Helen of Troy was white? It's ahistorical. Helen of Troy hatched from an egg. What exactly is a demigod who hatched from an egg supposed to look like anyway? Have you seen one? I haven't seen one. How do you know she wouldn't be black?
I mean, Helen of Troy could have been pooped on a rock, but it doesn't change her description as Greek from the Odyssey, you know? This situation, at least to me, resembles what was happening with Black Snape quite a lot. Snape was described in detail in Harry Potter. We know what Snape actually was supposed to look like, and he was still race-swapped. And as a result, the actor himself has been criticized appearance-wise to no end.
You know, and you know whose fault all this stuff is? It's black people's fault. They don't. They're rowdy, violent people who, stick together, cause trouble. They make fun of anybody who tries to make something of themselves. They would be more prevalent in white society if they behave themselves. But they don't ever get into these rooms that are with white people that write books. First of all, they don't write anything. But they're not even in the lives of white people. People write about what's in their life. But how many black people are honestly, at Harvard because of merit? They're all tokens. They're all participation trophies. Nobody has all their friends are black. Nobody does that. There's not enough of them to be friends with. Most of them, they wallow in their own pig pens. And it's not our fault that they're not like us, and they're not naturally. People don't, because when you write a story, you think of characters and people that are in your own life. And I would be willing to bet that most people, there isn't that one black person in their life, their whole entire life. You know what I mean? Like, why would what's her name that wrote Harry Potter? Why would she write a black guy? She wrote Indian, she wrote Chinese. Those were all in her books, but she didn't have any black people because she didn't know any black people. J.K. Rowling. She didn't know any black people. That's not her fault. It's not really, black people's fault because they weren't alongside a white waitress that wrote a famous book series. But it's not our fault that they're not a part of our culture. It's not our fault, man. They're not a part of our culture. Oh, well, sorry. If you want to change that, change it. Or build your own Hollywood. Build a Bollywood, the Indian something, but don't steal our beloved IP, our beloved mythology and stories. Man, they would flip a fucking shit if we took their mythology, or let's say, and they would never cast Muhammad as a white man. They would never do that. But they'll cast Jesus as a colored, or Mozart as a colored. I mean, truly evil shit.
People are now debating whether or not this woman is attractive or ugly or whatever, but I don't think that actually matters here. The debate around her casting is whether or not it's wrong, which it is, as is basically every other race swap in this film. I didn't know where to put this, but I wanted to include it. I saw this funny post on Twitter where someone basically had said that you can pluck any random weather girl in Greece and she will be probably who Homer was thinking of when he wrote Helen of Troy, because they're that attractive. I admit that I am quite fired up about this specific situation, and I think it's because there's just a pattern that is taking place here, and there's a thing that is happening over and over and over again, followed by the same kind of commentary that inevitably puts down European cultures, and I am sick of it. It wasn't too long ago that we had the unfortunateness of Netflix's Queen Cleopatra, which was their weird self-styled documentary series that cast a black actress as the Queen of Egypt. They included dialogue that repeatedly said that Cleopatra was black, and she wasn't at all. Her lineage was Greek Macedonian. Egyptians got understandably quite cross about this. Egyptian officials and archaeologists said that the show was a falsification of Egyptian history. And before that, we even had the BBC's and Netflix's actually 2018 Troy, Fall of a City, that featured black actors as Achilles and Zeus. Were either of these figures meant to be black? No. Does that matter to these bloody writers and directors and whomever? No. The worst part is when you say, hey, this is not accurate and these people wouldn't have looked this way, this is probably not great. Progressives inevitably scream at you and say, well, it's mythology, so why do you care anyway? It doesn't matter. But it actually does matter. No major production would recast figures from non-white mythologies as a different race. Such moves, as you all know, would be condemned as appropriation or any other type of sin. But European myths, the wellspring of Western art, literature, and identity, are used as these sort of weird equity experiments. And I saw this point that someone made online where they said that Greek and Egyptian and actually Roman history is pillaged by Hollywood and other institutions regularly because it's got so much in it, but they never actually represent the heritage of these places correctly, because particularly in the Greek and Roman cases, they're white adjacent and therefore they're not allowed to take place in their own cultural history, which is, I think, pretty true. Obviously, there are so many additional issues with this movie.
Pillaging is a really good way to put it. Straight up, that is such a good way of putting what they do to Western culture. Hollywood. They fucking loot it like pirates.
And it isn't only about the race swapping, but the reason that we're talking about it is because this is a thing that everybody has jumped onto. I also really quickly too want to address the mythology argument that people love to make around these kind of conversations. And it is quite challenging for me to explain succinctly, so bear with me, but I don't think that a character, or a person rather, has to be real for their appearance to be respected. And I think it's actually quite an odd argument to make that because someone didn't exist in real life, but we have a description of them, or we know what culture they come from, then it's fine to kind of throw that away. I find that quite disrespectful. And I also think saying that mythology doesn't matter is quite a silly thing to say, because mythology, and especially ancient mythology, was ingrained and entrenched in the lives of the people in those cultures. I don't know if this is making sense. Mythology and folklore informed so many things in our ancestors' societies, and they likely believed these things just as much as we believe so many things today, just because, you know, we have questions around the veracity of some of these things doesn't mean that it didn't matter to the people who came before. And so, yeah, I find it incredibly disrespectful to act like because we don't put as much stock in it, it didn't matter to them, and therefore it means nothing, and it's moot generally. I don't know, I don't agree with that. So yeah, if we know that a character or a person in a mythology was described a certain way, it's not hard to depict them in the way that they were described. And for the 5 millionth time, if you want to tell a story about an African person, either make a story about an African person or create a brand new story and cast an African person in a role in that story and give them their own unique situation and personality and whatever. Do not randomly insert people, be them trans or race swapped, into a thing that already exists and then call everybody else racist or transphobic when they have an issue with it. Anyway, I know I have done a lot of talking here, but I do want to leave you all with some sentiments that I read in an article that I found in the Greek City Times. In discussing the upcoming Odyssey film, this article says that not one prominent ethnic Greek actor was cast, not one Greek American performer was cast, not even a symbolic acknowledgement of the culture from which this story originates took place. This writes, that omission is not merely ironic, it exposes the selective and performative nature of Hollywood's modern diversity framework. This article rightly goes on to point out the hypocrisy of Hollywood screaming that cultural ownership matters, except when it comes to Greeks and other European cultures whose histories it pillages while ignoring the Greeks entirely. And I think that really just hits the nail on the head when it comes to what we're seeing with Hollywood and Christopher Nolan and really a bunch of other projects that have taken place or probably will take place going forward, where Hollywood routinely demonstrates that it has no respect for the cultures that it is sucking dry. It doesn't respect Roman culture or Greek culture or Scandinavian culture. It respects none of them. Also, and quite tragically, I think that all of this demonstrates that it is so societally entrenched to act out that European cultures don't matter and they can be thrown to the wolves and disrespected as much as Hollywood likes, provided that it can just make a couple bucks. In the end, I am sure that we will talk about this film again.
That is what our elites do.
Get...
Whether it be Hollywood, whether it be politicians, they are in the business of selling off our birthright and our culture piece by piece until there's nothing left of it. That's how it feels. That it's just being taken away from us, dismantled, like it's being repossessed almost, like we don't own it. It's fucking ridiculous. Honestly, I was watching a video on the Black Irish. I forget who said that to me. Somebody said I was my dark hair and dark eyes. Dark hair or brown eyes. Pretty interesting, actually. That's it. Yeah, I watched it. Here it is. Pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie, it's interesting.
The two systems met. For the nearest explanation, Spanish sailors, they something older, jet black hair. Somewhere on the west coast of Ireland, there is a face that doesn't belong on any postcard. Not the freckled redhead the world expects. Something older, jet black hair, skin so pale it almost glows, eyes the color of shallow ocean water. For centuries, people noticed this face and reached for the nearest explanation. Spanish sailors, they said, Vikings, Norman conquerors, romantic stories, all of them. and all of them are wrong. The phrase Black Irish has been whispered in villages and debated in pubs for generations without anyone agreeing on what it actually means or where it actually came from. The popular theories are familiar enough. A fleet of Spanish ships wrecked on the Irish coast in 1588. Norse raiders who carved their bloodlines into a conquered population. Medieval knights who never quite left. Each explanation had just enough plausibility to survive. None of them had enough evidence to hold up. Modern DNA analysis has now gone somewhere none of those stories could follow, into the bones themselves, into the genetic record that predates every shipwreck, every invasion, every dynasty by thousands of years. What it found does not simply correct the old myths, it replaces them entirely. The truth is older than Ireland as anyone has ever imagined it, and it changes everything. The Spanish Armada story is the one that stuck. In 1588, the most powerful naval fleet of its age sailed against England, got destroyed by storms, and scattered its wreckage along the Irish.
No, the world is feasting off of Western culture. They are. The only ones that even respect it are the Chinese. They have a real respect for Western culture. They respect classical music, Mozart. They make no bones about it. They see Mozart as the greatest composer that ever lived. They don't play games and say, oh, but this Chinese composer is better. No, they call a spade a spade. They focus on merit. And we don't anymore. We used to, we don't anymore.
Coastline. Dozens of ships went down. Survivors dragged themselves ashore, dark-haired and olive-skinned, so visibly different from the pale locals that the stories wrote themselves. They stayed, the legend says. They married. They had children. And somewhere in those children, the Black Irish were born. It is a beautiful story. It is also genetically invisible. Modern DNA studies find no measurable Spanish signal in the Irish population traceable to that event. Math was always the problem. A few dozen shipwreck survivors scattered across a coastline cannot move the needle on a national gene pool. Romance was never the issue. The scale was. The Viking theory carries more actual evidence. Norse raiders hit Ireland hard between the 9th and 11th centuries, founded Dublin, and settled. Researchers excavated the remains of archaeologists and
that's just the beginning where they tell you the legend, and the rest of the show is about why.
Geneticists now agree on what happened next. It was not gradual assimilation. It was not peaceful blending. When the Beaker culture reached Britain and Ireland, it replaced the vast majority of the existing...
And the Beaker culture, that was like France and Spain way back in the day, like before the Bronze Age, before the Greek. These Bell Beaker people migrated to the British Isles, and they were the original inhabitants, basically. Or one of the original. I don't even think they were the original, but they were one of the original. And like they're as far back as the DNA lineage goes. Like they're the original base mixture of the Irish. And all the Irish we know today are just variation, where they all have the Bell Beaker DNA way deep down.
Population within a few centuries. Whatever combination of migration, displacement, and demographic collapse drove that transformation, the result was total. The Ireland that existed before the Beaker arrival effectively ceased to exist. Yeah. The evidence is not abstract. On Rathlin Island off Ireland's north coast, researchers excavated the remains of Bronze Age men buried around 2500 to 2000 BC. When their DNA was sequenced, they carried the R1b L21 haplogroup. The same paternal lineage is found in over 65% of Irish men alive today.
65
Those bones were
or
not
67.
ancient strangers. They were the direct ancestors of the modern Irish population. The Beaker arrivals also carried the gene for lactase persistence, the ability to digest milk into adulthood.
That's crazy. Because we're all Western Europeans, we all have that that gene that lets us digest milk into adulthood. Because you know how a lot of black people, they can't drink milk when they get older. They get they're lactose intolerant. But Western Europeans, we have this gene that our body break down milk even into adult. I always thought that was pretty cool.
In a land
that's evolution. Like we can drink cow's milk because of evolution. which is a benefit. You know, milk is nutritious. It could keep you alive.
A dietary foundation, that gene spread until Ireland reached the highest frequency of it anywhere on Earth.
Wow.
They also carried variants for lighter skin and eyes. Those traits spread quickly, but the genes for dark hair did not disappear. They held on. In certain communities, in certain lineages, they did something more than survive. They flourished, and that is where the Black Irish story actually begins. The Bronze Age transformation reshaped Ireland through its fathers. The Y chromosome, passed from man to son across generations like a surname written in biology, tells the story of that rupture clearly. But there is a second record, a quieter one, and to understand the full picture of the Black Irish, you have to listen to what the mothers carried. Mitochondrial DNA passes exclusively from mother to child, unchanged across generations unless a mutation occurs. It is one of the most stable records in human genetics. And in Ireland, what it shows is remarkable continuity. The most common maternal haplogroup in Ireland today is H, carried by a large proportion of Irish women. Studies suggest upward of a third, with its strongest concentrations in subcategories H1 and H3. These lineages trace directly back to early European farmers and Bronze Age migrants. Irish mothers have been carrying the same DNA for thousands of years, but older signals survive alongside them. A notable minority of Irish women carry haplogroup U, one of the most ancient maternal lineages in Europe. A branch called U5 connects modern Irish women to the first humans who set foot on the island after the Ice Age, women who hunted and fished along Ireland's wild coastline more than 7,000 years ago. Their DNA is still here. Here's what makes this matter for the Black Irish mystery. Many of these maternal lineages show their closest modern matches not to Britain, but to France, Iberia, and the wider Atlantic coast. Ancient maritime connections, seafaring routes that carried entire families into Ireland long before any Viking ship appeared on the horizon. Some of those lineages carried pigmentation variants that kept dark hair alive even as lighter traits spread across the population. Ireland's fathers brought
Yo, that's a bog body. That's like a 10,000-year-old human body, perfectly preserved by a bog, a marsh or a bog. You know, they fall in the mud. Perfectly preserves them. That they looked. It almost looks, if they had their same color skin, you wouldn't even be able to tell that that was 10,000 years old. Isn't that crazy? Like the fact that, like, it's like a perfectly preserved human. It's better than a mummy. That looks like a person you could meet today.
Ireland's mothers preserved what came before. Together, they built the genetic range that makes everything possible. If you want to see the Black Irish face, you go west. Kerry, Cork, Galway, lands of stone walls and Atlantic cliffs, and families who have worked in the same valleys for more generations than anyone has bothered to count. There is something different about these places. Not just culturally, not just historically, genetically different. And modern science has now confirmed what anyone paying attention already suspected. In 2017, the Irish DNA Atlas project, led by researchers from the Royal College of Surgeons and Trinity College Dublin, analyzed individuals whose grandparents were all from the same regions of Ireland. What they found dismantled the idea of a single homogeneous Irish population. Ireland broke into 10 distinct genetic clusters. The majority of them deeply represented Gaelic Irish ancestry, and the most ancient, most distinctive clusters of all were concentrated in the west. Counties like Kerry and Cork showed stronger genetic continuity with the Bronze Age Ireland than anywhere else on the island. The same legacy visible in those Rathlin Island remains. The same lineages that arrived during the Bell Beaker transformation and never left. While most of Ireland carries a measurable Norwegian-like ancestry component from centuries of Viking settlement, the western clusters often carried significantly less. Later arrivals barely touched them. They remained closer to their Bronze Age ancestors than to their own eastern neighbors. Isolation does specific things to a gene pool.
I didn't
Scientists
know that
call
they
it the
had that
founder
much
effect.
region,
When
although
a
it
small
makes
population
sense.
is cut off from outside influence
I
across
dated a
enough
blonde chick who was like I thought she was German at first, but her last name was Irish as all get out. And I would have never suspected she was Irish. But she had, you know, she was a true blonde. Had like no dye, and her hair was gold. and light eyebrows. Like, she looked like that chick from that Tim Pool video, but her hair was really that blonde. She was like 5'10" as well. She was my height. So she gorgeous, practically perfect.
Rare traits
Just
do not
gorgeous.
just survive, they concentrate. The unusual pigmentation combinations that produce black hair alongside pale skin and light eyes had exactly the environment they needed in the west of Ireland to become a stable, recurring feature of entire communities. Culture reinforced what geography protected. The West was the stronghold of the Irish language, of Gaelic music and tradition, of communities that married within tight networks across centuries. Cultural resilience and genetic resilience moved in the same direction for a very long time. When you see the Black Irish face in the West, you are not looking at an anomaly. You are looking at the oldest, continuously preserved genetic legacy on the island. The genetic mechanism behind all of this comes down to a single gene, MC1R. It is the primary switch controlling hair and skin pigmentation in humans, and Ireland has the most unusual relationship with it of any population on Earth. Variants of MC1R are responsible for red hair. The specific mutations R151C, R160W, and D294H each increase the probability of red hair and freckles, and Ireland carries the highest concentration of these variants anywhere in the world. That is why roughly 10% of the Irish population has naturally red hair, when the global average sits below 2%. The variants are genuinely that common. But here is where the standard explanation breaks down. Carrying an MC1R variant does not guarantee red hair. Pigmentation is not a single switch. It is a tug of war between competing systems. On one side, melanin production genes push toward dark hair. On the other hand, MC1R mutations weaken the melanin signal. Whoever wins that contest determines what color hair actually grows. Someone can carry a red hair variant and still have jet black hair if their melanin production genes are strong enough to override it. This is not unusual. It is happening in Irish families everywhere. A sibling with hair the color of flames sitting next to a sibling with hair the color of midnight. Same parents, same gene pool, different outcome from the same underlying contest. The dark pigmentation alleles driving that outcome are not recent arrivals. Ancient DNA confirms they were present in Ireland during the Neolithic period, carried by Mediterranean farmers thousands of years before the Bronze Age shift introduced lighter traits. The two systems met, competed, and never fully resolved. The Black Irish face is not a foreign import. It is what happens when ancient genetics refuses to lose. Irish surnames are not just names. They are biological records. Carry the right one, and you are carrying, without knowing it, a genetic signature that has been passed down through centuries.
Honestly, that makes perfect sense. Like, all my family, me and my brothers are the only ones that have my complexion. My dad has 6 sisters. Almost like they're all blue eyes. Several of them are blonde, were blonde towheads and are still blonde. And my mom, her sister, was a blonde, and everybody but her has green eyes. My grandmother was a redhead. You know, like, but I guess we carry that Black Irish, something like that, because and my brother, his oldest son his son is blonde hair, blue eyes. Like, he's in his 20s and his hair is still like super light blonde. His mother was like a natural blonde, blue eyes too.
Of dynasties, invasions, famines, and survival. The name on the headstone and the DNA in the bone are often telling the same story. Take the Uí Néill dynasty. For centuries, they held political dominance across large parts of Ireland, claiming descent from the legendary King Neil of the 9 Hostages. Genetic studies suggest that a substantial proportion of men in northwest Ireland share the same Y chromosome lineage, a branch of the R1BL21 haplogroup that traces directly back to that ruling line. One dynasty, one genetic signal. still visible across an entire region more than 1,000 years later, and that region sits squarely in the west and northwest, the same geography most consistently associated with the Black Irish appearance. But dynasties are only part of the story. Tragedy wrote the other part. The Great Famine of 1845 to 1852 collapsed Ireland's population from roughly 8 million to 4 million in less than a decade. Death and emigration emptied entire villages. The genetic consequence was brutal and simple. When half a population disappears, the DNA of those who remain gets amplified. Rare traits that might have stayed rare instead become defining features of the surviving community. In Western Ireland, where isolation had already concentrated unusual pigmentation genes across generations, the famine acted as a final filter. The hemochromatosis mutation tells the same story from a different angle. Called the Celtic curse, this variant causes excess iron storage, common enough to be dangerous today, but likely a survival advantage in times of chronic food scarcity.
Yeah.
It appears at its highest global frequency in Western
Because, you know,
Ireland.
iron, that's why we eat so much beef, because iron, when you need iron, red meat is particularly, you crave red meat. Like, and same thing when women are on there, and when they're menstruating, they run low on iron because they're menstruating. So yeah, I've seen women that were vegetarians and ended up breaking on their menstruation cycle and just saying, fuck vegetarianism. End up scarfing down on like a steak right then and there. I've seen that happen before.
Its deep roots in the Irish population suggest origins stretching back well before recorded history. It is a reminder that the genetics shaping the Black Irish face are the genetics of people who endured things that would have ended other populations entirely. Modern genomics delivered the final layer of confirmation, not through one study or one finding, but through the accumulated weight of autosomal DNA analysis, the mixed genetic material inherited from both parents, applied across large Irish population samples and measured against the broader European record. The picture that emerged was precise. Ireland's ancestry breaks into 3 ancient streams. Estimates suggest roughly a third traces to Western hunter-gatherers who returned to the island after the Ice Age retreated. Roughly another third or more comes from early European farmers who sailed north from the Mediterranean, carrying crops, livestock, and dark pigmentation alleles that never fully disappeared. The remaining portion arrived with the steppe pastoralists, whose Bronze Age migration reshaped the entire continent. That three-way balance has remained essentially stable for nearly 4,000 years. Few populations anywhere in Europe can claim that kind of continuity. The later arrivals left their marks, but not evenly.
So
Viking
crazy
influence
how
concentrated in eastern coastal cities.
so crazy how European tribes move around so freely. Like Celtic tribes, you know, they moved all the way across Europe. But I guess that makes sense because before cities and big towns were built, it was just a range. It was just a frontier, you know, almost like the Great Plains in America. How hard was it to cross the Great Plains? You didn't have to go through any cities, didn't have to go through any villages. You just walked over the land. I would imagine that must have been how it was like before all these, you know, all these different peoples got settled in. You know, it must have just been moving around on bare land.
Norman signatures appeared mostly in aristocratic eastern lineages. The Ulster plantation left its mark in the north. The West absorbed almost none of it. What modern genomics confirmed is exactly what the geography and the oral traditions had always suggested. The western counties of Ireland were never overwritten. The oldest genetic layer survived intact, and the Black Irish face looking back from those Atlantic communities is not a mystery requiring explanation. It is simply the oldest face in Ireland, still there, still recognizable after 4,000 years. That face on the west coast of Ireland was never an anomaly, never a genetic accident, never the lingering trace of a shipwreck or a raid. It is the most direct living connection to the people who built the stone circles, who survived the Bronze Age transformation, who held their lineages together through isolation and famine and everything history threw at a small island on the edge of the Atlantic world. The myths were always more comfortable than the truth. Spanish sailors made for a better story than 4,000 years of unbroken genetic continuity. Vikings made for a more dramatic explanation than the quiet persistence of Neolithic pigmentation alleles in communities that simply never got diluted enough to lose them. The romantic stories survived because nobody had read the bones carefully enough to replace them. The DNA has now been read, and what it says is not complicated. The Black Irish were never foreign, never mysterious, never the product of some outside force passing through and leaving its mark. They are the original face of the island, preserved in the West by geography and culture and the particular ruthlessness of survival. Identity is never as simple as a stereotype insists. The same island that gave the world its redheads kept something older underneath. It was always there. It just took science long enough to...
It is kind of crazy to think that, you know, Ireland, that's known for the redhead, and they have this really strong lineage of dark hair, dark eyes, you know, that's somewhat rare or somewhat less common, lighter hair color, lighter eye color.
Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans.
I'm starting to feel it. I've pretty much exhausted all of this I had watched over the weekend and had something to say. So, see what we can find. Hopefully, came out today, and I'll see if I can, find some decent shit to discuss.
You go back to 2022, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for Israel amongst young Republicans. But by 2025, look at this. Already a 30-point shift away, their net favorability down to -2. Today, look at this, -16 points. And now, the net favorability of Israel amongst all adults, -23 points. That's a 36-point change in just 4 years' time amongst all adults.
Well, as you just saw Harry Enton from CNN display very clearly, well, Americans across the board have lost support toward Israel. And you would think that this would lead to Israel's most ardent defenders maybe doing some self-reflection, maybe urging Israel to reconsider some of the slaughter campaigns they've carried out in multiple countries in the Middle East and beyond. But unfortunately, that's not what's happening here. Okay, that self-reflection, taking personal damage, the Iranian regime would be toppled.
You guys ever watch the Tim Dillon show?
And Trump stupidly took his advice and went for it. There's no discussion about the Jews, okay? No one said that, ooh, the manipulative Jews did this. But of course, like all Zionists, Victor Davis Hanson refuses to look at the fact that the reality has changed for a lot of Americans who have witnessed a genocide in 4K over 2.5 years, who have seen Israel mock the United States in consistently talking about how much control they have over our government. Netanyahu just bragged about it yesterday. Literally. What did Netanyahu say yesterday? That during the talks with the Iranians this past weekend, JD Vance immediately called him to brief him on the talks, right? Yeah. So the rubble in Gaza that he referred to, oh, it's propaganda. No, they leveled Gaza. 80% of all residential homes weren't just damaged, they were demolished. The rest were damaged. But 80% gone, leveled, finished. Entire families were wiped out. Israel blocked humanitarian aid into Gaza for 3 months straight on purpose.
Like, man, I'm just getting so tired of it. You know, I listened to Mark Levin's show last night. I caught it live. And all the guy talks about all he talks about is Jays in Israel. That's it. That's all you ever hear him say. And he tries to, he tries to pretend like he's some kind of a patriot, some kind of an America freak. And it's like, dude, it doesn't come off like that at all. Just because you have a pocket constitution doesn't mean we think that you care about America, because we don't. We know that you just carry that around because you think we're suckers.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Saturday. Thanks for being here. We will get to China and Iran later in the program with our great guests as well. But before we do, there's a lot that's been going on here in the homeland, and a lot of it's very ugly. It's the sort of thing we've seen overseas. People marching in the street, praising terrorists, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah. intimidating
Hezbollah.
Jews, violently attacking Jews at their synagogues, in their
Bro,
neighborhoods.
we watched that video earlier. Who was getting attacked in Israel? Was it Jays that was getting attacked, or were they the ones doing the attacking? Get Fat Boy here, Baby Huey here, with his stupid, faggoty-looking, horn-rimmed glasses on, and his whining, his bitching and
Attacking
moaning.
the NYPD. Now, this isn't the only place it's taking place, but it clearly is one of the primary points
God,
of
he's
this
so
attack
despicable.
on our society. And why not? You have a mayor who's an Islamist Marxist and who's basically green-lighted this activity. He doesn't condemn it unless he's forced to condemn it, and he does it in quiet whispers.
Yeah, I don't see any Jewish politicians that condemn Israel, and I don't see anybody bitching about
Also
that.
has taken steps to ensure that the Jewish community is not protected. And he's done other things that are pretty damn outrageous, too. That's Zoran Mandami. I want to talk a little bit about this.
Zoran, he doesn't even know how to say it.
Because there's a rising tide of virulent anti-Semitism and Jew hatred.
No.
Also Christian hatred, America hatred.
No, none of that. None of that at all. We have a problem with atrocity and being controlled by Israel. There's no hatred of people. It's hatred of attitudes and ways of thinking. Supremacist, this really muscular, arrogant, supremacist ideology that they have.
And we're seeing it intensify now like we haven't seen it in American history, as far as I know. And the reasons for this are the Marxists who are spreading their lies about America, and they also spread anti-Semitism and faith hatred and American hatred throughout our colleges and universities, and people are being graduated through these systems of indoctrination. Also, people have come into this country with a Marxist mindset. We've also imported people in this country who are Islamists, who hate America. This is part of an ideology, part of a revolution by immigration, and it's taking place in a very significant way. We see the building strategically in certain locations of segregated communities, Islamic communities, mosques and so forth. Every day we have clips, one after another, of imams and so-called scholars and mayors and others saying the most horrific things about our...
Of Jay's kids, teenagers with their curly Q locks, literally starting pogroms in Jerusalem against non-Jays.
Country and praising Hamas. So I want to get into this, and I want to first start with our history. Our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution.
Listen to this stuff.
To understand our history is to have a basic...
You hear him? Our history. Now...
...is for really pushing back against this. Our Declaration is based on Judeo-Christian belief systems. There's simply no question about this. In fact, I want to recommend to you...
No, they're not. They're not
the Jewish roots of American liberty.
Anything.
And they also talk about the Christian roots of American liberty in this excellent book. And it's written by two great scholars, and it's put out by Encounter Books that put out smart books. And it talks about how the revolutionaries early on, the founders of our nation, they could quote from what they called the Hebrew Bible and, of course, what they called the Christian Bible. They could quote...
Dude, nobody is Jewish. We're not Hebrew. We're Christians. It's the New Testament. The Old Testament is just stories. It has nothing to do with us. We don't even believe in that shit.
From the Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament. They could quote from the Torah. That's how important it was to our founders. And that's basically reflected in the Declaration of Independence, as well as the embrace of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment also comes from Judeo-Christian belief systems. So whether you're a Christian or a Jew, whether you're something else or whether you don't believe in anything, if you're an American, you can thank the founders for embracing Judeo-Christian values and belief systems to create this nation, which is tolerant, which embraces diversity and free speech and freedom of religion, and freedom of association. That's where it all comes from. And yet it's under attack.
Oh, you say freedom of association out of one side of your mouth, and out of the other side, at the exact same time, you say Islamicists and Marxists and the enemy within. You refer to anybody like Zoran Mamdani that's a Muslim and associates with Muslims. Well, he's evil. What happened to fucking freedom of association? This fat Jay thinks that he gets to decide who are Americans. Like, and if you hear it, listen to him tell it, the founding fathers were Israelis and Hebrew.
No, early in our history, this was understood. I have a great piece here from the tablet, Charles Johnson, and he writes, George Washington knew the Old Testament well. His favorite book was Micah. His favorite verse was 4, section 4. But they shall sit every man under his vine and under his fig tree, and none shall make them afraid. For the mouth of the Lord of the hosts have spoken. It appears no fewer than 11 times in his diaries. He invoked it again in his famous letter to the Hebrew congregation at Newport in August 1790.
What does that have to do with
anything?
anything?
The children of the stock of Abraham, Jews, who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid, he said. He grounded America's experiment in religious freedom.
These people will go back into our founding fathers' diaries and shit and find anything that refers or has anything to do with Jays, even though they weren't even thought of. They didn't even exist in America hardly. But they make it seem as though they were there and signed it, the Declaration and shit, where they were, and because of them, this is their ideas, and that like they were designing America off of Jay philosophy. No, none of that shit had nothing to do with them. But listen to him write himself into our history.
In a Republican theory, the government of the United States, he said, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it, on all occasions, their effectual support. In so doing, Washington became, as scholar the late great Harry Jaffa put it, the first secular ruler to call Jews his countrymen. Washington's principal advisor, Alexander Hamilton, publicly extolled Jews, under whom he'd studied as a boy on the island of Nevis. He saw in their suffering and success evidence of, quote, some great providential plan, unquote. To discredit them, he said, would destroy the Christian religion. Hamilton later argued in a debate because of the connection of Judaism with Christianity.
Dude!
President John Adams.
Bullshit, man. There is no connection. Legitimately, there is no connection. There straight up is no connection between Judaism and Christianity. The separation is that Judaism and Jews don't believe in Christianity. They don't believe Jesus Christ was anyone. They think his mother was a whore. It's ridiculous. They don't believe in Christianity. How can they have a part? They think we're all infidels. So I don't understand. They try to tie them in. It's like, bro, their entire worldview is based on denying that Christianity has any merit and is even true or has it. Their entire worldview is totally against all of that. It's
his son John Quincy Adams.
If we're right, it means they're wrong. They don't think we're right. They don't believe in anything Christian. They won't, and Netanyahu won't even say Jesus' name. They refuse to even. They might say Christianity, that's it.
Agreed with Hamilton, writing separately and favorably of Jews and a Jewish state long before it was fashionable, to Mordecai Manuel Noah, America's first Jewish consul, founder of New York University. Oh, what he would think of NYU today. And his day's most famous Jew. Quote, I will insist that the Hebrews have contributed more to civilized men than any other nation, John Adams wrote, to F.A. Vanderkamp, a Dutch-born Enlightenment thinker.
They've civilized the nation. How? By showing the example not to take after? By being people that get thrown out of 109 countries? Why have they been hated by Europe for so long? The Romans hated them. Everybody hated them. Why is that? And then you try to say that Europeans are civilized because of people they hate? Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Condemning the anti-Semitism of Enlightenment writer Voltaire.
God, baby.
He said, if I was an atheist and believed in blind eternal fate, I should still believe that fate had ordained the Jews to be the most essential instrument for civilization. The nations, Jews, are the most glorious nation that ever inhabited this earth. The Romans and their empire were but a bubble in comparison to the Jews. They've given religion to 3/4 of the globe and have influenced the affairs of mankind more and more happily than any other nation, ancient or modern. Because he understood and believed, as so many do.
Man, listen to this guy write himself in. I mean, dude, he's like this guy's like a god, apparently, according to the founders. So he says. Well, fuck them founders then. If I have to deal and put up with you fucking scumbag, then fuck them founders. If what they say means I have to put up with you, then I don't give a fuck what they said. Then they were wrong.
Today, that without the Jewish faith, there would not be the Christian faith. Jesus was a Jew, and he made that point.
No, he was.
Over and over and over again. I'm not doing this to promote one faith over another. I'm explaining our history, the American history. President James Madison.
You're explaining Jewish history. That's not American history, bro. Quit pretending, trying to pass it off. Like, bro, he's like trying to package dog shit and pass it off as American.
Also studied Hebrew, electing to spend an additional postgraduate year to focus on it.
Because it was
During the
a
Revolution,
dead
Madison
language.
turned to Chaim Solomon, a Polish-born financier, Jewish, who offered loans well below market rate to members of the Continental Congress. They were going.
How about this? Slave owners. You know, there were Jews in the South that owned slaves. Jews in the South that fought for the Confederation. Fuck this fat loser.
Broke because they were fighting. Madison borrowed from him. Others borrowed from him, and he never got paid back, by the way. And he died.
Oh, really? So Madison, those guys, he was practicing usury. He was a loan shark, in other words. Well, I wonder why they didn't pay him back. Maybe because he was a fucking crook.
Right, broke. Writing to fellow Virginian Edmund Randolph in September 1772, he praised Solomon's generosity. Quote, "The kindness of our little friend in Front Street," that would be Solomon, "near the coffee house is a fund which will preserve me from my extremities. But I never resort to it without mortification, as he obstinately rejects all recompense. In many cases, he forgave all loans. Solomon was captured by the British and condemned to death, but he escaped by bribing the guards with gold. Solomon wasn't alone among Jewish patriots. Indeed, it's fair to say that Jewish finance underwrote much of the cost of the American Revolution, something the unjustly neglected President Calvin Coolidge noted with favor in the dedication of the Jewish Community Center on May 3rd, 1925. He said their generosity, often never repaid, came because the Jewish faith is predominantly the faith of liberty. Coolidge declared, and I quote, "From the beginnings of the conflict between the colonies and the mother country, they were overwhelmingly on the side of the rising revolution." He listed the merchants, overwhelmingly Jewish, who cast their lot with the colonists in signing the Non-Importation Resolution of 1765, also known as the Stamp Act, which directly taxed American colonists by restricting their freedom of
Let me show you one of the most insane photos I've ever
mortar
seen.
cemented
In
the
fact,
foundation of
one of the
American
most insane
democracy,
videos I've ever
Coolidge said.
seen here. There was
The patriots who
an
laid the foundation
immigrant.
of this republic drew their fate from the Bible.
I just wanted to show you guys how this dude is just, he's always trying to make it out like they were the founders. Like that's how it feels. These people think they fucking own us, man. This fat loser, he thinks he rules the country. He thinks Jays are the founders. They own America. That's what this guy fucking thinks, man. Listen how he talks about it. Like, bro, you have a country. Get the fuck out of ours. Like, if you have a problem with how Americans are, quit trying to change us into your people. Quit trying to make us fit with, or make yourself fit into us better. Like, you're trying to insert yourself, a square peg, into a round hole. Why don't you insert yourself into your own round, or your square peg, or your square hole over in the desert, dude? Take your ass over to the Middle East where you belong.
Every inheritance of the Jewish people, every teaching of their secular history and religious experience draws them powerfully to the side of charity, liberty, and progress. The list of pro-Jewish statements evincing serious thought about Jews could go on and on. Harry Truman said, "I had faith in Israel before it was established. I have faith in it now."
Oh, you know, and what bothers me about this, bro, this is supposed to be persuasive. They have no better argument than to say, oh, dead men wanted there to be an Israel. Well, I wonder if those dead men were alive today, would they feel the same way about it? Because you're telling me that I should agree with people that are dead and that haven't seen the evidence that I have seen that these people are evil. I've seen new evidence, modern evidence. Harry Truman didn't see any of the shit I've seen. So why should I listen to him or you fat putts? Oh, I don't. That's a J word. Sorry, I didn't mean to use that. I don't know why it came to mind. It's disgusting. That pig.
Let me show you one of the most insane photos I've ever seen. In fact, one of the most insane videos I've ever seen here. There was an immigrant in Ireland, and he slashed a baby with a can. There are some parents, especially new parents, that don't go outside for quite some time after having a baby because they are so deathly terrified of something happening to their baby. It's their worst nightmare. They could go outside and die by getting hit by a car. The parent now, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't care. They'd be like, as long as the baby's fine. A parent's worst nightmare is while you're out with the pushchair, something happening to the one thing that you've cared about more than anything in your whole life. And in Ireland, this was a reality for a young woman. The baby, I believe, is fine. Just a minor gash on his head. But do you want to see the perpetrator? Do you want to see the perpetrator's face? And what his face looked like while he was being explained that what he did was bad? And why he's being arrested? Because he did not know why. Let me show you. Look at this f***ing ape. Again, female police officer. What I need to explain to you is this. You can't really be running around slashing toddlers with a Coke can. We don't really do that over here in Ireland. Look at his face. He hates her. He's f***ing angry that she stopped him slashing a baby. Wow. And now he's freaking out being detained because he doesn't know why. Yeah, so they tried to explain to him that what he did was bad. And he's given him The low IQ sub-Saharan stare. Now he's here, screaming, because he doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know why he's there, why he did what he did, or even why it's bad, or even where he's going. He doesn't know. This is Ireland, where this was filmed. I'm like an hour away from here.
Nobody's gonna help you.
Nobody's gonna help you now.
What a scumbag.
Oh, no one's helping you. Oh, no one's helping you now.
You're fucked.
Help me, please. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. He just slashed a baby with a ripped up Coke can. You think this is just the only one?
Nobody's gonna help you.
No one's gonna help you. Where do you think this guy is now? Probably still here. Yeah, slashed a baby with a broken can. What conceivable thing could a baby have done to warrant this response? The answer is nothing, because it's a baby. This is completely, utterly random.
What a
it is
fucking shit.
a total lack of impulse control
garbage.
as a result of low IQ. This guy doesn't even know how he got here. They're fucking animals, dude.
Bruh.
Look at the size of this dude. This guy's hunched over and is nearly the same height as this little blonde lady. Why is it always little blonde ladies that end up police officers? Like, what is that? Why is it always little blonde ladies that turn into police officers? This woman's doing the majority of the work here and is struggling to apprehend this bioweapon that was imported. This guy can't get to him because this lady's in the way. This lady police. Yeah, scumbag, yeah. Tell you what though, if anyone in that crowd was like, go back to your country, go back to where you came from, would you? They'd be arrested. They'd be in the back of the van. Look, it's one thing to slash a baby's face, but don't be racist out here. Don't be throwing around racist phrases like that. Slashing a baby in the face is pretty bad. But being racist, don't let me catch you saying racist things like that around here. Go back to the face. Where is it? Show me the face. Look at this. Look at that. He's mad. He's mad that these cops he's got his hands in his pockets. He just slashed a baby in the middle of the fucking day. And he's mad that he's being apprehended because he doesn't know what's going on. Oh, but Ireland was about to collapse. We needed this. This is the diversity we needed. We need him here because without this guy, Ireland is lost. Behold the result, ladies.
Without this guy, graph go down. Graph can't go down. Graph go up. Graph go up. That's the West, man. Graph go up. Whether or not we have to sacrifice babies to murdering low IQ retards.
What happens when you don't have kids? These come in and they're slashing the babies of the women that actually do have kids. This is it. This is what you're saying. Well, people aren't having kids. Yeah, because you told women that it's shit to not have kids anymore. You told women that having kids is gay and that it's a sign of oppression. It's oppression, actually. Having a kid and a husband, that's oppression. Women fell for the propaganda hook, line, and sinker. Do you have any idea how stupid you need to be as a collective to fall for that programming? This is why they didn't do it on men, because men would have been like, fuck off. So what did they do? What did the propagandists and the communists and the Marxists go off and do? That's right. They went straight to the women. Absolutely astounding.
Goddamn right.
That's not the only that made this face. That's not the only one. That look, the sub-Saharan low IQ stare. I said it as if it's something that's reoccurring. Oh yeah, not the only one. Let me find the other example for you. See if I can find the photo of his face here. They're scrubbing it. Yeah, look. Look at this. I typed in African migrant walks into lady's home and then leaves, which happened in the UK. And what's the first report here? What's the first one that comes up here? Woman tried to enter migrant hotel, court told.
Wow.
What a silly bitch. Breaking the law like that. That's the first report. This is... They're burying the story. Here it is. Migrant who walked into blind woman's flat is cleared. They let him go? Yeah, let me control P this. This is the story here. I'm going to show you the picture of this motherfucker's face. It's the same as that other black guy. Migrant who walked into blind woman's flat is cleared. Family says victim feared for her life when the man entered. Yeah, he just waltzed into her house. And the police showed up and were just talking to him the same way that they were talking to that other black gentleman. Can't be going and walking into people's houses now. A migrant who burst into a blind woman's house has been cleared by police because of a lack of evidence. The man, in his 20s, was staying at the 4-star Britannia Hotel in Canary Wharf in summer 2025 when he walked into the flat, paid for, by the way. Taxpayers paid for that room. He walked into the flat a 5-minute walk away. He was detained by members of public and urged to go back to the hotel, where protesters had gathered outside on August 13th. Family members of the woman said she was traumatized and feared for her life when the migrant entered, adding that earlier that day she had been in a coma. The eventful day for her. Jesus. A photo taken in the aftermath showed the migrant staring ahead at members of the public as police did. Yeah, he's doing that look. Hotel is still open to migrants. It was reported in August that the man had been arrested on suspicion of common assault, but a Met police source has now confirmed the case was closed due to lack of evidence. Waltzes into a woman's house. He's being detained by British public because they caught him doing it. Everyone's telling the police he did it, and they do nothing. They let him back out again. The man later left the hotel, which is still open to migrants who cross the channel on small boats. I'm gonna binge drink tonight. The Met had originally said no offenses had been identified, but then arrested the migrant in Hackney on suspicion of common assault after trawling CCTV. One source said it will raise eyebrows that no action has been brought against him. Yeah, it raised eyebrows? What about blood pressure? The poor lady was terrified. Chanae Augustus, 22.
Sad.
A relative of the blind woman admitted a fray after she was part of a group of around 20 people who tried to barge into the Britannia Hotel. Home, makeshift home to a bunch of immigrants. Poetic. You can't make this shit up. A hotel called the Britannia, housing migrants that wish to harm us, that we're paying for.
Shirley was
Augustus appeared at Snaresburg
London
Crown
today.
Court by video link in 2025 when she pleaded guilty to a fray and having an article which...
I want to watch that. Nick in London talking to Tommy Robinson. It's his channel, actually.
They've imported hot.
Try to get it in my history. Interesting.
They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racist or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
Oh, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting. It needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as for far right. We just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor.
Today we're here in the streets of London. We have the Big Ben right behind us here today, and today it's set to be one of the biggest marches in the history of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of people are set to come in from all across the United Kingdom to come into the streets of London today. Right now, over 4,000 police officers have been deployed into London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest. That is something that has never happened before, and at all of the major stations like King's Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognition, and they're tracking quite literally everyone that comes into this protest. And they have even banned journalists from entering into the United Kingdom to cover this event. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has been outspoken against those that are attending this march, saying that this march is led by convicted thugs and people that are spreading division and hate here inside the United Kingdom. He called it racist, actually.
Tomorrow's march in London is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division. Plain and simple.
So today we're going to be speaking with everyone here in the
Be able to get away with it. Have you in a regular
streets of London to see what's going on and what they have to say about what they are fighting for, as this is called the Unite the West March here in the streets of London. How do you guys feel about what your Prime Minister said about those that attend this march today?
He's a disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace. So he is. I'm not far right. Don't have a criminal record. I'm a parent.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson. Well, I don't think it's not necessarily that he's a shill, but he's got tunnel vision. So concerned about Britain that he's willing to go along with the Jays. You know, because he thinks the Arabs and the Muslims are his enemy. So he has made a deal with the devil to get to an alliance, so to speak. Even though those are the people that have caused the invasion of his country. He's an idiot. He's in bed with the very people, very, very people that made it all happen.
I fear for my grandchildren.
And what do you fear for your grandchildren?
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here, and they're getting everything going. I have 2 sons, can't even get on the property market.
And why do you think Keir Starmer would call people like you racist for attending this march?
Because he's frightened. He's frightened. He's on his way out anyway, and the sooner the better.
Your message to Keir Starmer?
It's funny. She's dead on when she says that. He's frightened. She didn't say he's an asshole. She didn't say anything. No, she said he's frightened. That's exactly what he is. And she has that guy pegged. Like, not everybody would have thought that. Most people would have just called him an asshole, this and that. She's right, though. He is very frightened. And he's reacting with authoritarianism. That's what happens when leaders get frightened. Or anti-leaders, everything but leaders.
Resign for the country's good, you tyrant.
He's calling you guys racist for being out here today.
He's full of shit, as we all know.
Yeah. Now we've made it here to the start of the march. You can hear the chants already. Everyone's yelling, Keir Starmer is a wanker. Look at this, thousands of people in the streets right now, all chanting Keir Starmer is a wanker. We have Keir Starmer on top of a right now.
How you doing?
How are you doing? Keir Starmer on top of a
He's a
Do you feel like this is the Great Britain you grew up in?
No. Do you think it's a Great Britain we grew up in? No, not so great now. We're an embarrassment to the world, what this government's doing.
What do you guys think about Keir Starmer blocking journalists from coming into the United Kingdom?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, it's only for one thing, because they say things you don't like.
Who doesn't love the British? It's disgusting, isn't it? Isn't it? I love that shit, how they talk. It's so great. It's comforting.
You see things Keir Starmer don't like, he likes to block you. I'm surprised you managed to sneak through, to be fair, mate. I've just been watching you in Cuba.
I'm a bit surprised as well that they let me in.
I don't know, you managed to sneak
through. And how come
you
think here they're attacking freedom of speech?
Well, I know why. It's because they've got their own narrative, haven't they? I mean, I don't go all into it, but it all stems from after the war, they started implementing all these systems of anti-racism.
Isn't that a nice cable knit sweater? Bro, nice ass polo sweater. I would love to have that sweater. Shit. Look at the protest.
And it just comes to a point now where white man's not listened to. It's not about black or white, but native people are just not listened to in the country anymore. And it's just, put it this way, there's a Sikh guy stabbed a white kid the other day, and the police arrested the white kid because the Sikh guy said he said something racist. They handcuffed him, he sat on the floor, bled out and died a couple of days ago. Somebody Novak, his name is.
They fucking arrested this kid because he got stabbed by some fucking colored bastard. And then the cops handcuffed the kid that got stabbed and he bled to death while they were sitting there. Trying to detain him, and he ends up bleeding to death because this Sikh scumbag stabbed him.
College kid, look it up, mate.
And what brings you guys out here today?
Well, you know what it's like, mate. It's tyranny in this country, absolute diabolical. They're against us.
Wow, he sounds like one of the lifestyles of the rich and famous, that kind of guy. But yeah, Starmer, he's gay, bro. He's gay. Have you seen all of those people that have vandalized his vehicle? They're all nonces. They're all like Ukrainian Nazi, but they're a bunch of queers, you know. And Keir Starmer, you know, he likes young Eastern European men.
English. Future, my friend. You can't keep pouring one country into this one. Expect it's going to turn out.
You can't keep pouring one country into this one. Inspector's going. That guy, he talks perfect, man. Starmer is a wanker.
We've got different cultures, different ideologies, and different ways of living. We want to keep our culture. I've got a granddaughter. When in 30 years' time, when she grows up, I want her to recognise the England I was born in. And if we keep pouring into this country, there's going to be nothing left.
In what ways is the England that you grew up in different than the England that your grandchildren are growing up in?
Because we keep pouring in these different cultures, these different religions into this country. And we've seen how Islam goes. You spread Islam across the world, you spread Islam across Europe. It destroys everything on its path, on its way. I've got nothing against refugees coming in, as long as they're vetted. And we understand who they are and what they are. Come and respect our culture, come and respect our people. That's all we ask.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of that thugs and racist, and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by a thread, and he knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far-right fascists and Nazis. Can you see any far-right fascists and Nazis around here? I see grandparents, I see parents, I see soldiers, I see everyone else. It's my grandson. We're not far-right, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis. We're just people who want a future for this country, and that's all we're after.
And do you think we'll ever get to the point here where people have to actually defend the country and bear up arms?
Yeah, because nobody's listening to anybody. They're just doing what they want to do. They're not asking us what we want.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm here for the love of Christ.
The march has officially begun. Tommy is right behind us now, leading the march. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are out here in the streets of London. Here we go.
Let me pray for you quickly. Heavenly Father, thank you for this man. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for blessing him and keeping him and continue to bless him and cover him in all ways. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen. There we go. People in the streets of Britain praying for me.
Good to hear you. Oh my God, take your photo.
The people of London.
Come here, quick. Yes.
And ma'am, they're calling people like you a racist for being out here today.
I was an NHS worker. I worked for the NHS. I was a medical emergency nursing assistant. I lost my job for showing a post from the government website how much asylum seekers get when they come to the UK. I was sacked for gross misconduct straight away. Never had a complaint about me ever in my life. So I'm here to support my nurses.
Wow. Good for her. Good for her, man. Fucking censorious bastards running the West. They just want to shut everybody up and rule with an iron fist, but they don't want to be held to account for doing that.
Attacked by the government for speaking out against mass immigration.
Yes, I was an NHS nursing assistant. I was a medical emergency, and I lost my job through freedom to speak, and I'm going to be here. I want to show freedom to speak in the UK, and we're going to show it today.
So you have the march coming from right here, and then you have a whole other group of people, a whole other sea of people meeting up right here. Very well, could be 1 million plus people here in the streets of London today. You have the police on the outskirts of the march, and check this out. They have these cameras right here surveilling each and every single one of the protesters.
What the
See those cameras right there? They use those to survey the people, and then they have the body cameras as well. They have those cameras right there for any evidence, for any footage that they may need. Mass surveillance here in the streets of the United Kingdom. Your sign says...
Nick Shirley!
Oh, hello.
Oh, my goodness. Hello, Nick Shirley.
Nice to meet you. Your sign says, we did not vote for...
That's wild, man. Everybody in the English-speaking world knows who the hell Nick Shirley. Like, that's pretty badass. At least everybody on the right, you know. I mean, but we do tend to patronize, like, you know, when there's somebody on the right in Britain, we throw in our lot with them. It's like, how can you not, you know? Like, you can only find... Friends are hard to find. You take them you take them how they come. You take them where you find them, you know.
Open borders, digital ID, higher taxes, two-tier policing, loss of free speech, files in politics, higher cost of living, Starmer out, restore Britain. Yeah. What's your message to Keir Starmer today?
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Everything in the mandate is backtracked on. He's added things in that wasn't mandated, like digital ID. It doesn't listen to the British public. He's just had a landslide vote, and he still is ignorant.
He needs to go.
He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as for far right. We just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
How do you feel about the mass surveillance here of your government?
I feel like if you can do that to your own people, why can't you monitor more closely the people you're letting in who are abusing our women and children, who are taking taxpayers' money, who are living better lives than the people who are working really hard in this country, who live here, who are proud of where we are. We don't oppose immigration. We just don't want to have them prioritised above us. We're losing our culture and identity. It's not fair. We've had enough.
And why do you think Keir Starmer and your politicians are calling people out here racist, saying this is pushing division here inside the United Kingdom?
I wish I knew the answer to that question, but I really don't. I ask myself this all the time. All I know is he's not serving the British public, and these numbers prove it.
The march continues to get bigger and bigger. Right now we're in Trafalgar Square. It's completely filled, and all the way down to Parliament Square is completely filled as well. We're going to go interview Tommy in just a moment, but I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, and that is Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI clipper has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators. And me, for instance, I've used Opus on my own, and I've received over 50 million views on a single Facebook page just from using clips from Opus. What you do is you upload your YouTube videos or your videos in general.
We've done it. March. We're leading a revolution in Britain, right?
From here in the middle.
You had your revolution through the election ballot box with Donald Trump. We're having ours right now on the street.
The entire streets of Whitehall all the way to Trafalgar are full of people. And what does this say about the current state of the United Kingdom? What do the Britain people want?
It says that the public are ready. We're ready, right? We've been asleep for too long.
Ready for what?
We're ready to fight for our country, right? We're ready. And what you're witnessing now is a formation and an organisation. We're going to spread this through every town and city, and we're getting ready for the Battle of Britain in 2029. Our next election is the most important election in this country's history, because the enemy are no longer invading on the borders where they are, but the enemy's here. They're here. They're here. And they're betraying us.
Why has your government betrayed the people of Great Britain?
They've tried to replace us, just like they did in Minnesota. Why do you think Somalia is the hottest place in the world, yeah? They're living in Minnesota. They didn't choose there. They were put there. They were put there. So think what they've done there, and think of what you exposed, and think that they all knew it was happening, but they turned a blind eye. Well, they turned a blind eye to them raping their way through our country, because they're importing voters. They're replacing us. They have 6, 7 kids. We don't. They're bringing people in to replace us that are loyal to them, that want to be dependent on the state. Well, we don't. The far left have had their revolution, yeah? They've had it. Open borders, breakdown of the family, attacking nationalism, patriotism. They've had it. A successful revolution. You're witnessing today the counter-revolution.
The counter-revolution, civil war come 2029 if nothing happens.
We need to win at the ballot box in 2029. Now, to do that, you have to get the 50% of non-voters. You need to captivate them, electrify them, and give them back that sense of identity and belief that they matter. Today, everyone here knows they matter.
And your message to the rest of the West, for those that aren't here, that don't see what's happening every day here in Britain, what would you say the reality of life is?
The reality of life is women are scared, they can't walk the streets, our daughters are being raped, they've took the safety of our nation. They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racist or extremists for wanting protection of our women. And to the rest of the West, unite the kingdom. Look at that. Read that on that side. It says unite the kingdom, unite the West. Because this is a Western civilizational problem. They're attacking us.
Starmer saying everyone out here is racist today.
Yeah, no one cares what they say. Right? Look around you. Look at the diversity. This is a lovely crowd, man.
You guys are out here. You're raising up the cross.
Yes.
Starmer's calling people like you guys far right.
Oh, f*** Starmer. He needs to go. There's something dodgy about him.
What's dodgy about Starmer?
Everything.
Well put. Something dodgy about him. Hey, that's really well put, though. The dude, there is something dodgy about him. He's fucking shifty. You know, he's crooked as a barrel of snakes. You can tell he never keeps his word. He's not a good leader. He never knows what to do.
I mean, like, he's
Very
a globalist.
effeminate.
And what's the Britain you hope for your children, your 2 daughters right here?
At this moment in time, the whole country's in dire straits. The government are not putting the British people first. There's no housing. There's no doctor's appointments. There's nothing like that. Yeah. Keir Starmer, I mean, if we were far right, how many people can you spot of all different nationalities here? We've got Iranians, we've got black people, Asian people. Get to f***, will you, Starmer? Just resign.
Just resign.
Resign.
and
Christ is king. I would like.
Stuff is important, man, because they're just a little further along down that western path that we're destined for, and that it's always been that way. And so this stuff matters. Like, you know, whatever's happening in England, it seems like we're next on the chopping block. Whatever it be, whatever comes, you know, come what may.
To claim refuge in Poland if possible.
Should the rest of Europe be more like Poland?
I think so. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
And with the grooming gangs that took place here inside...
You've got the grooming... I've got 2 daughters at the end of the day. Even when I was a child, my younger sister, it happened with these Afghanis. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're having people coming from all different corners of the world that are not brought up with the same morals and same values, there is going to be a clash of cultures. And this is what Starmer isn't listening to. He doesn't give a fuck about that. Yeah. We're just meant to, like, pipe down, shut up, and just get on with it. No, we're sick of it. Like, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting. And we want to keep our next generation safe for our little girls and our children. We want them to grow up in the country that we grew up in. And at times, diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength, and that's why we're here today, to unify and say that we're not having it anymore.
Starmer is saying that your diversity is your strength. You would say it's not.
No. Does it? You go to the other march. That's the diversity side of it. This is unity. This is British people coming together to say we love our country and we want to keep it our country. We don't need all these open borders because it's not the best thing for us.
Right here it says the rape of Britain. Would you say Britain has been raped?
I'd say 100% it's right. This isn't a flag, it's a true story. We've had it under the Conservatives and now Keir Starmer. It's ridiculous what this man's doing.
In what ways has Great Britain been raped?
Get him out. Well, look at the
young girls are being raped on the streets.
You know, that's exactly what he said is exactly what happened. They got it from both sides, just like we're getting right now. They got it from the Tories and from the Labour Party. We got it from the Democrats with Obama, and now we're getting it from Trump and Biden. We're just getting different parts of it. Trump is sticking us Israeli first bullshit, and Biden stuck us with the diversity. Transgenders are our strength type shit.
Throughout the country, it's covered up by Sadiq Khan.
Enough's enough.
Through the government, complete cover-up.
What's your guys' message to Keir Starmer? Wanker.
Keir Starmer's a f***ing wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker.
And why do you think Keir Starmer is such a wanker?
The way he's absolutely destroying our f***ing country.
What's been your least favorite thing that's happened over the past 10 years here in the United Kingdom?
I've seen my country change in 50 plus years. I don't recognise my country no more. But not only that is, I'm seeing how things went.
Right, and you know, that's possibly, I mean, our cities already have these big black and colored populations. That's what they're dealing with. They go to London or Birmingham, these big cities that were once English paradises practically. They're just slap full of these violent, racist, colored people.
We're not just random white people. We're people who all had an interest in this. There's already that really strong bond beyond just our universal shared heritage with, you know, any other white person would have the same, but we're kind of from the same community online, largely.
In the mountains of Arkansas, a former French horn player in a Chinese orchestra is building a town with no blacks, Jews, Indians, Mexicans, or gays.
I've seen what happens when rural white towns get overrun with people who are not from there.
Look at people who aren't glad to be who they are. Go on hormone blockers, they seek to change their identity. Maybe you become a furry if you're really zesty.
Who followed him here? And what do they hope to accomplish? We went to find out.
How about stop attacking me? And maybe I won't be so anti-Semitic.
Our journey to the whites-only town started in Zinc, home to the KKK's headquarters, 2 hours to the west. After shooting a video there, which is coming next month, so subscribe so you don't miss it, we drove east to where the cell service stopped and a dirt road began. At the end, we found Return to the Land.
America was settled through the founding of self-sufficient, intentional communities. But after the end of segregation, the expansion of non-white immigration, the broader society no longer felt like a home for traditional Americans. RTTL, Return to the Land, is a private association founded to allow Americans who value their history and heritage to form communities around these values.
Eric is the founder of this whites-only community, which has grown to 40 people. He's also a major online figure.
All right, hello everyone. I'm here with Nick Fuentes today. With diversity, we've forgotten how to interact with each other because there are people from all around the world in your communities. No one knows how to get along anymore.
We had a fascinating conversation with Eric.
Even in mostly white towns, people aren't exactly pro-white. We're kind of beaten down with the history of slavery and oppression, and I don't want that stuff passed on to my kids.
But before that, he took us around, introducing us to the residents who shared why they had moved here. We first met his ex-wife and current wife, Caitlin and Allison, who are residents.
In coming here, is it more about finding a traditional rural lifestyle, or is it about the racial component? It's whites only, European heritage?
For me, I grew up in a mostly white area anyway. I think it was more the homesteading aspect for me. I've seen what happens when rural white towns get overrun with people who are not from there, and it usually does kind of result in chaos. So living in a place where I can be sure that that's not going to happen is a level of comfort for me.
I like that we can vet our neighbors here. I mean, you can move anywhere in the country, but you have no idea what it's going to be like in 10 years. I like letting my kids go out and play. They're not going to get like run over or snatched by someone.
When I was exposed to more multicultural places, it was, you know, cities that felt more dangerous, and it was just out of my comfort zone, and people didn't seem as friendly.
Well, I mean, just look at like the crime statistics here versus New York City.
I was very liberal at one point, and, you know, being targeted because of the color of my skin and called racist for things that had nothing to do with skin color really kind of opened my eyes to how other people viewed white people. Well, it was harder to, you know, establish good rapport with people who didn't seem interested in having good rapport with me.
Day-to-day life here, what's it like? What do you do?
So obviously you can see that our house is not built yet. So we live in a town nearby right now, and it's just kind of slow, boring, lazy, rural Arkansas life. Not a lot going on. You just do what you need to do day to day, play with the kids, whatever.
In the background, right?
These residents either don't work remotely, or in nearby towns. They're building their own homes and trying to live off the land. One resident, Scott, originally from Massachusetts, told us that this was essentially an online community that had taken shape in real life.
If I go somewhere and, you know, signs aren't in English, people that I don't recognize, I don't know anything about their culture. They dress different, they act different, they speak different languages. I don't know how I'm ever gonna bond with those people. It's alien to me, you know. I moved down here because I liked the project. It was nice being around people that I could just talk to. I couldn't really talk to my neighbors
people
where I was at.
Like himself, trust that he is familiar with their way of life, the way they raise their kids, the way that they live, just their way of life. He's familiar with that. I totally get that. And you know something, there's a reason why colored people congregate together as well. You know, they prefer their own company, just like, you know, there's no difference.
I mean, I could, but I didn't necessarily agree with them politically on things. I like being around these people, so wanted to buy land with them.
Yeah. Jonathan, a truck driver from North Dakota, spoke of saving white culture.
We believe God made the entire world. We believe it is everyone's responsibility to uphold what God has given them. But this is what God has given us. Look at people who aren't glad to be who they are, right? Like they go on hormone blockers. They seek to change their identity. Maybe you become a furry if you're really zesty. I wish that they had been taught to love themselves as how God created them, to embrace themselves, not taught that they were the enemy of every story. Oh, everything about you, like all of your immutable characteristics come from people who are evil and committed these genocides. And did you ever study the Crusades? Don't forget the Salem witch trials. And it's like, mate, like I can't change who I am or how I was born.
You know, one thing you hear is like, you know, it'd be un-American to punish people for the sins of their father, right?
Yeah, no
like
shit.
To punish you for slavery or punish me, you know, for slavery.
Yeah.
Like
I
that's
never
not
had a
American.
slave.
That's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not the way we're supposed to live. Yeah. On the other hand, to elevate ourselves because of our heritage, because of say what white people accomplish, you know, because of Mozart and Bach. Mm-hmm. Would that not just be the other side of the same coin?
I will disagree on that point, because Beethoven and Bach are way better than like Diddy and Pac. It's not because it's like, oh, I am better because
Beethoven
some German
and
produced a
Bach
great.
are better than Diddy and Pac. Damn, that was bad. He did a little rhyme there. That was legit.
Piece of music 300 years ago. I don't think anyone thinks that way. Like if you say that these things are equal, these cultures have produced an equal product and effect over the course of 300 years, I know you're lying, and even you know you're lying.
I'd say most sensible people wouldn't say, you know, that like Nicki Minaj and Beethoven are comparable, right? I'd say like take like your kind of middle of the road conservative American. I think that they probably think that they're like, obviously Beethoven is better than Nicki Minaj. Obviously there's, you know, Bach is better than Tupac.
Do you think that's true when they're playing like Nicki Minaj and rap music at Republican rallies? When's the last time they've played Beethoven at a Republican rally?
But the question is, why not emphasize that Americanness? Why emphasize the skin tone-ness? I think the average person wouldn't say we did this, because at this point it's like they've been in America, you know, maybe like their grandfather came from Italy.
I make it based on skin tone because we know that we raise our kids a certain way, and we know they don't raise their kids like we do. We know that they're not like us. we're comfortable with other white people. It has nothing to do with their skin color. That's just a marker. But we know how they raise their kids. You know, for in a general way, what kind of person you're dealing with. Are you going to share other things in common? Because we don't just share white skin, share fucking cooking recipes and eating around the table. We share a lot of basic, like, a lot of our lives are very similar. Even if you grow up across the country, it's kind of a constant.
Their grandmother came from France, their other grandfather came from Spain, their other grandmother came from Portugal. And they're white, but like in their skin color. And beyond the skin color, there's not much there to link them to a civilization, to a white culture, to white achievement. It's just that they happen to be born like this.
Well, the question is, what is under attack? We are able to observe attacks on our people. We are justified in feeling a little bit of like by proxy attack. When they tear down the 5th, the 4th, the 18th statue of one of our ancestors, they're actually symbolically attacking us as a people. We feel attacked. Our women feel attacked, our children feel attacked, and it takes us men to actually say it out loud. If I go to Memphis, Tennessee, and walk around in Orange Mound, I will be attacked, and for no other purpose than I'm the wrong person that wasn't supposed to be there.
What united all these people with Eric, the undisputed leader, is a sense that white people have been tricked into hating themselves.
Millions of young Americans, if they could choose, would eliminate their own race. They would intentionally not have white children so that their race, their skin color, they think, will not be perpetuated. If that's the ideology that you've accepted, that being white is bad itself, being who you are, what you were born as is bad, then what's your self-concept going to be?
Eric is a classically trained musician who performed with Shen Yun, the Chinese dance troupe you've seen advertised in your city. He says classical music helped push him toward white nationalism.
What was your path from being a musical performer with the Chinese ballet troupe to being here running a whites-only community?
So obviously I didn't have the exact same beliefs back then. Also, I still wanted to make it in the classical music world, so from that perspective, a job's a job. It was mostly conversations online, becoming more familiar with crime statistics, racial IQ differences, scientific study of human differences, persuaded me that this isn't something that can just be overridden by a little bit of liberalism and equality and government programs. We will always have these long-lasting, deep differences between different peoples. Instead of structuring society as if that was not the case, we should probably structure society and make choices based on that reality.
How would you like to see our society structured differently from the way it currently is as a whole?
I think it can actually be more pluralistic and more successful. I think more power should be given to local communities, whether they be homogeneous like ours or whether they're more integrated racially, culturally, etc.
What is it about white culture, about white heritage, that makes you proud of being white?
I do think our musical traditions are exceptional. That by itself doesn't mean that we're the superior civilization.
Our intellect, we're problem solvers, we're engineers. We make we make colored people's lives better. We've contributed to the total wealth of knowledge more than anybody else.
But I think we should take pride in what we have done well. But it's not about just how smart are you, it's also how willing you are to challenge established beliefs.
You're talking about a willingness to ask questions and this. A lot of people say this is a byproduct of European culture. Other people would say it's a racial genetic difference. What do you think?
I would say there's a feedback cycle between the culture of a people and who they are genetically. During the medieval period, criminals were executed at really, really high rates. And so those problematic genes that were more prone to violence and theft and things like that, they were kind of weeded out of our population. And that didn't happen equally around the globe. Also, what is celebrated? If you celebrate individuality and individual accomplishment, then in the sexual marketplace, different things will be valued and sought after.
Speaking of the sexual marketplace, in a past life, Eric made porn. Something he attributed to a nihilist phase.
Those videos were out there. It's regrettable that I ever engaged in that behavior. I wasn't a Christian at the time. Actually, I was a self-described moral nihilist. Most people rely on their common sense. I've always kind of relied on my beliefs. And at the time, I believed in moral nihilism. That's the hazard. If you are like too intellectual, you abstract things.
That's crazy. Homeboy was a classical musician and a stud in porn. Oh man.
I converted to Christianity, left that behind me, and it was more than 10 years ago now, so it is what it is.
Eric now identifies as Christian, but a kind of nihilism remains. He believes America's culture and economy are collapsing, that there's a conspiracy to make whites hate themselves, and that politics won't fix it.
What do you think about Nick Fuentes? Do you think he's the highest profile figure who kind of aligns with your views, or where does he fit into the way you see things?
You're looking at me like I have 3 heads. All I'm saying is minorities are really obnoxious.
I align with a lot of his perspectives. Ideologically, I would say we're mostly aligned. So apparently I am now dead to Nick Fuentes. This is because I privately DM'd him, asking for clarification on his stance on birthright citizenship.
If you have citizenship, if you were born in this country, this is your birthright.
I wanted clarification from Nick before I defended him publicly.
Eric Arvol is DMing me saying, are you against birthright citizenship in DMs? Really? F you. You're dead to me.
I'm very pessimistic that they could ever achieve meaningful change from the top down. And with people like Nick Fuentes leading the Republican Party in the future, you're not going to have a lot of non-white people in the Republican Party being very enthusiastic about it, because it'll be seen as the party of white people, because Nick Fuentes identifies as pro-white. He says the country should be normatively white. Would I personally prefer that? Yeah, because it's what the country was when my ancestors came here. It's what, my bloodline thought it was signing up for. We have, in the meantime, invited a lot of people in. It is baked into the cake. We're going to have a multicultural society. So the best that we can do is have a government that respects the rights of all these different groups to go their own way and have their own peaceful communities.
Eric's answer is to create a separate world and let the...
They can't really stop anybody. As soon as they try to stop people, what he's doing, this is no longer America. If white people can't build their own communities, then this isn't America anymore. It's that simple.
Go its own way. To avoid anti-discrimination lawsuits, the community is structured as a private club where members apply and get a plot of land if accepted.
Return to the Land is our private membership association, and that exists for people of European heritage who want to preserve that heritage through intentional communities. We chose
because there are laws turning down coloreds. And if it does, our federal government, they think it's their fucking business to live around.
To do an LLC, and then
we have to allow coloreds to live in our neighborhood. We can't say no, we don't want. No, instead, we have to allow them to move where they want, and so that means when they move someplace, we leave. That's what happens.
All of the residents here, they buy shares in that company. So we all collectively own the land together through that company. Getting into the PMA, that is Return to the Land itself, is relatively straightforward and easy. You fill out the application, you do an interview, and then you sign an agreement and you're in, and then you're in our chats online. You can organize with people. If you wanted to buy into this community, you would have to come down here, spend a couple days with us, get to know us, and then the members collectively would kind of make that call. Do we want this person in the community or not? I think the acceptance rate is something like 50%.
Eric is explicitly not a segregationist, and he doesn't call for removing minorities from America.
So I don't think that segregation should be forced, and I don't think that integration should be forced.
Which is to say the way it was in the South, say 60 years ago.
That was government-enforced segregation in many cases, and I don't think we should, that's not the role of the government, in my opinion.
Yeah,
rather, he's just given up on integration and says societies are better off living in their own bubbles.
I actually believe in the literal sense of multiculturalism. Different cultural groups can coexist in one political framework, and there are many historical examples of that. Assimilate into what as well? What is the overarching American culture that people are supposed to join? We don't have a national language or religion. We have...
Y'all hear that? Background, listen.
Always been multicultural. I think it's in keeping with our tradition of being tolerant and free as a society that we can embrace different communities going their own way.
While critics say Return to the Land is anti-black, its founders are far more focused on Jews. Eric and his co-founders' X accounts are filled with posts alleging that Jews control the U.S. and are responsible for the anti-white agenda.
I've never heard a Jewish person look back on their history and say, we shouldn't have done this in Weimar Germany, or we shouldn't have pushed for this in the United States, or maybe we're trying to interfere too much in the affairs of other people. I'm not saying they're guilty for all things or they're the source of all evils in the world, but there does tend to be a very one-sided perspective where they expect us to always have guilt and always to think badly of our own history, but they cannot for a moment entertain that the Jewish community has been hostile or detrimental to our society.
We draw very different lessons from what happened in Europe in the 40s. Where I draw from it that the lesson is the Holocaust and the killing of millions of Jews. And had this stuff not happened, had we not had, the US and England do what they did, all the Jews in Europe would have been eliminated, and many Slavs would have been made subservient to the Aryans, and other groups would be gone, homosexuals, disabled people.
Yeah,
whereas you draw very different lessons.
Somehow,
I think a lot of guilt has been...
We saved them from utter annihilation, and we're guilty somehow of being the ones that tried to annihilate them because we're European. It's like, bro, we're the ones that fucking rescued you, bitch.
Put on the Germans in the middle of the century. I think a lot of the kind of fantastical fears of what the Nazis would have done if we didn't intervene are unfounded. The Jewish community, they don't want me or anyone else alleging crimes on their part, but they're perfectly comfortable alleging every ill motive in the book onto the Nazis. I think a lot of it is motivated by wartime propaganda because the victors write the histories. I have no intention of ever attacking a Jewish group. On the other hand, Jewish groups have condemned us. Jewish journalists have written hit pieces on us. We're minding our own business. I've done nothing to these people. So if they are afraid of me being anti-Semitic, how about stop attacking me? And maybe I won't be so anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
On the one hand, Return to the Land is minding its own business in a remote community deep in the Ozarks. On the other, Eric is a major online figure who leads a movement that blames Jews for what he says is the plight of the white race in the U.S. today. His language is reminiscent of the stab in the back theory, which blamed the Jews for Germany's loss in World War I and led to the Nazis' rise. Regardless, though, Eric's focus is not on World War II or the 1930s. It's on the future, where he hopes to build a place in the Ozarks that preserves white culture for his children's generation.
You're envisioning, based on everything I've read on your website and everything, that this will be the first of numerous communities like this.
Right.
So what's your vision for Return to the Land 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now?
Well, we're not a political organization. We're not seeking political change. We are just trying to give white Americans the option of having their own communities if that's what they want. I think a lot of people do show with their demonstrated preferences where they choose to live, how they choose to associate, that they do actually value their identity. But you can get in trouble with your employer or sometimes in legal trouble if you say that explicitly and openly. So if we are doing something political there, it is trying to normalize white Americans embracing their own identity if that's what they choose, just like Black Americans do, Jewish Americans do, other groups do it.
On the one hand, these people were all minding their own business in the woods and weren't bothering anyone. While they hope to expand out west and elsewhere, they're more focused on building their utopia than reshaping America. But on the other hand, I couldn't help but wonder if rather than paving a way for a new society, they were just launching a feeble attempt to hide from the real one. Thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe. We have an incredible series coming out from...
Is it called like Helm's Deep? What is that called? Like a keep? Where it's like you have multiple layers of defense and the keep is where you retreat to when your defenses are overrun. You have that last ditch effort, like Helm's Deep in the Lord of the Rings. That's what he's doing. He's building the keep. When all the other layers of defense are knocked down, they're trying to build some place to escape to. Some place that is our own, something we can call our own. You know, honestly, I admire the guy where his heart's at, and he's actually out doing something. You know, he's not talking. He's, you know, there's some that's what leaders do. Leaders do shit. People follow them. You know, I hate, like I heard somebody earlier on X was like trying to bust my balls, like saying capitalism. Like he was trying to say that capitalism was created by men, and it's total. That's not true at all. Like this would last one's like. You know, capitalism is not a male idea. It's not even a modern idea. Capitalism is literally just people doing business. And it's natural. Anytime people trade corn for meat, that's capitalism. And people, they try to make that seem like it was invented. Yeah, that's what he said. That was the Read. They're all creations of men. Capitalism is a choice, so are kings. And they are both choice. But capitalism is not a creation. It's a byproduct. You know, it's not a creation. It's like a byproduct. Also, kings are followed. They're not created. Nobody creates leaders. They follow. Leaders are born, not made. Nobody creates leaders. Like when people say, oh, kings are made, kings are created. No, they're not. Kings are followed. And they're followed voluntarily. I mean, when people don't want to follow them anymore, they revolt, they rebel. And the only thing that gives a king power is the fact that people are willing to follow them. And it just pisses me off. People are so fucking ignorant. Like, I get so many notifications now on X. I had like 20. It's almost like other pundits or podcasters, like when they go to their X and you see the plus 20 notifications, I'm starting to get to that point where I always have constant notifications coming in. Oh, fuck.
Jaw-dropping moments at an air show in Idaho, captured on
Whoa.
camera.
Whoa!
The plane crashed.
Dude!
Watch as these two U.S. Navy jets collide, go vertical, and then begin to spin as
Damn,
debris and
bro.
flames ignite.
Holy shit, man.
Navy officials say the pilots collided while performing an aerial demonstration. Incredible.
Navy
You can
Blue
see
Angels.
4 parachutes deploy as the jets start to rapidly plummet towards the ground.
Damn, bro. Damn.
The pilots floating just above as the wreckage explodes into a ball of fire and dust.
Wow, bro.
Rich Rahill witnessed the dramatic moments.
Holy.
We knew it wasn't good.
Fuck
But we've
that.
also been told that, we saw the 4 parachutes. That was a good sign.
Videos appearing to show the group landing back on the ground. Police say the dramatic collision resulting in the Mountain Home Air Force Base about 40 miles east of Boise to go on lockdown. The rest of the air show canceled.
George is joining us now. George, what else do we know about how those crew members are doing?
Yeah, Hallie, tonight Navy officials tell us all 4 of those pilots are being evaluated by doctors and say this incident still remains under investigation. Hallie.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our.
Yeah, it's true. One of their relatives, their child, but it wasn't always that way. That happened after time passed. But kings were just leaders that people were willing to follow. That kings were people that provided for the beneath them. They made sure they were fed. They were benefactors. They took care of their people. And that's the case for a long time. It wasn't until fairly recently in history that kings, the last maybe 1,000 years, that kings, carried up, passed down like that. Before that, they were like tribal leaders. You know what I'm saying? Like these big empires and big regional powers, they were more like people were led, like Rob Roy, how clan leaders were in Scotland till pretty recently, where it was just the best leader in the clan. Whoever was the best leader basically got the job. And it used to be before society got, cities and societies and communities got so big. That's what kings were, was benefactors. Yeah, it is a damn shame. Air show. I used to go to air shows all the time as a kid. And my grandfather he would get tickets and stuff. I remember going to officer clubs a bunch of times when I was a kid. Anyhow, yeah, it's been a pretty good stream, man. I appreciate you guys popping in and spending the afternoon. I know it was a little out of the ordinary. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I'll probably continue doing more in the future. I actually had something I wanted to say today. A lot of that's been happening, having stuff to say, watching. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cash in for the fellas. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and I will see you guys tomorrow, Monday. Nick said he's supposed to have stuff going on besides his normal show this week. So if he does, I'll definitely do it. So then, fellas, enjoy the rest of your week.